It's day 2 of the Call of Duty Mobile Challenge Finals for North America. And yesterday we saw Nexus claim the first spot in our grand finals out of that upper bracket. And now the remaining 3 teams will fight it out in the lower bracket to see who will stay alive long enough to make it to our final best of 7. Which team will come out on top at the end of it all, and who will be the best in the region? Let's find out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Hello everyone and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are preparing for the last day of our North American season here, where we will crown a winner of Best in the Region. It's going to be a very exciting day of competition. I can't wait to get into all of it. My name is Glitter Explosion and I will be your host for the rest of today. And we've got to get the boys back in here as well. The last day means we get the duo back to close everything out with our final seasons. Okay, we've got Infinity and we have Ton ready to hang out with us here all day, talk us through all of the action. Brody, are you ready for day 2?
Am I ready? Yes, absolutely, I am ready. This is going to be a phenomenal day of action. North America is always a super fun time. We were promised a competitive season, and it all comes down to this. The final 4 teams fighting out not just for the prize pool and the title of Challenge Season Champions, but of course, there's still 1 spot left at the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships to go. 2 teams already there. Who's going to take it? We really do not know.
It's going to be a slugfest in our lower bracket here today, Tom. But when it's all said and done, we'll have multiple teams going to the World Championship. But obviously, it's all about the title of the best in the region.
Yeah, 100%. I think, you know, for especially these first 2 teams, that game 4 champs is extremely important, but they will all be here for the same goal, which is to be the best team in the region. And that's what they all still have the opportunity to fight for. So it's nice to have all 4 teams still in and amongst it whilst we got into the challenge finals, and we still have them here for day number 2. So it should be super interesting, and anybody could take it away.
Absolutely. And if you guys are just joining us here for the first time and you want to know what happened yesterday, what we're talking about, or you want to keep up with the rest of what we've got going on throughout the years, follow us on social media, whether that's X, Insta, and Facebook, or you can join our Discord at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series to talk all things Call of Duty and join our community. Now we'll take a look back at this bracket so you guys can see how yesterday played out. Obviously, we have status quo win that first match against Tribe. That's why Tribe's now down in a lower bracket. Nexus 3-0 Horus Esports. But Nexus make their way all the way through to our grand finals. First team in there. They'll now be waiting to see who comes out on top. We've got Tribe and Horus down there for the first match of the day. And then Status Quo, who did lose to Nexus in that upper bracket final, will be waiting to see who they'll be facing off against. So as you'll see reflected here on the schedule, we'll be kicking the day off with Tribe Gaming versus Horus Esports. And this is, like Brody was saying, this will determine who that 4th place team is, which means whoever loses will be the only team out of our top 4 that does not make their way through to champs. Brody, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, that is a very important matchup. Not, of course, just for an increase in the prize pool and keeping your tournament hopes and dreams alive, but your 2024 COD Mobile hopes and dreams alive. This is the moment where your season could end. Honestly, look, I think at first glance it might look like we know immediately who's going to come out on top here, but Horus were battling yesterday, so I think this is going to be a mixy matchup.
I think it's going to be a fun way to kick off our day. I guess we'll start talking about that, right? You saw it reflected on both the bracket and our schedule. Our first matchup of the day will be between Tribe and Horus Esports. So let's start talking about it, because like you said, we had an entire day of matches yesterday. We'll start with Tribe first here. One of the teams that I think we had some decent expectations of out of the season now finding themselves down here in that lower bracket, Ton.
Yeah, look, I think they had a very tough matchup yesterday against Status Quo. And honestly, me and Brody were just talking about it before the broadcast. I'd argue that they really did fumble a little bit. They came into it nice and hot, into a map that we didn't think that they would be successful on in Hacienda Hardpoint. They take that one away with flying colors, to be honest with you. They performed brilliantly. We're, 5-2 up in the Tunisia Search and Destroy. Lose that one 7-5. And then there was a round in the control that they absolutely should have won, which could have changed the entire course of the series. Of course, they went on to lose map number 4 quite convincingly, which I don't think they'll be too concerned about. But I think the concerning thing for me was maps 2 and 3. Like, you were in a really, really nice spot when it came down to the search and destroy. There was a round that you just cannot lose on the control. It's just one of those situations where you have to sort of look back to how you played in an entirety rather than just, you know, the small mistakes that were made. If they don't make those mistakes today, they could really go on a run. But it's all ifs, buts, and maybes until you really do execute what you need to execute. But look, they're still a good team. We still know they have the potential to go on to win the whole entire thing today, but they cannot underestimate Horus, so they need to make sure they're locked in for game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, going back towards those matches yesterday, I think for Tribe Gaming, there's just a couple of things I think coming today that they could fix. You mentioned it there. They just need to focus on those small things moving into today. You talk about kind of the search and destroy where maybe it feels a little bit one note versus status quo. You talk about, you know, that raid control where there was that round that they probably should not have lost. But now we're looking over towards the highlights here from status quo and Nexus. Neither of these teams are actually competing in the matchup between Tribe and Horus Esports. So I guess you guys are getting a look at that one. But here's a look over towards Tribe. I think this is their matchup once again versus status quo. You can see Hacienda Hardpoint. And yeah, I think this was the map at least that they took away. And I think that's the positive for me. But on the whole, I think the story for Tribe Gaming is that they have been just I want to say disappointing, I think, this season, right? They haven't been as competitive as they should be. We haven't seen the dominant Tribe that we wanted to see, really.
Yeah, I think... I don't know if I'd go as far as disappointing. Maybe underwhelming is what I would say.
Maybe I'm harsh.
Well, yeah, you are. We know that. But at the same time, I think, you know, you look at the potential of this roster, you know, at any given moment that they could potentially take over a series. So for them, it's going to be an interesting one. For Horus, though, I think you look at this team with an air of respect after yesterday. They looked relatively decent, especially in the search and destroy on firing range, which we'll talk about in a second, I would imagine. Yeah. But at the same time, for them, the pressure will be on because it's the last chance that they have to find that final spot at Champs. But also the pressure won't be on them because everybody will be expecting Tribe to probably win this game. So for them, it is almost a free swing at it. See how you do. If they play as well as they did against Nexus yesterday, they do have a chance. They pushed Nexus for the first map into a relatively decent spot, and then for map number 5 in firing range coming up on this series, it was map number 2 against Nexus yesterday. And I want to say Nexus maybe figured them out a little bit. I'm curious if Tribe kept an eye on that as well, but that will be map number 5. They were close in that one, but Hacienda to kick things off as well for Tribe should give them a good feeling heading into this series.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I think...
Birdie.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I think looking at this map set, again, you know, I'm kind of one of those people, when I look at a map set, I expect teams to try and veto against other teams, the team that they're playing, and I don't feel like Horus have done that here versus Tribe. You've left the Arsenal in the series, which feels like probably the biggest error of them all, because Arsenal has been a very weak control map for them this season. They've played it twice, they've lost it twice, and I think crucially, those losses were against top teams. They didn't win a single round in those games. So to ban Raid, which was their ban for this series, is a really weird choice when it probably would have been the better pick of the maps. You probably would have even taken a Seaside over the Arsenal, to be frank. And even with the firing range as well, I don't know if that's favorable to Horus, if only because of the fact we talk about their matchup versus Nexus yesterday. And the only reason, for the most part, they were winning the rounds that they were is because I think Nexus were kind of playing into the hand way too often on the map. And as soon as Nexus figured out what was going on, they were like, all right, we're just not going to do that anymore. And I don't think Tribe are going to do that here. So those two maps are going to be peculiar for me, but there is a way into the series. It is going to be, I think, the Hacienda Hardpoint. We did see Tribe get their first win on it yesterday, but we saw them also take a couple of losses on it earlier on in the challenge season. So there's a chance here to get into the series for Horus, but there is a couple of maps I probably wouldn't have wanted to see.
I mean, we talk about this a lot, right? Like, before the series even starts, there's already an element of the competition in this picks and bans phase, and we always wonder, like, are our teams doing their research and making sure that they're paying attention to strengths and weaknesses, whether that's their own or that's their opponents, and making sure that they're giving themselves as many advantages as possible while also kind of protecting themselves and not giving as many away. We'll have to see what these teams were kind of thinking with getting this all of these picks and bans through here, Brody, I know that you're going to be paying attention to those stats throughout this series. But while we're waiting for our players to get themselves prepared for this first match, everybody at home, that gives us an opportunity to ask you your thoughts on this one as well. Now you know those picks throughout the series. You've obviously watched them play yesterday. So who do you think is going to be winning the first match of the day? Will it be Tribe Gaming or will it be Horus Esports? Now, remember, we're in the lower bracket, which means whoever loses this will be eliminated from the competition officially. There are no more second chances, and match number one should be about ready to get underway. So, Birdie, Ton, let's kick off day 2.
All right, the final day of the North American Challenge season is upon us, and we're kicking it off with Horus Esports, the underdog in this story, taking on Tribe Gaming. We've looked over the map set, and they are, of course, as is always the case of a Call of Duty Mobile series, starting off or getting a Hacienda Hardpoint in there. And it is a bit of a peculiar one, I think, on the whole. Again, the fact that Tribe are beatable here, I think, shows promise for Horus. A way into the series, maybe?
Potentially. Look, Tribe looked great on it yesterday, but at the same time, did status quo just look bad is also something that I kind of want to consider. Tribe came out of the gates absolutely frying, though, from the word go. So let's see if they can do that again. It's a curious map set, but I still think it's one that Tribe will be looking towards in this series just overall, and sort of saying themselves will probably feel quite comfortable with it. They will want another go at status quo after yesterday, but I think, you know, if I was to look further down the line, I think for Tribe and for Status Quo and, of course, potentially Horus, the big issue is going to be Nexus. They looked unbelievable yesterday, so we'll see how things do go when we do get over towards that grand final. They're already there and waiting. We're just figuring out who's going to be there with them. One thing that has stayed consistent, though, Brody, Cody's watching again. She's back, and so she must have seen enough yesterday to want to return, and I hope you guys at home have as well.
Yes. Mate, who is the cat's bias for? That's what I'm wondering. Where's the bias caster?
Usually for my wife, actually, is her bias. Okay. I'm not the favorite in any sense of the imagination, unfortunately.
That makes sense. I can imagine that. That's fair. Regardless, we do have an important matchup to talk about. It's Horus Esports versus Tribe Gaming, folks. One of these two teams is about to go home, and we're kicking off this matchup on Hacienda Hardpoint. Let's see who comes out on top.
It should be an interesting one. I think for Horus, realistically, coming into this series, coming into the challenge finals, their backs have immediately been against the wall, but the pressure is very much off. Players like, I mean, you look over towards the Tribe roster, you just expect the best of the best to be able to push themselves to grand finals, that sort of situation. Whereas Horus, for them, coming into this, any sort of result will be a bonus, and I don't want to give any discredit towards them for saying that, but every other team in this challenge finals is a serious roster. Let's see what Horus can potentially do to upset the apple cart. For me, I'm really looking at Dusha. He was absolutely fantastic yesterday for them up against Nexus. And where he was popping off, they were getting a lot of success. But success has now followed them into the first hill on Hacienda. Picked up some decent time, but rotation over towards P2 is going to belong to Tribe. And if they can clear house here, this could be dangerous. Agony will find a big kill and some presence for Horus Esports on the way over towards P2.
Yeah, the thing is, you point out Dusha, right, as the player to watch here for Horus Esports. I got to point out Agony, who already is having a hell of an impact on this game at the start of this one. 8 kills to his name already. Agony, of course, joining the lineup once more for yesterday's matches, and he gave Horus a real good look. Of course, they were pretty competitive with Nexus. Right now, though, just 8 kills. Needs to find more as Horus Esports want to try and flood through Stairwell. Watchie's watching it. Keeping an eye on it, getting a couple of kills, making sure the Horus Esports back away, back to the square one they go, as they're now trying to mount yet another offense here.
Will find another to try and find a way through, but I mean, they've disrupted the spawn somewhat. They're going to start spawning over towards the lobby side, so it's all going to be through the side door potentially here, which is a bold push to say the least. There's 2 dead already. Imark is the only one that can find 1 and 2. Well, she will eventually shut him down, but for Horus there, you have managed to contest this for just a little bit of time. Tribe Gaming are going to take the lead and get a hold of the scrap, so that's maybe the danger as we head over towards P3 now. Close spawn's actually going to come in for Vig, so he's not going to be too far away. Good job from Tribe Gaming, though. They pick up the majority of the time and will find themselves in the lead heading over towards fences. Now, you can see operators starting to come up for both 2 teams. Who's can use them more effectively usually results in some decent time over towards P3, albeit very, very mixy. Predator missile coming in. Washi will break that one open. Horus now with some work to do.
This is always the hard point where investment is probably best utilized, right? It's just such a mixy hard point, and anytime you can get away from it, you can get a dominant hill in your favor. Well, I mean, that is operators well utilized. For now, though, Horus Esports, despite the fact that Predator missile came through, I was going to say it would be through, but Raballo finds 3 with the War Machine. Will get a posthumous kill on towards DDoS season as well. And now for you on the flank, Vague will not just find one, switches over towards the R9 for a presumed gunfight against Hitmarker. Will inevitably find it, and now the spawns flip out in favor here. Horus Esports, New Tribe read it, doesn't even matter. Not when Envy's picking up the kills of the Claw, and Vague has the middle of the map absolutely locked down.
Oh, this is bad news, Horus Esports. You were coming over towards P3. Yes, okay. That deficit is still only around 20. It may well rise up to the 30 mark, but a lot of investment coming through from Tribe Gaming, albeit, and you can see everybody from Horus actually has a hold of their operator, so maybe not as bad as I maybe alluded to kick things off. It seemed like a very easy break came through, but Horus didn't invest too much for it. How much value did they put in towards P3? The answer is probably not a great deal. And now you can see it's starting to come in. Agony already with 16 kills to his name. The Sparrow in hand. Annihilator out for Dusha. He will find not 1, but 2 and 3. Looking for the 4th in the corner as well. Vegas just give him a little bit of a dance around. But Kato and Hit investing well. So Horus Esports hold it off towards P3. We get to P4 and they bring on the entire arsenal.
I think that's the right time to do it, right? I mean, we've seen time and time again, right, in these games where Tribe Gaming, a roster like them, can get like a 50-point advantage. And, you know, if you're on the receiving end of that, you often find yourselves in these positions where you kind of have to hit scrap time, start kind of splitting up your resources and kills, where really you should be a combined force on the hard point. Horus Esports, with that investment, keep themselves in this game, continuing to be competitive for Tribe.
And I almost feel like, and maybe not the best time to discuss it with 15 seconds to go on the final hill of the first rotation, but massive investment over towards P3. It feels like you're just kind of cancelling each other out, right? Nobody really gets a whole load of points if that is what happens. Tribe invested a lot, got maybe around 10 or 15 points out of it. But Horus Esports come back, invest properly over towards P4, and have themselves pretty much a tight game heading into a second rotation. So great job from them. Tribe Gaming, though, for them, on the other hand, their operators are going to be coming up just a little bit sooner. I'd imagine to see a couple pop over towards P2. We'll be heading there in 50 seconds or so. Horus getting some good time. Will actually take a lead off this P1 rotation coming on through. Gunfight not going to be won there necessarily by DDoS. Kato will be there to pick up the pieces, but not a bad showing so far through one rotation of hills here, Brody, from the side of Horus.
Yeah, they're making all the right decisions at this point in time. Horus Esports now starting to invest in towards this time. Kato going to bring the Predator missile down. Unfortunately, though, for the rest of the team, they're all falling to the players up top side. Tribe have mostly control over the middle of the map. Finally, now for the back 20 seconds, they should be able to garner that scrap time. And now we focus on the rotation. Look at all the yellow arrows on the minimap here. Tribe Gaming have got themselves map control for the rotation to arguably the money hill here on Hacienda, but Horus, they're on the way around the flank.
Can they find a route through?
Capture the objective.
One good push here. One good break, you can get some good time. And after one rotation of hills, this is where you start not necessarily getting into the business end of things, but where the points really do start to count that little bit more. T-Bag trying to hold it down as best he can, and more than that, he's found absolutely everything. There's 3s, he find a 4. T-Bag just doing it all on his own. Start lining them up. Horus here, keep coming towards me, no problem whatsoever. The reinforcements are now here. Incredible from T-Bag. We'll find another. Fantastic work. That's going to hold it down momentarily, all on his own. I mean, the rest of the team, what are we doing? How have we lost the hill after T-Bag's just done all of that?
Yeah, Dusha comes through with a couple of kills, triple. As a matter of fact, I think now that's 4 for Dusha. Now looking for number 5. It's just so easy to get back-to-back gunfights in your favor here on this hard point because of all the choke points that you got to keep cover of. 20 seconds left now. I don't think Tribe are actually going to invest that much more into it. They're going to send one last little player in towards the time. Vague has a lot to do even with the R9. He's a very talented guy with it. He can't get that done. So for Horus Esports here, not only are they being competitive for Tribe Gaming, they're actually going to take the lead here. It's not quite convincing just yet. Control over the next hard point, that would do it. But look at the operators on side for Horus. They have everything ready to go. And we saw over by P4 in the last set what they can do with them.
Well, the question for me is, do they use them at P3 or not? I mean, they're going to use them and they're going to invest them. Maybe they're feeling it just a little bit more now. Investment, though, is it going to pay off? Agony from behind only finds 1. It was only 1, maybe with the Annihilator coming through from Dusha. You don't find a great deal from it for Horus Esports. Last time around, they held it. They waited for P4, they didn't this time, and they may well regret it. Tribe Gaming now in complete control. The call is out from Kato. What can he do with that? As Washi's going to bring out the Annihilator as well. Can he find anything? It's Raballo will find 2. Kato can answer back, but as can T-Bag. So Tribe Gaming doing a really good job of holding things down here so far. Horus Esports, a lot of investment, not much of a return so far at all.
Yeah, and that investment, I think, just came through a little bit in a wayward fashion, right, for Horus Esports. They came out kind of one by one instead of hitting the hill together with those 3 operators they came out with. I think, they got a couple of kills each, all at different timings. None of them really amount to any control over the hill, and that's really the reason that Tribe Gaming were able to hold on despite that investment from Horus Esports. So, a 15-point advantage now for Tribe. It's not quite solid, but we saw again what Horus were able to do on this hill last time around. Can they hold it through the smoke? Envy trying to get it done. Rabalo, Washi, everybody falling. Vague is going to get 1 kill with the equalizers before being shut down. That's not that great. You need to see some more operators here from Tribe.
Oh, they're going to start bringing them in, though, but Disha has done so well. He's now found 3 from the outside in the water, and Kato has just found the flank. The pinch comes through, and all of a sudden, Tribe are slightly staggered and coming from a couple of different directions, but they're finding gunfights in those different directions, and maybe the break's going to come through. T-Back again with the Sparrow. There's 3. Rabala will follow it up with another of his own, so it is a break from Tribe Gaming. 30 seconds to play for here at P4. Can they hold it down?
Hey, with the shotgun. A lot to do. Mid-map pressure, gets stunned up. Dusha should be able to pick up this gunfight. No, not like that. Vague decimates him. And on the other side, Rabalo and T-Bag are keeping cover of the hard point. Tribe Gaming doing everything they can right now to take this lead away in commanding fashion. A big back 10 seconds. And Horus Esports, I don't think they're actually going to put too much into this one. That smoke is so frustrating. You cannot see where Tribe is on the other side. And he's going to look for the last couple of gunfights. Hitmarker and Agony will come through for some post-mortem kills. But still, the damage is done. Tribe Gaming now a 20-point lead. At this point in the game, with the game we've had so far here on Hacienda, that's actually pretty big.
To break down the last couple of hills, though, you think about it and how things have transpired. The kill feed starting to light up for Tribe, and that's what we didn't see from Horus Esports over towards P3. They found a huge amount being used to try and find a break towards that hill. They find nothing over towards P4. First time around, they had plenty of operators to potentially use. They used them well. They found some good points. They had nothing available to them, though, on the second go, and have not found a great deal. The game is only about a 25-pointer. There's really very, very little in it, but how could that scoreline have looked if Horus had invested maybe a little bit more wisely and a little bit more efficiently? Speaking not efficient, Didos, you gotta win that gunfight. Rabalo's found him, and that's inexcusable. Rabalo's still surviving. He will eventually drop, but that's a couple of kills and a couple more points that went over towards Tribe that probably shouldn't have.
That's not the end of the world for Horus, though. They are currently 30 points down to Tribe, but they've got control of Newt. And this is where investment absolutely counts. You've got 4 operators. One of them's now coming out. Dusha trying to get things done. Overwatching. He's going to get shut down almost immediately there from Rabalo. Now that's going to force Hitmarker to bring out the War Machine. That's not going to get anything either. This is disastrous here for Horus Esports. Now Rabalo coming on through with the War Machine, firing pellets through the smoke, and he's going to find a kill. The rest of the team also doing their job. Tribe are in.
Oh, the problem is now for Horus Esports is that you have opportunities to bring these operators in to try and find the break, because you need to find that break. But the problem is you have to use them. You've been forced into it. Aggie now with the Sparrow will find 2, but T-Bag again has been absolutely ridiculous this game. 42 to his name, and it may well continue to rise. Tribe Gaming still in control with 25 seconds to go, and the kill feed is lighting up in their favor. They are 20 seconds away. They can close it out here over towards the garage.
Yeah, one more player to try and stop it. Dusha will only find 1. He's not going to be able to do anything. I think they get the tick over here in this scenario. So you've got to go. If you're Horus, that contest will ensure that Tribe have to go towards fences to get it done. But my oh my, that was a super important hard point for Tribe Gaming. They are going to be a hair's breadth away from closing out the game. Horus can't even let them touch the kill.
Oh, it's so difficult, especially when you're heading over towards P3. You've just got to try and keep them off. The trophy system will come in clutch. Predator was on the win. Horus, you need to be absolutely perfect. Rabalo, Washi, everybody combining. That should be the game. Only 1 player in and around the point. He gets dealt with. Tribe Gaming, 250 to 189. They'll take map number 1 in relatively comfortable fashion. It all comes down to a really good hold over towards that P2 on the 3rd rotation. They will get the job done from there. Great start from Tribe. They take Hacienda Hardpoint in map number 1 once again.
And it's in a very similar fashion to what we saw Horus lose this map against Nexus yesterday, right? You know, they're competitive for about 2/3 of the game, right? You know, they're making all the right moves. They're doing, for the most part, all the right things. And when you get to the 3rd and final set, that's where you let your opponent kind of slip away from you. Tribe Gaming, once again, showing just how good they can be here on Hacienda Hardpoint when it is required. And it was ultimately, I think, those last 2 to 3 hardpoints, especially that garage hill towards the end of the game, where Tribe just went ultra mode, came came out and just slapped Horus about. But I mean, fair play to Horus, because for the vast majority of the game, they were staying competitive. They were making the right decisions for the most part. Even when the investment wasn't all that great, it still didn't have that adverse of a scoreline effect overall. But in the end, a 60-point differential between these two teams, or so. Tribe Gaming are coming out on top.
Tribe heavily outslayed in that one as well, which is something that we noted yesterday up against Status Quo, which I know it's never the be-all and end-all, but they really did strongly do it yesterday. They have done it again, and it's a relatively similar scoreline, about a 70-point game or so. So Tribe really do have the formula on Hacienda at this stage. We knew that they had struggled with it in the regular season, but so far in finals, it's been looking pretty good. So if they can continue that form on that map, it will be an auto pick or an auto veto from the opposition. It'll be interesting to see if they obviously do get through the rest of this series, whether or not that will be the case against Status Quo. Again, we'll discuss that later on, I'm sure. But Search and Destroy are going to be coming up, and I think, how much did we put into it for Horus yesterday? Because for me, it was impressive what we've seen, but are we clutching at straws with them just getting a 7-5 loss, so to speak, up against Nexus? I think it's tough when it comes down to firing range. How much stock do we put into their performance? I believe we're heading into a Tunisia, so yeah, similar vibe, but I want to say it in the sense of, you know, if you want to be passive, if you want to wait for the opposition to make mistakes, then you can. But are the opposition going to find themselves in that spot where they want to make those mistakes? Tribe are not a team who will just happily hand you rounds. They will happily just sit back if they want to. So for the side of Horus, are you going to be offered that opportunity? That's a question I would ask.
Yeah, the one thing I will say about Tribe here on Tunisia Search and Destroy is you can see kind of the same kind of play styles they were trying to play yesterday versus Status Quo that they played versus Hydra, right? When they LG'd them, the clean 7-0 victory back in Challenge Season on the map to close out the series and prevent that reverse sweep. You could see them trying to do that same thing, right? Where, you know, on the defense, they were making them uncomfortable, kind of throwing a variety of different strats at them. And then when it came to their offense, they were just being super aggressive and trying to get onto the site, right? I mean, that was just it, kind of just like full 5-hitting site, and it's so difficult to retake sites on Tunisia Search and Destroy that it's a strategy that's going to work against other teams. It didn't work yesterday against Status Quo. I think it would work against Horus Esports, and that's why I think that's probably what we're going to see here from Tribe Gaming. Straight over towards B to kick this one off.
Oh my goodness, everything headed over there. But Dusha has actually found a kill on the Envy straight off the rip in the middle of the map. Is he going to be able to find anything here? If you're DDoS, you can find one, gets traded out. So the opening salvo will ultimately lead to Horus Esports having themselves an advantage, but Tribe with a lot of control over this B site. The net's starting to close though. On their way over, Agony will be putting shots in, doesn't find a great deal. Dusha will get taken down by Washi, so 3 versus 3, now 3 versus 2 as Hitmarker will find Vague. Advantage once again here with Horus, but they got here so quickly in those numbers, and Washi is now left in a 1 versus 3.
I think the problem is when you're in this situation, right? In your Tribe, you do just want to get control of the site and actually pick up the first blood as well. That makes things infinitely more difficult for a team like Horus to actually retake. That didn't go the way they wanted to. Now you're left up if you're Washi, having to pull off a 1 versus 3. Already converted to a 1 versus 2. Horus have given up this site. And I'm curious in a way if they actually knew that the bomb was down on the site itself. Certainly it would appear that they definitely do not know that. If not, I don't think they would be playing it like this. They're anticipating an A-kit. A rotation away from site. Washi now playing in behind enemy lines. He's looking for these players. He has no idea that these guys have just run away from site.
Washi with the Tundra. Anything is possible. That bomb goes down. Questions to be asked here of Horus Esports, but they still do have the numbers up against Washi. Will have to be ridiculously accurate. Well, that's a question that he's quite happy to answer. You will see one coming through. How on earth does he hit that on the hit marker? It's now going to be a 1 versus 1. Washi going to go out for the challenge with the pistol. It's a 1v2 from Washi to kick things off. Incredible shot to kick it off in that 1 versus 2. And then has the ice for the 1 versus 1. Big plays from Washi. What else would you expect?
More than a 1 versus 2. It was 1 versus 3, right? He got that kill earlier on to kind of create the space, you know, make Horus think that it was going to be a rotation away towards A. So phenomenal play from Washi. And I will say for Horus, kind of surprised that they didn't check that they'd gotten the bomb down on the kills they got early on in the round. Now towards this one. Tribe getting aggressive once again. First blood going away, hit marker. Good trades though. For the most part, all in favor of Tribe Gaming. It's fallen apart as far as the defense of this A site is concerned. And now if you're Horus, you're left not only having a retake in a 2 versus 4, but you're split doing it.
just not what you want to happen. After you get 1v3, you then get wiped off the site. And for Dusha, I mean, he has been fantastic for the team, but this would be a stretch too far. T-Bag will find the kill. Now the Tribe Gaming too good here on the attacking side. Yeah, that 1v3 from Washi, you just cannot let that happen.
Yeah.
Round number 1. It's something that I do like to talk about quite a bit, and you'll be sick of hearing me say it, but round number 1, I feel in the Search and Destroy can be such a... It can set the tone, you know, like, you know yourself, you'll be sitting there playing at home, you get 1v3'd in the first round, you're like, oh, is this how things are going to go? And then you lose the second round by getting dominated. Horus Esports need to turn this one around very, very quickly. B is looking the more likely target for Tribe Gaming. Utility start to be used. Dusha will find a kill. Their Envy though, good shots coming through. Rebala will answer back, makes it a 4 versus 4. This bomb will go down.
That's a smart from Vague, pushing out the backline. Oh, it's not smart from Vague, is losing that fight. The R9 shot's not as crispy as he would like, and Dusha will take advantage. And now, since Vague is not able to win those fights, they've got no control over the back of the site here. Horus Esports have mounted the retake already. T-Bag though, going to open things up for the first kill. Now a 3 versus 3. Horus, still a good look at this site. Now you've got Washi over the top as well. The kills are starting to come through. But do you know where these last 2 players are? Are you going to check that area down low where you're going to see T-Bag coming from? They do check it. There goes T-Bag. Rebalo now forced out for the site for the check as well. And Horus Esports able to retake the site. And the most important kill of that entire set there was that one from Dusha onto Vague towards the backline. If Vague even gets 1 kill there, Horus do not get back into the site.
Spot on. Absolutely spot on. I think, you know, if... I would have put my mortgage on Vague in that gunfight. R9 in his hand. Yeah, Dusha is a solid player, and he's going to continue to find kills. T-Bag once again gets taken down. That's going to be the wall bang all the way from the backside. He just found kills there beforehand. Does get traded out in a similar fashion, but slowing them down at least. Tribe may go for the automatic rotate here. Agony is waiting though. Anything he can find here as a bonus, can find 1, gets taken down, but now it is a 2 versus 3 in favor of Horus. And what are Tribe going to do?
I feel like Agony has bought so much here for Horus in the situation. You've got a lot of information. Washi, though, somehow finds hit marker. Are you going to anticipate the second player up top, though? No, yeah, you didn't know about Dusha. And now you're looking for the last player. Rebalo sandwiched between Dusha and Kato there. And yeah, again, you know, despite the fact that they almost make that 2 versus 3 work, the fact that Agony makes the play that he does, right, recognizes that, hey, those players haven't pushed all the way around the flank. They're coming back to the site. That call is everything for Horus Esports. 2 rounds now here for Horus Esports. They're able to tie things up.
Really good job on that previous one. That was just very well played across the board. Doing the same kind of thing over towards this B side. One, it makes you wonder if Tribe are going to maybe change things up, but answer will be no. Dusha is finding information, and then the shot onto the first. The second is now going to put him under pressure. He has some help to find that second kill, but Envy will find not 1 but 2. Opens up the site entirely. Now a 2 versus 2 is hitting Agony now on the way over. This bomb should be able to go down. Even the hit through the double doors, you should be okay. Oh, Envy's going to protect it, and Agony gets taken down. Hit now left on his own in the 1v2.
Ah, nice snipes over the top there from Tribe Gaming as they get the site control. And of course, the sniper rifles, once they're in, it's difficult to try and take those players down. So Tribe back on the board here. Now the final offensive round from them. They've given a couple of different looks at Horus so far in this search and destroy, and now they're going to give that look once again over towards A. They've got the numbers in this situation. Do Horus get cheeky with it? Get a player in towards Winery. I don't think that's the play from them. Tribe are going to have a little bit of room to work with here, and as soon as they fly out, Agony is going to have a lot to deal with. He's already had to deal with Envy, and he's not dealt with it well. Envy is going to take that first kill and a second as well. Everything is looking up for Tribe here. They've got full site control, and Dusha, have fun with this one, mate.
The final attacking round of the half for Tribe Gaming is going to go their way, barring a I mean, Christmas 3 times over miracle. This would be something quite special. The Tundra skin or not, he ain't getting this one. Oh, that's an incredible shot, but that isn't going to matter. Vague will come through to find the kill, and that is a good attacking side coming in from Tribe. Teams have got better at this attacking on Tunisia, but you still take a 4-2. You absolutely take it all day long.
I think teams have just got a lot better at recognizing that they need to just force the site, right? Just rush it. That's the only way you can really play it in this situation. Trying to methodically pick players away from the site doesn't really work to just hit it, especially at this level, right? When you're playing a team like Horus and you kind of know almost that you're going to win these fights. It's why you see Tribe do what they did there in that final offensive effort. For Horus, this is a totally different look. It's a totally different tone, isn't it? It's significantly slower than what Tribe were doing to them. They're waiting for Tribe to come to them.
And this would be my worry for Horus. It's a similar vibe as to what we've seen on firing range. Up against Nexus yesterday, they were just waiting for somebody to try and find a pick, waiting for somebody to overstep. And he may have overstepped, but he found the gunfight. That's the problem.
It's just difficult here, I think, for Horus. One man down. Again, you're waiting for Tribe to make a mistake. And frankly, again, we discussed this before we even got into this match today. They're not going to. They are not going to be the team to blink in this situation. As a matter of fact, Horus Esports just continue to lose this war of attrition. There goes Dusha as well. You're at least going to have bomb in your hands now, but 35 seconds left. You've not got really any options here.
And this has just been staggered. Like, I mean, you're going one by one. You're getting picked apart. I mean, it's just far too easy. Kado will find 1 and 2, so okay. This would be a 1 versus 5. Makes it a 1 versus 3. But the problem is they're going to start just jumping on towards him. The double child comes through. He does find a third before eventually falling. A valiant effort, but it's almost frustrating because if you're Tribe Gaming, you watched exactly what Horus did yesterday and you know exactly what to do. And Horus don't seem to have a plan B.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's just a question of, and I knew this coming into this Tunisia search and destroy, that
smoke kills it.
Tribe is so good at it. And snipes through the smoke from Envy. He's hitting a couple. It's not enough for a kill just yet. Fortunately enough, he's got a player's held friends there to clean things up. And after all of that, Agony now left licking his wounds, having to walk away from a fight, none the better for it. And I mean, arguably significantly worse off. That bomb is slap bang in the middle of A, and he has to try and just fly for it.
Honestly, I want to give a lot of credit for the utility usage coming from Tribe there. The smoke through Arch is just perfectly positioned. It just makes it so hard for Horus Esports. You can't see where you could potentially be getting shot from when you come onto a wider angle. It is FPS 101.
Over yet. Ready up.
Tribe Gaming 6-2 to the good. Smoke placement helping them out, slowing that push down. You could see Horus built up the courage, bro. And then as soon as they're on the site, Envy's just winging bullets at them. But here we go. Potentially the final round here of the Search and Destroy, or Horus going to come into the second day of Challenge Finals and maybe leave without a whimper. Already lose first blood. Agony will fall. Not had the best of times. Dusha has done his best, but Tribe Gaming now have the advantage in what could be the final round of Tunisia Search and Destroy.
And I was going to say the one advantage maybe that they have in this situation is that they didn't know, Tribe did not know where DDoS season was in that situation. And as soon as they figure out the jig's up, DDoS season is donezo. And now Horus, I mean, you're flicking through the alphabet at the moment for plan B, C, D, E. I mean, you're looking for the entire lot because you've got nothing here. Tribe have full control over these sites. And once again, you default to what you've been doing in these previous rounds. And to be fair, the call is good. You are getting that aggression from Tribe. It's whether you can actually stomach what you're looking for here.
Go for the angle. Envy will not find the shot. Has to back on down, but backs down successfully. And then all of a sudden, Teabag is there to find not 1, but 2, but 3 to clean up the Search and Destroy. Tribe Gaming are cruising. Horus Esports, not really a lot to say there in the Search and Destroy. And I think that kind of does confirm our suspicions from yesterday. Yeah, okay, a decent enough performance on fire range. You showed a couple of bits on Tunisia. Oh, did you, though? I mean, it's a struggle for them in a season that will come up hopefully in the future. That if this roster sticks together, Search and Destroy is something they need to work on. They need to be so much more fluid. They are waiting for it to come to them, but you need to be proactive. You can't just be reactive.
Yeah, I'll be honest as well, right? I mean, we're talking about Horus being very one-note, right? Being a very one-dimensional team here on Search and Destroy. If I'm honest, I think Tribe are to a certain extent as well, right? I mean, it's not like they were given any particularly unique looks, right? It was either we're just going to rush B or we're going to rush A. It's something they've done previously on Tunisia. Again, it's a big reason why they're able to 7-0 Hydra on the map mode combination. Horus just couldn't really handle it. You know, they had 2 rounds where they were able to do so, but beyond that, they got overwhelmed. But yeah, it is disappointing, I think, when you're looking, and I will use the word disappointing. I think that Horus just don't really seem to have any other game plan in Search and Destroy beyond just playing patiently and wait for the opposition to play into it. And literally all Tribe needed to do in that circumstance is watch yesterday's matchup to recognize that's exactly what Horus are going to do. I don't even know if they did that. I think Tribe are just a seasoned team and just recognize that, hey, you don't need to get over aggressive in those scenarios, especially when a spot at COD Mobile Champs is on the line.
Yeah, there's no messing around in these situations. I think you're right in a certain way about Tribe's gameplay as well, but it as mentioned, it's proactive. They're the ones making those decisions to try and make the round happen. And unfortunately for Horus, there was just none of that. So now we're going to be heading into an Arsenal control, which they barely lasted 5 minutes on against Nexus yesterday. This is going to be tough for them as well. Tribe Gaming have really come into day number 2 of our Challengers Finals here, looking like the outfit we were hoping to see. Let's see if they can continue it here in map number 3, and of course in the rest of the day. If we do get to a point where they're going up against status quo again, are they able to get their vengeance? We will find out probably quite shortly based on what we've seen in maps number 1 and 2. Yeah, for Horus now, long way back, Brody. I'm not too sure if you see any route in for them here.
I'll be honest, look, I'm a pretty negative guy anyway. People know this about me. I don't care. I feel like this is where you slipped up in the veto process is gonna bite you, because, you know, you should not have let Arsenal control through. And, you know, maybe I'll, you know, eat my own words by the end of this control. Maybe, you know, as a matter of fact, Horus recognized where they went wrong yesterday and they can fix those problems. Just don't get spawn trap forehead. But at the same time, it is just, you let Arsenal control through in this map set, you let Fire and Rain Search and Destroy through in the map set, and both of those maps aren't really that favorable to Horus. I don't think they should be here, to be honest. And even the Apocalypse Hardpoint, I mean, you know, you look at map number 4 prospectively, if we even get there, and, you know, you talk about Horus versus top teams on that, they have the record for the worst hardpoint scoreline this entire season. They got walloped the very first map of this challenge season, 88 to 250. I think that was versus status quo on that map mode combination. Things do not look good. I think as the headline here as we get towards the back half of this series, if this isn't the final map of the series, because Horus, they are up against it. They are fighting for survival, not just for this tournament, but for the entirety of the 2024 season.
Oh, it is not looking good, bruv, at all, is it? Horus Esports, what can you do yet? Can you bring something to the table on the map? We probably had the least hope for them out of the first 3. It's a tough one, but it's a good start. They are going to find a few kills, though, over towards this defensive side. They find a couple to push out a few lanes. And now it's that second wave. It's always the second wave that's a little bit more difficult to find. Tribe Gaming are going to be coming in off the respawn. They're going to have the guns up. They're going to know exactly where you are. They lose a few of those gunfights. Going to open up the door towards that B side. Not much to be really had over towards A. Horus do have numbers, but working on something over towards B. Tribe Gaming may well be attacking on 2 different fronts now. They find a little bit of movement over towards A. This is working out well for them.
Yeah, you just got to win the gunfights now, and this is really going to cause a real issue here for Horus Esports, because you have to split the defense, you have to split your forces to try and keep control of both of these 2 points, and Horus here are not winning the fights. Yeah, B is probably going to be gone here. Every single fight is going the way of Tribe. T-Bag finds a couple. Envy's also there for the fun of it, and, you know, a Tribe, they're not even letting them get out the spawn at this point. A has now got the second tick through, wasting no time, bringing the Predator missile down as well. Yeah, this one definitely feels like it's done unless they can get past Raballo, which they simply cannot. Raballo is guarding that hallway like his life depends on it. And, I mean, at this point, it probably doesn't, because they're stomping him.
Well, that could have went better. That could have went better. You know what, like, I would argue that the opener was actually quite decent from them. They found a few kills. They had a little bit of map control. Didn't win a gunfight after that. It's a tough one to stomach here for Horus Esports, and it feels like their wings have just somewhat been clipped. DDoS season isn't going to be here to play for the beginning of the round, but they have found a couple of kills to open things up. Kano and Agony working very, very well. Maybe find a little bit of an inroad over towards A, but Imaga just moving himself forward almost immediately. Want to cut off anything he possibly can. Yeah, Agony is Gonna start working on a potential spawn trap here. Hit will find 2. He's already found his way through, held his gunfire. Now we'll put the shots in. You can see over the other side. They're going to go for the challenge. We'll find the kills here. Agony now in a position to help Horus Esports out big time.
And the investment comes immediately through there from T-Bag. You know you're not going to get the team kill with the Predator missile. There's no real reason not to do that. And on the other side, there is no Predator missile for Horus Esports. They're just going to get it done themselves. And now the investment from Tribe Gaming is going to make this all the more difficult. Horus Esports, I mean, look, they've captured A here in this situation, but you're not winning the gunfights off the back of it. At the very least, you have dealt with a player that was sitting around in your spawn. So things will kind of neutralize here between both of these two teams. But it has to be said that Tribe Gaming here still have map control almost immediately off the back of the spawn.
Have to win this wave of gunfights if you are Horus. Just started that very, very well, but he gets wiped out by the claw. What I will say is that Tribe Gaming, their investment hasn't necessarily been clean here. May well be sitting at 17-17, but they have lost A. They don't really have a great deal of map control, especially towards their own spawn in the mid-map. Plenty of control down B Street, though, which I suppose is the main thing. Good shot coming in from Dusha. Can't find the second one, though, if you're Agony. And now you can see already a little bit of an inroad has been made by Horus Esports. They have cleared it out a little. But for Tribe Gaming, they don't have the flank to worry about now. You can see the setup already coming through from Rabalo. Good shots coming through from Dusha, but equally from Washi. Investment coming in from both teams here, Brody.
Annihilator versus Annihilator, and Washi's going to win that gunfight 10 out of 10 times. The rest of the squad is also here for the party, and trust me, they are partying right now. Tribe, 5 lives to the good over Horus Esports. They had one good look at it, and I think that good look has just washed away from them. Nice shot coming through from Dusha to pick up 1 at the very least. Makes this somewhat manageable, but once again, you've still got a wave of Tribe players to contend with, and you've got to locate them before they can cause all sorts of havoc. They're on the charge for them. They haven't quite located one player up top, and T-Bag's just going to pop up, making a nasty surprise to the Horus players that were trying to get their way out of spawns. T-Bag's still going as well. 3 for T-Bag. Just down to 1 player. Hit marker can't do anything, and Tribe are just 1 control round away from knocking Horus out.
And 1 control round away from heading the champs. A big moment for them now. Horus Esports have not turned up to the party. I mean, if you look at the kills in the top left corner, DDoS has 2 in 2 rounds. Hit has 4. I mean, it's just utter domination to a certain degree from Tribe. They really have put them to the sword in every single opportunity. Hitmarker is going to do well, though. He will find a couple. Rabalo does answer back and finds it from the grave, but irrelevant of that. Tribe Gaming are just starting to stretch their legs a little bit here as well. Kato needs to do something with this claw. Pressure over towards B, coming through again. Tribe Gaming pushed up that side last time on their attacking round, and once again are starting to camp it out.
That's just these kills. It's just such a similar situation. At the very least here, Horus players are through, but it's just, they're not long for this world. Tribe Gaming now just trying to get those players in behind enemy lines for the spawn trap. Vega's going to get the Predator missile down through, not just for kills, but also to call out for the players in the spawn, where those players that have gotten past said spawn actually did go. That spawn trap party doesn't last that long, but the job is done here for Tribe Gaming, and now investment for the transition from A to B. You've already got T-Bag over there with the Sparrow. He's found the kill on towards DDoS season. Horus filtering through right into the line of sight of Envy with the claw. This one should be done.
Oh, I mean, it's just such an impossible situation for Horus now. They really did come into this one as the favorites not to make it to champs. They came in as the 4th favorites, absolutely. And that theory has very much now been proven, unless DDoS can do something here with, of course, the equalizer. Finds a couple to maybe open things up, but Washi's going to come around from behind. He's going to be dealt with as well, and DDoS just trying his best. But those 3 kills that he found with the equalizer, with 3 of the 4 that he's found in this game, it's 20 versus 7. Envy has put the pedal down, and Tribe Gaming will see you at champs and into the next round. Utter domination in map number 3. It's a comfortable series, and they will walk away with the win, and will continue on here in Challenge Finals.
I feel like, I don't know, maybe this is just me. You probably shouldn't have played Arsenal Control there. I don't know, maybe Raid Control wouldn't have made that any better. Maybe it would have been slightly more palatable, but it is legitimately the exact same map that we saw yesterday with them versus Nexus, right? And, you know, they were competitive in the first couple of maps versus Nexus. They got to the Arsenal Control, and that's where all hell broke loose, and they just had no control, no pun intended, whatsoever over the map. And this is exactly the same situation, right? You know, around number one, Tribe, they just look well composed as a team. You see kind of that veteranship coming through to play. And Horus never really felt like they're able to do anything about it. Maybe the round number two, where they kind of bring it down to what was a 6 versus 10 there we saw, is really the only light in the darkness for Horus Esports. But that was not nice to watch.
That was tough. That was tough. Lauren, I need to regain after that one. That was a rough watch. That Cody still.
Okay. Here's the thing. I know that was a really solid match for Tribe, a tough match for Horus Esports, but this is something we talked about yesterday, and we can definitely reiterate it now that Horus Esports is out in fourth. There's one, still taking home a decent prize pool. Two, 100%. Need to remember, this is their first time with us here in NA, right? We brought Mexico into this region for this season and wanted to see what they could bring to the table. And think about it, they made it to top 4. So while probably they are disappointed with their showing, I'm sure they set the bar for themselves higher than what we saw here in this matchup. Definitely a learning opportunity, areas that they know they can absolutely improve on for next time around. And I'm excited to see what they add to the North America region next year. You know, I think that there's definitely some positives out of this one, Brody.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it has to be said as well, you know, we look at these players from last season, and even in the Latin America region, they didn't qualify. You know, these players tried to qualify. They didn't even get into the Snapdragon Pro Series last season. So to go from not qualifying in the LATAM region to, you know, obviously Mexico joins North America this season, you have that kind of regional shakeup. Not only do you get in via that second chance, but you make it all the way to top 4. Yeah, I'm taking a big positive away if I'm Horus Esports. And, you know, again, you know, to allude to what you just said, Lauren, it is almost exactly what we've been saying about teams, you know, in this competition. You have to walk away from it with, this is what we need to do better moving forward. Where did we go wrong? How could we veto better in the next season? There's always positives to take away from these situations.
Well, Tribe Gaming live to see another day. We'll take a look back at the bracket so you can see how that's reflected. A 3-0. Definitely going to give Tribe a little bit of momentum now, as Status Quo will be the team that's waiting for them in that lower bracket final. Status Quo was obviously able to watch this match while they're waiting for Tribe to come through, so we'll see if that influences what we see when we get to their series picks and bans phase. But for now, before we even dive into that, we've got to give Tribe a little bit of time to give themselves a break, reset, and prepare for our lower bracket final, which means it's time for a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where our first series of matches is now done. And Tribe are the one that survive on their lower bracket run. Now they'll have to face off against Status Quo. And this will be a fun little rematch here. Excited to see this one go down. Obviously, Status Quo dropping down in our upper bracket final yesterday. Now, either one of these teams is not going to go down easy to try and get to the grand final here, Ton.
No, absolutely not. And after we've seen the game between these two teams yesterday, we know it is going to be another close affair. Status Quo really did clutch up. I mean, look, I wanted to try and allude to Tribe maybe choking on a couple of occasions, but you have to give the credit to the team that came out on top. They were the one that clutched up when needed. Tribe Gaming were the ones, though, that faltered themselves. Can they go again here against Status Quo, though? They had the potential to win that game yesterday. They absolutely did, and we'll know that heading into the second chance here today.
Yeah, Tribe looked good yesterday, I think, in the first map, and then just kind of faltered past that point. So I was intrigued, as we look over towards the maps here, to see what would actually make its way from the last series into this one. And it feels like both teams have kind of avoided, for the most part, those same maps. I believe Hacienda Hardpoint is the only maps from yesterday's series that actually has remained in this one. And that's an interesting one, because I think that's a huge positive for Tribe. Not only did you win it yesterday, but obviously you also won it today. You've been looking like you kind of fixed your mistakes from early on in the season. So you're really happy with this if you're Tribe.
I think this will be interesting too. Obviously, Tribe coming in warm in comparison to Status Quo after a quick little 3-0, kind of getting themselves prepared for this matchup. Ton, could that affect how they face off against Status Quo?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, we talk about it so many times in any different esport. When you do have that momentum in the losers bracket, it absolutely can help you out. I think, especially as well after you have had that sort of game up against each other yesterday, you've somewhat figured it out to a certain degree. I think especially for Tribe, I think, look, they know where the mistakes were yesterday. There was a couple of rounds that they absolutely should not have given away in the Surge. There was a round they absolutely shouldn't have given away in the Control, but their hardpoint looked pretty decent, especially in map number 1. So we're not going to see, I believe it was... Wow, it's completely escaped me what map number 4 was. It was Hackney Yard, of course. Yeah. So that one's not in there now. So Apocalypse is another opportunity to see how their hardpoint is going to look. I think if I'm Status Quo here, I don't want to be going into a map number 4 when I'm down 2, because yesterday they didn't look sensational on Hacienda, and we've just seen what Tribe did to Horus there as well. So I would like to see them take at least 2 of the first 3 maps if they want a chance in this series. But yeah, interesting map set.
I like it. I like it. Well, chat, you know the drill. Okay, we've got another series around the corner, which means we want to hear your thoughts on this as well. Will it be Status Quo who move through to our grand finals out of the lower bracket, or will Tribe get back-to-back wins, have played through the entire lower bracket, and then face off against Nexus? Either way, whoever makes their way to the finals, it's going to be a close matchup, whether that's Tribe and Nexus, who went the full 5 last time we saw them in their group, or the absolutely dominating performance we saw out of Nexus yesterday against Status Quo. Can they bounce back? I don't know. I'm excited for whatever storyline we end up with here at the end of it all. I hope you guys at home are ready. I think we're just waiting a little bit to make sure our players are also good to go. Brody, will we get a full 5 for this one?
So I don't want to curse it, because I'm really notorious for caster curses, but I feel like we might get one here. Like my thought process is looking at the map set. I feel like Hacienda is going to go the way of Tribe, and I feel like Arsenal Control, that being in there, is a huge plus for Tribe. So I think those maps are probably going to be Tribes. I also think the start of the series might go the way of Status Quo. It depends, I think, on the momentum from the last series. The bottom line here is, yeah, I think this one's going to go to 5. I hope it does. I'm just really looking forward to a really close game, because yesterday's 3-0 in the winners bracket final, that's not what we want here. We want close maps. We want to go the full distance.
All right, Ton, you're going to give me your thoughts as we roll into match number 2, because it's about to get underway.
I'm going to go Tribe. I'm going to go Tribe 3-1. Well, you know what? It's a bit of a stab in the dark, I'll be honest, Brody. It really is. But I'm excited to get into it. Irrelevant of that, we are ready to go and straight into Apocalypse. I think for Tribe coming into this, I think having that little bit of heat behind them to get into this game, they know what they can do up against Status Quo. They know they made mistakes yesterday. If they can tidy them up, they have it in them to win this series.
Yeah, it is the momentum factor for me. We've seen teams make this lower bracket one. The way that today is set up, of course, if they've just won the first match of the day, they get through this one as well. They will be on fire going on a matchup against Nexus. That momentum has to carry them through here in towards this one. And so far, so good for the most part. They get the opening salvo of kills. Status Quo, though, will momentarily respond in kind. Tribe Gaming, though, fighting right back here. They've still got control of those inevitable spawns towards P2.
That is ultimately what you do have to focus on when you do kick off on Apocalypse. But, I mean, look, it isn't the easiest thing to do right now, though. They are bleeding points to Status Quo, who are going to have around 30 by the time they will get over towards P2. Teabag was so good in that previous series. Is he going to continue off here as well? There's 3 out of absolutely nothing. You line up like that for Teabag, he is going to take you down. Washing down an advanced roll here as well. We'll get taken down, but he should have the close spawns coming in over towards the back side. Now you can already see Envy pushing forward, just trying to keep them at bay for a little while longer. Tribe keeping control of P2 here. 50 seconds to go. Can they continue to do so?
You just need to get a player in behind enemy lines here. Fighting this from the front is always so difficult. Zyrax, though, already producing a couple of kills here for Status Quo. Blood going to follow up with another one here. Status Quo, I said fighting this one through the front is difficult. Status Quo are not making it difficult whatsoever. Zyrax is going absolutely bloody off inside the hardpoint. Tribe Gaming now forced towards those back spawns.
And it's one of those situations where if somebody gets through, it's almost like the water rushes in, right? You find that first gunfight, Status Quo do that. They then break through with ease. Tribe Gaming's momentum we thought was going to be there has been quashed pretty much almost immediately. The point time rising here for Status Quo. Brain's not working, words ain't working, but neither is anything for Tribe Gaming right now. Rabala will find 3 to maybe help them out on a rotation here, but that is a damaging rotation Status Quo will manage to get a hold of. Tribe Gaming need to turn this one around pretty quickly.
Status Quo really starting to take a commanding advantage over this game. You talk about holding P2, that early rotation towards the hard point. I think for Tribe to lose it on the whole here is not a good look off the start of this game. They need to have a good hold on this hard point. Ban now starting to fly through to try and take this time away from Tribe. Also getting help from Blur. Ban now over the top. Are you going to check this if you're a Bralo? No idea whatsoever. Washi now looking to be hunted down as well. Status Quo have done step number 1. Bam, just runs straight past the player with the claw. Fortunately, he does end up picking up that kill, but I think that hesitation towards the gunfight actually might cost him. He doesn't find any more than just the one.
Not the best from Tribe so far, though. Let's see if they can start to turn it on, because Status Quo have come into this one absolutely beaming. 15 seconds to go here over towards P3, and a good job from Status Quo so far. That break over towards P2 probably the difference maker now. What was around 30 seconds that Status Quo managed to get a hold of. If they don't get it, we're pretty much at a tied game. But all of a sudden this rotation is going to come in. Tribe Gaming are going to be here again. That will be 3 rotations in a row that they have seemingly won. Can they actually make it count though? Because already behind by 60 after only 3 hills.
This is a big lead right now for Status Quo. Tribe Gaming need to hold for this next one. Big investment of the equalizers coming out from Vague. He's lining them all up. It's so easy with the kills when you just get into the line of sight like that. And on the back line as well, Status Quo are managing to find a couple of the gunfights in their favor. Vague now going to have to get towards here. Runs out of bullets and time with the equalizers. Swivel to the R9 he goes. Going to get shut down. Kills still here for Tribe Gaming towards the back line, but towards the hill itself. Status Quo are winning the fights. They're in control.
Done so well to find a breakthrough. Tribe Gaming now trying to find a way back through Rabala, who can find 3, spins so quickly towards Band, and the War Machine just does devastating damage. Grenades over the top are going to have to be accurate here from Status Quo. They have been taken off, but then to find the kills back themselves. They smell blood in the water for this final 5 seconds. No need to overcommit. They know they want to keep a hold of these spawns over towards P2. So for Status Quo, a successful first rotation of hills. But really, the difference has been that P2 break that they were able to find. This time around, they're the ones in control of that hill. And on control of P1 here as well, Brody, picking up some decent time. It's been a good start for Status Quo.
Yeah, this has been a great hard point on the whole so far for Status Quo, and you call it perfectly, mate. It is the fact that they managed to break the P2 rotation when they did in the first set that has really split the difference between these two teams so far. Tribe, though, never count them out. The likes of Teabag and they can get going in this game. They will start to become a very dangerous roster towards P1. Teabag finds 3, and that's going to be a full wipe effectively for Status Quo. And if you're Status Quo in this situation, you got to be careful that you don't over-invest in towards this one, because you go too heavy at this, you lose the gunfights. Try to be well on their way towards that rotation towards P2.
Look, just like that, actually, it's going to be one player in Envy. He broke through, but turns around. I don't think he knew how much room, how much space he had. Let's try and make that pressure count. Washi will fall. Kills being traded across the board as these fights continue, as the old hill will leave us as we go over towards P2. It's going to be a big hit through over towards the back row inside, but Ban getting out the claw and making it count. Big kills coming on through. Now will allow now Status Quo to set themselves up 50 seconds to play for here over towards P2. The Status Quo position very, very well. They've got operators to help them. Players now pushing forward. Doesn't find the 4th, but does find 3, and that will slow up Tribe Gamer right down.
It just goes all the way in towards that P4 area. This is so difficult because you're going down range. You've already had to deal with the equalizers. Now you're having to deal with Blur's War Machine. He runs out of pellets though. Now going to bring the Predator missile down. It's going to catch a couple of players. Players inside Postal are going to get dealt with. And Status Quo now, you call it, mate. This is a devastating hard point for Tribe Gaming. You have to go for this back 25 seconds. Back spawn though for Envy. A rogue spawn that might just be a gift from the gods themselves. Tribe now, off the back of that, are going to be able to get a look towards this time. They might be able to steal away 5 to 10 seconds or so, and I guess you take that at this point considering you're 80 points down, but still that was a difficult hard point for Tribe to take.
Oh, I mean, you take that all day long. You had no right to get around, what, a 5 or 6 seconds denial over towards Status Quo. They could have been close to the 200 point mark if it wasn't for that rogue spawn that comes through. But Status Quo maybe stepped just ever so slightly too far. Other than that, they didn't misstep one single iota throughout that entirety of that hill, and it really did come down to Predators finding 3 with the equalizer. He forced them away, and then they used everything else so well, especially the War Machine, just to zone them off. Drive now over towards P3, doing something very, very similar, finding the kills, forcing them away. It's a little bit harder to lock down some good time over towards P3 than it is over towards P2. More kills starting to come through here for Status Quo, who will find a breakthrough again. Predators already sitting at 29, leading the lobby. It's a nice break from Status Quo, who will break 200. 20 seconds remaining here over towards P3. Tribe Gaming have some work to do in this game.
They absolutely do. Tribe are down by a ton at this point in time. You have to not just pick up this hard point ton, but you've also got to pick up the next one as well. You can't really afford to get Status Quo in even once. Even for 5 seconds like this is damaging. And now for Status Quo, starting to make the charge around the back line here. Tribe, they have to recognize that's where the hit is coming from. Rehan is trying to push through Chicken Coop. It's going to be a bit of a preemptive War Machine utilization coming out from Rabalo to keep these guys at bay. Inside the hard point right now, of the both players off the spawn will be coming through that P2 side. Rabalo does take out Puedas on the other side. Envy is also finding gunfights. Tribe, they're doing it here in this hard point control.
A lot of investment though. 45 seconds to play for, and they could do with every single one of them going over towards them. All those kills are in their favor. Blair's the first one to find something, takes down Washi, a rogue grenade over the top. But in the same sense that Status Quo did so well holding down P2 with their operators that they had at the time, Tribe Gaming are doing the exact same thing. Ban's going to go through the front door. The Predators will follow it up with something himself as well, but the Annihilator is now out from Rehan. Blair's going to bring in his own War Machine, and the break will come through. So investment from Tribe probably got them around 40 seconds or so. For Status Quo, it'll get you 15, but you are ever closer towards that rotation to P2, and of course the win in map number 1. This could be a big gunfight. Band wins it as well. Washi will get taken down. P2 spawns are there for Status Quo if they can't succeed at P1, which is popping in a second.
Yeah, very similar situation once again with Status Quo consistently holding control of those P2 spawns. Tribe Gaming now need to try and break it. I think that needs to kind of be priority 1. You know where Status Quo is spawning there. You might as well just go for it. Why the hell not? Just throw everything in the kitchen sink towards that time. But unfortunately, the vast majority of the gunfights just don't go in your favor. And now, as a matter of fact, on the flip side of that situation, Status Quo are pushing in towards P1. Rehan will find a couple of kills. One with a Hunter drone and one with his weaponry. Teabag taking himself out of the play is not going to help the situation. Status Quo now finding the kills. Banned for a double. Now with the claw as well. They're looking to put the hurt down.
Oh my word, they're just pressing forward. They need to make sure they keep a hold of these spawns over towards P2. It will not matter if P2 pops though, with the way that Status Quo are just frying right now. Band has hit 40, and it was 7 in a row. Status Quo may have just added a nail to the coffin of this map. Fantastic performance throughout the entirety. They have the spawns for P2. They put more damage down to P1. Tribe Gaming, a mountain to climb.
What even is momentum is what Status Quo say to what Tribe just did to Horus in that last game. You'd think it would have some kind of effect here on this game number one. Just one more wave of gunfight and this one will be donezo, and we're a situation that we were in previously with Tribe forced to try and make their way through Postal. Watching Envy will find a couple of gunfights in their favor. Investment coming through from Raballo and Vague as well. Tribe Gaming have done it. Vague for a couple of kills. Now starting to force the issue here for the spawns as well. Tribe, they're in the hill though.
Spawns even still towards the backside here for Status Quo, and now they have one spawn out as well. A potential pinch. There is a big gunfight going over on the other side of things. Blur's the only one who can win it here. Tribe Gaming will actually have an opportunity to win it over towards P2 if they can continue to hold this down. Status Quo still only need 2 points, but Tribe, they're holding it down. Status Quo starting to panic.
You gotta go. You got to try and find some contest here if you're Status Quo towards the backline. Investment now from Blur. Surely this is going to be it. Blur for a double inside this hardpoint. Recon also with him. That's going to get it done as Blur finds 3 towards the closing moments of the game. They were just waiting for one operator to be ready to go there in the final moments so they could break the spawn trap that they were in. Fair play to Tribe Gaming for making that as close as it was, but it does not matter in the end. Status Quo, they get it done.
I think they're good value for that win as well. Look, Tribe managed to find that break there and force them towards the back, but I think for the majority of the game, it felt like Status Quo were the team in control. It felt like they were the team really performing just a little bit better on the map, and that's easy to say when you do go on to win it, but it just felt like as if rotations were in their favor. It felt like the breaking especially was so good from them. And as far as the operator's usage goes, they were so efficient with that. They made it count every single time. That second rotation over towards P2 was quite literally perfect, and that's what set them up for a lot of success in that final rotation over towards P1 and 2. They were in such a commanding position that, yeah, okay, they could lose the hill. They could lose 25 seconds on P2. They only needed 2 more to get the job done. Huge game coming in from Band. He was fantastic all the way throughout. The Claw player getting the job done. I think what I would say, though, on the other side of things, uncharacteristic game from Washi. If he could step it up and bring more to the table, it's only a 15-point game. But Tribe Gaming did well when they did find those breaks. They did find those moments. Ultimately, did drag them to a close 15-pointer, but Status Quo will find it off the back of some really good work over towards P2.
Yeah, and again, going back to the talking point we talked about, but, before we got onto this one, we asked how much is momentum going to play an effect onto this series, because Tribe would be feeling pretty happy about the way in which they played versus Horus Esports, and they knew that, ultimately Status Quo would be a very different opponent, but nonetheless, it always is the case, right, that, when you're just coming hot off a match, you're going to be feeling good. That is a very important way to start the series if you're Status Quo, to just start the momentum dead in its tracks, being like, look, yeah, you might have just done really well in the last series, but you're now in our territory here, and well, it is definitely our territory. Status Quo 1-0 up now off the back of that first map in this best of 5. Again, it should be said that we expect this one to be a pretty lengthy series given the way the vetoes have played out, and I think it's towards the back half of the series. I think that's where Tribe will come alive. I believe the next map in this one is going to be a Kurohana Search and Destroy, and I'm very excited for this one, Tom, because generally speaking, when we see a Kurohana Search and Destroy, it's kind of a lower level, right? Teams will pull it out against maybe some mid-table teams to try and kind of throw something fresh in a series. We're going to see, again, what these high-level teams actually look like on Kurohana, arguably for the first time.
Yeah, and it's one that is really focused on the attacking teams working well together in terms of everybody kind of on the same hymn sheet in terms of where we're attacking, making the moves at the right time. But then you can also play very, very slowly as well. But the snipers are going to be a huge amount of player here for both these two squads. Let's see who is really going to come out on top of that one. But yeah, I think realistically for Tribe, you are right in the sense that, the back end of things really does look a little better in terms of how we expect things to go in terms of the map set, and they do now find themselves behind, so they need to make sure that they can actually get there. Of course, Arsenal control in map number 3 is a curious one for me in this series. I'm really not too sure which way this one goes, but I mean, as far as Kurohana, it's kind of the same thing. Map number 4 would, of course, be Hacienda Hardpoint, and I believe map number 5 was... my brain's actually eluded me completely.
Express.
It's not Express. Okay, well, there you go. It's still so hard to call. It's really, really hard to call, but I do think it was important for Status Quo to find that first map now. at least they're going to be going into this, and let's see how they go. They could potentially be going to a map number 4, of course, if Tribe can answer back, but a lot in the air still.
Yeah, there is. And ultimately, you know, again, we haven't seen too much from these two teams against one another. We only saw them play yesterday for the very first time, and it was a great matchup. Of course, if you guys missed it yesterday, it was Tribe that started out the series in a strong fashion. They're able to take the Hacienda Hardpoint away again. That is the only map that remains from that best of 5 yesterday in today's set here, and arguably an all-important matchup. But then, of course, it was Status Quo that came out with back-to-back victories to take the series in a 3-1 fashion. Very different look off the start of this one. It is Status Quo instead that have started strong. We've promised a high-level Kurohana search and destroy. Will we get one? Status Quo starting things off on the offense.
They get over towards the A side. They're trying to survive and doing just more than that. Envy gets taken down by Blair. All of a sudden, Teabagger's over here. They've managed to get themselves over quite quickly. Raballo's able to answer back with not 1 but 2 big kills from Raballo. And that's slowed down what Status Quo wanted to do. He's found 3 now. Raballo finds 4 on the retake. It is a hell of a start to the search from him. Tribe Gaming wanted the good.
Yeah, good reactions coming out there from Tribe. I think ultimately just recognizing, hey, exactly what's happening right off the rip. Raballo, of course, getting 4 kills probably does help the situation somewhat, right? But still, good reads from Tribe. Good reactions as well. Status Quo going to give the same look this time, right into the line of sight of Envy, though. Nade at the top is not going to do anything. Can Envy even get a tag, though? No. Ban gets him from far with the BP-50. Trade's now going in favor of Status Quo. They've got a clear line of sight towards A.
What's the play going to be as they switch things around? Tribe going to be caught second guessing, but Rehan's now found himself in a really good position. It's a big gunfight to find as well. Raballo will get taken down. Now Rehan's just going to patrol around in the middle of the map. Is he not going to find a second? Fig will take him down, but oh, if you are Washi, you need to find something there. You're not going to find anything. Now a 3 versus 1 Vig. What can you do from here? You have got a half marathon to run to get over towards the site. And 40 seconds now to try and get a diffuser.
I was going to say the KRM is probably not the best weapon in this situation to try and retake that site, but then he whips out the BP-50, and I think, hey, it's a little bit more manageable. No, that's not happening. Just difficult there, I think, for Status Quo. Or for Tribe, excuse me. Status Quo, make the heads-up play call, right? You get the number of gunfights over by A, and you think, you know what? They're going to think this is going to be an A hit. Let's try and transfer over towards B. It works out perfectly. Different looking towards this round, though. From the middle of the map, they go. Utility over the top from Raballo. Lovely set nade onto a Ban. That's going to make things difficult here for Status Quo.
Trying to see where Raballo even was over towards us, over towards the B side into mid. Rehan and Predator will find a couple of kills. Cyrex will fall in and amongst that. Big gunfight. Blair will find it again. He seems to be having a lot of success with the Tundra so far, and that's opening up avenues for Status Quo, as their bomb will now start to get planted. It's 3 versus 2 in their favor. Bomb will go down. What if Tribe gun in their locker here?
It's so difficult. And as Raballo goes down, it gets even more difficult. Vague will at least get a kill off the back of it. And he goes to the KRM for the second. Not the third, though. Lines Blur up, but Blur takes him out before he can cause any more carnage in that situation. Status Quo now starting to take the lead in this game. Big plays early on as well. Blur currently 5 kills. Top in the leaderboard for his roster.
Objectives. The enemy has the bomb.
Let's start from Status Quo. They're going to feel maybe a little bit of grief. They didn't find round number 1. They're not going to find first blood this time, though. Envy switching up the position, and Blair taken down. So there is your linchpin, who has really been the guy finding the snipes so far, opening up angles to potentially let you onto a site. He's going to get taken down, but Band has one as well, and he will find Raballo 4 versus 4.
Vega's hunting for this kill. He's hunting for it. Oh, can't get it done with the shotgun. Goes to the pistol and is not going to outgun Rehan at that range. Teabag, though, will find one through the middle of the map and actually gets away with his life. It's pretty valuable play coming out from Teabag in the situation, especially as the bomb is right at his feet. Washing out, looking for some kind of exit frag here on the push through B bomb. Tribe forced in this situation to play separately. Teabag waiting ever so patiently, ready to strike. Shots out towards Cyrax. Not good enough for the kill just yet. Going to have to reposition. Once again, Status Quo now at the very least have picked up that bomb. They're going to get it down over by B.
A pick here for Washi will be huge. Teabag isn't going to be offered anything more than a shoulder. She now finds his way through, and status quo will find themselves out of the side band. We'll find one. Teabag now left in 1 versus 3. Can't find the first. Consider jumping on it. Will jump on it. There ain't no way he gets away with it. Yeah, Zyrax is there and close enough with the R9. Accurate as he needed to be. Status quo 3-1 to the good here. Looking very, very solid. Kurohana so far. It feels like they are just maybe just finding those opening angles just a little bit better when they are finding those gunfights. They're making sure that they do find some value from it. A-site has really been quite successful for them as well. Teabag's going to be left on his own. He's not going to go for the peak. He does know what's going on here. You can already see the reinforcements on their way over. It's a 5-man hit on the outside of the map here. Blur just about rallying behind. Still looks like status quo concentrating on A here, Brody.
This is a small reposition coming out from Teabag as well. Tribe, will they read it? Let's move back towards the bomb instead of being in the cut. Is that going to be more helpful here for Tribe on defense of the site? You've lost Envy up close and personal snipes from Blur and Ban. And that's full clear out of the site from status quo. This bomb's going down.
Such a hard retake. Raballo, heroics in round number 1. He found 4 in that round to get something going. Washi now left on his own. Not a hope or a prayer.
Ready up.
Status quo, commanding position. 4-1 to the good. They're just committing everything towards each site. Winning the opening gunfights and then some more after that as well. 4-1 now. Can they make it 5 after their 6 attacking rounds? It'll be a hell of a start.
They're going to try it. Washi going to draw the first blood in this round. That's going to weaken things significantly. Nice nade over the top again. These nades here on Kurohana have been excellent. It's what you wanted to see between these two top-tier teams here in North America. And it will slow things down for status quo on the offense. You do, despite the fact that they're 1-man down, still have options here in the scenario. And I think you can see them kind of surveying the options at the moment. Where do we want to take this bomb? It is going to be an A here, it would seem. It's exactly the same kind of look once again from Tribe. A couple of players over by A, ready to deal with it.
Holding nice and steady. Not making any movements that they don't need to. Teabag ready for the push. Maybe 2 on this site. Are they going to see him? Rehan's going to spot the corner as he pushes away through. And now Envy needs to find something. Oh, that did not look far away. We'll have to back on down. His teammates will be here to help him out. But our status quo even going to be here to offer up those kills. Washi's going to push forward. Rehan. Oh, he takes the hit marker as well. It's now a 4 versus 3 in favor of status quo, who have control of the middle of the map, but they're yet to make a decision on which way they want to go.
Yeah, this is the thing about Kurohana here, is there's just so many different lanes you can kind of route yourselves towards these site. One player isolated towards the back line. Envy has just not been winning these snipes so far in this series. He's only got 2 kills to his name, but perhaps Faye can catch these players off guard. Unfortunately, he gets caught out by Rehan, though. Isn't able to be effective whatsoever. Rabala will find one on the other side, but this is great news. If you're status quo, you know where Vague is. The smoke goes down to try and offer an escape route. It's not going to happen. Status quo dominate the offenses here as we switch sides.
Sensational on the attack from status quo. Absolutely feel like they're running the map right now. What's the play here from Tribe? But the play is actually going to be grenades and everything else going over towards the B side, but everybody actually going over towards A. The old bait with the utility has worked perfectly. You've given up the site here of your status quo. Tribe don't know that yet, but they could take it for absolutely nothing if they do wish to do so, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Love that from Tribe.
Got site control. Are they going to follow up with more kills? Envy's trying it. Not that effective in the offenses. Well, the defenses, excuse me. He will be here. Finds a kill. Vague also following up. Rehan on the attempted flank will at least find one. Players split up, though. You see some kind of individual effectiveness from Blow. Blur almost picks up the second kill versus Teabag, and Rehan continues to be effective. Will find Vague, but no more gunfights beyond that. Good effort there on what was, I think, was a 2 versus 4, but it is not to be. Tribe, some life in them yet in this S&D.
Defend the objectives.
I like that though. Because the utility usage, our status quo gonna get... I mean, the thing is, do they fall for that kind of thing again? Tribe Gaming gonna sit back nice and tight now. Status quo, are you gonna offer anything up? Are you gonna push forward? Envy's trying to tempt you to do so. And we'll find Raballo though. So that's a big gunfight to find. Gives them plenty of control over towards that A side. Tribe Gaming have to sit back a little bit here, and they were waiting for the push to come, and they have just waited to be gunned. Vega will find one to answer back though, and T-Bag's going to be able to find one of his own. 3 versus 3 now. Does he see Blur? He absolutely does not. 3 versus 2 in favor of Status Quo.
Yeah, they were relying on Vague being kind of the power player in the situation. He was the one furthest pushed up, and they were hoping that Status Quo would run right into the trap. They didn't. Now Status Quo has their number. I believe that Puedas will have just seen this transition over towards A. He should have seen the transition over towards A. I'd be surprised if he didn't. Doesn't look like they have that information. So Tribe are going to be able to get this bomb down for free. Now the question for me is, what is this retake going to look like? Because if Status Quo do approach us from 3 different angles, those players will be isolated. No, they're not going to do that. Puedas will be isolated away from the other 2, and Envy takes him down.
Oh, Envy!
Well, no.
Nelly found it. The hit marker is enough to maybe just slow Blur down. Health is regened. Zyrax is with him. Oh, they're going the real long way around though to get this control again. Envy holding down the angle. They continuously will check that with 15 seconds to go. You need to start moving right now. Oh, Envy finds one back. Yeah, and he finds another as well. Envy. Minimum of 3 in that round.
And I've got to say, that was a round where it does feel like I think Status Quo probably should have won with the man advantage in this situation, right? The fact that you let Tribe get towards one of the sites, the fact that you let them slip the net in the way that they do is a bit of an error. One that they will regret. For now, though, it's okay. You're still 5-3 to the good in this search and destroy. Utility over the top here. This is a lot of utility being thrown from Tribe over towards B. I think to give the impression that it is going to be a definitive B here. Instead, though, Tribe are flying towards A, and there's the first few shots being fired out over towards the A site. Status Quo now reinforcing. Band is joining the party. He's weak for this next fight, though. Does not matter for Band, who finds the win against Envy. The trades are going in favor of Status Quo here. Raballo, the only player on Tribe to find any value. T-Bag will trade things out now, making this a 2 versus 3, but the bomb is the biggest issue here for Tribe.
Another huge issue is Zyrax behind, can find one, butters up T-Bag and finds the second. Status Quo 6-3 now, 1 round away. Defense definitely seems a little bit more of a struggle for both these 2 squads, but that is a big round for them to find.
Defend the objectives.
Can they close this one out now for a 2-0 lead? That would be absolutely huge.
Just looking for one search and destroy round. I think even more huge again would be the indomitable scoreline in which they're doing it. Vague, first blood, good start. Again, that same positioning. He did what he was unable to do in that prior round where the Tribe had to flip it back in their favor in the 2 versus 3. He does get traded out, but it's a worthy trade. You take that. You get 2 kills for the 1 death. Now you have got numbers to work with, and you've got basically full site control. Once again, Status Quo here, just give it up a site.
Oh, big shots from Blair. Finds the pixel and makes it a 3 versus 3. Vague finds the first 2 kills of the rounds. The problem now for Status Quo is that that B-bomb site has been given up. And we'll have to find a retake. 3 versus 3, so it's an even playing field, but you're the one that has to move. Envy over towards the backside is just going to be watching the cross. Bit of an awkward position now for Zyrax to be in, but Envy needs to get over to help his teammates out because the squeeze is starting to come.
T-Bag finds a double.
Well,
that's going to make things easier here. Blur, 1 versus 2. Looking for a way to stop this bomb from going up. He's looking for it. He's still somehow alive in this situation. I'm trying to just convert the kill on towards T-Bag. Does he have time with a kill? No. Envy takes him off the site and keeps Tribe's hopes and dreams alive. And again, it has to be said, it does feel like even though Status Quo did have some modicum of control, right, they had the sniper down long. This is now the second time where they're giving up a site away to try letting them get the bomb down.
Six to 4. Starting to get a little tighter now. Status Quo still only need the 1 round. That opening kill might help, but T-Bag's there to answer back pretty much immediately. You've got to hit those shots if you're banned. Raballo is there to pick up the pieces. Washi finds one in the middle of the map as well, and all of a sudden, things are starting to get a little bit scary for Status Quo. It's a 2v4 retake needed. They will find the first. MV will fall. 2v3.
Good read from Zyrax for that first kill. They're on the hunt for him. That might be a problem, though. Zyrax finds one before going down. Poitus now in a 1 versus 2 off the back of that. Going to get T-Bag. Switches over towards Washi. Brings him down to, what is that? The most smallest sliver of HP you'll ever see. It does not matter. Another round of the board for Tribe, and it has to be said, it feels like they earned that one. They managed to take control of the site early on. They got the vast majority of the gunfights in their favor. Nothing given for free there.
Status Quo just do not seem to have a read, do they? One player towards that B side. It just feels as if the old bait for the utility over the top is making the difference. Band will get taken down. Tribe Gaming have eventually awoken here in the search and destroy. And this feels eerily similar to what we've seen yesterday. But the shoe was very much on the other foot. Status Quo brought it back. Tribe Gaming are just about doing that themselves. We're a Tribe Gaming round away from seeing the first overtime here, Brody.
Yeah, it still is wild, by the way. We've not seen a single overtime this season of North American Challenge season. We could go an entire season without seeing one. Unless Tribe can win this round. And again, you know, the ingredients for a perfect meal are there. Vague now getting the kill on towards the site as well. It's the same problem. He's the infiltrator in this situation. Lovely kill from Puedas, though. Maybe player on the site as well. Reed could cause some havoc. Yeah, gets the kill against Raballo and gets the hell out of dodge. But they've got their own Vague. T-Bag behind enemy lines. Not just one, but the second as well. And you know where the last player is. I feel I can sniff it. It's the overtime. It's coming to us.
There it is. T-Bag finds another for his 13th of the game. Unlucky for some, but not for Tribe, who bring that one back. The attacking side so much easier for these two squads so far. Status Quo, what was it, a 5-1 lead? Something along those lines. They were looking so pretty in that spot, but Tribe Gaming had their way as well. Who's going to come out on top on the defensive side now? Big shots coming in from Band. T-Bag, oh, he nearly finds a third. Gets traded out. It's a 2-for-2 trade, 3 versus 3.
Yeah, Vague thinks better off that initial interaction as well. Utility will be good enough to keep Status Quo away from the push towards A. And even Status Quo are rethinking about this one. Being uber cautious of the fact that Vague is a very proactive player. And hey, I think Vague might be hitting the middle of the map here. But no, he's held back. It's not being over aggressive. And we'll hit a reset here. Status Quo either waiting for an aggression or for a Tribe to clear out the site. Washi not going to see Blur with that jump over the top. But this could be the big pick. If Washi goes down here, this will be the go signal for Status Quo to just flood the A site.
Nobody wants to blink. High pressure situation. Both of these two teams. He blinked first, Blair. And Washi was ready and waiting. This could be a huge defensive round for Tribe. Pressure now is going to start coming in over towards the B side. Zyrax will find one. Vague can only find one himself. Zyrax makes it now a 1 versus 1. Is he going to have time to get this bomb down? Washi's on his way over. Misses the shot. Zyrax is going to come in for the chal, and he's going to get gunned. Washi takes him down. It's a huge defensive round for Tribe Gaming.
Incredible round from Tribe. They take the lead here in overtime. That is now, what, 6 rounds on the bounce from them? Incredible momentum. The back half of this search and destroy, and they want to get it done on the offense. They know they've got players isolated over towards B. It's a totally different look from what we've come to expect from Tribe. Generally speaking, they're relying, and again, Vague in the middle of the map. That's not happening. They just want to get it done with a forward push on towards B. Unfortunately, I think not a lot of that utility actually landed. But as Envy picks up Band here, they've got options now.
What option do they take? T-Bag has just been absolutely indomitable in this game so far. 15 kills. Looks like Tribe are rotating back over towards B or threatened it. It's really going to rely entirely on what Blair sees. if anything. He's keeping himself quite secluded. Rabalo will head over towards the elbow. Teabag is waiting for any potential flag that could be coming through the middle of the map, and that might be the option on the side of Zyrax, but player has been taken down, and Tribe Gaming smell blood in the water. It is now a 2 versus 5, making it 1 versus 5, and Tribe Gaming may have failed in the search and destroy yesterday, but it'll do very well to mess this one up.
Zyrax, 11 kills to his name in this search and destroy. Has to pull off one of the single best clutches you will ever see in COD Mobile. A 1 versus 5 to keep this S&D, this overtime, alive. And he's just not being given anything. He's looking for the challenge. There it is. But even with that slide child from Vague, that should be all she wrote here. You have to imagine Zyrax will at the very least walk away with the kill against Vague, but you're not going to get any more than that. That is 7 rounds in a row from Tribe Gaming to clear house in the search and destroy and tie up this series.
I mean, when do you ever get a boring search and destroy between these two teams? Tribe come out swinging on the attacking side, and as soon as they win their defense, it just looked like it was made to be so easy. They just dictated the map so much better. They found the picks so much easier. Status Quo, it felt like they were arguably playing a little bit scared after they found that very, very solid lead. What was it, a 5-1? You can see it here, and this is where things turned around. And after that, Tribe Gaming did not look back. I thought this might have been an opportunity. Actually, no, sorry, there you go. So Status Quo did find one back. So it was 5-1 and then 6-3. And after that, never looked back. If you Tribe Gaming, really good map number 2, and this series is tied up. Honestly, after those first 6 rounds, I thought Tribe Gaming were done. Yeah, I thought Status Quo were going to find that second map, and that would have been the series. But now we all of a sudden do have a series on our hands. We are heading into a control all tied up. And for Tribe Gaming now, you have a Hacienda Hardpoint in map number 4 that you beat Status Quo on yesterday. You beat Horus on today. If you could find this control, which Status Quo got bodied on yesterday off Nexus, we're all of a sudden talking about a very, very plausible victory here, Brody.
Yeah, and on the flip side of that conversation, right, you're talking about an Arsenal control that is a very strong map mode combination for Tribe. It's one of the biggest wins you could have asked for in this best of 5. So you haven't lost one so far this season. It's your strongest map by far. You're very happy that it's the map you get versus Status Quo. And you'll be happy, of course, that you managed to take that search and destroy away, because we talk big picture here for a second, the way in which we kind of talk about the way we thought this series would break down. I still am of the belief that this map number 3 and 4 should, on paper, go Tribe's way. So they've got an opportunity here to close out this series over the next couple of maps if, again, they can convert what it should be an Arsenal control in their favor and should be a Hacienda Hardpoint, which yesterday they played very well versus Status Quo. But you never know in these situations. Ultimately, when it comes down to the day, Status Quo might have made the adaptations, especially coming down to that Hacienda Hardpoint, that they need to not let what happened yesterday happen again.
We're not far away for loading in to map number 3. Let us know in the chat who you think is going to take this one away. It's a super interesting game. I'm still not too sure. I do know that Nexus will be sitting down, though, and feeling very, very confident whoever comes through. They were absolutely fantastic yesterday. If they can perform like that, they're going to be very hard to beat in that grand final, which will be a best out of 7 when we do get there. Yeah, I'm intrigued to see who's going to be there. Right now, the feeling is Tribe, but honestly, things have changed so quickly. I think probably about 10 minutes ago, I thought that Status Quo were going to win this 3-0 with the way that things were going in the search and destroy, and things changed very, very quickly.
Yeah, definitely. You never know. Again, you know, it's just how you play on the day, how you play into these maps. Maybe Status Quo can kind of hit the reset after losing that search and destroy. Should be said, of course, they didn't lose the search and destroy by a convincing fashion, right? We had to go to our very first overtime of this challenge season to even get it done. So I don't think Status Quo will be too miffed. Again, though, I think they are definitely up against it here with these next couple of maps. We'll see, though. Arsenal control. Again, a reminder, folks, we've seen 3 Arsenal controls this season from Tribe Gaming, and they've won every single one. Surely they don't lose one here.
Surely. Let's see how it works out. Rabalo was fantastic in that search and destroy. He just has been fantastic all season long. Status Quo, though, this would be a huge map to find, and that is a hell of a start as well. On the attacking side can get a lot of good use over towards the A side with this time that you now have. Plenty of presence here, and you can start to get forward through the live doors, and then all of a sudden that starts to open up the map. But A is the concentration, not staggering themselves whatsoever. Want to make sure they get that extra time. An extra minute will be added if you do capture one of the points. They are not far away from doing that over towards A, and very much giving that up if you are Tribe Gaming. Smart decision.
Yeah, this is what separates the wheat from the chaff, as it were, right? You need to make sure that you do not overextend in towards this point if you're Tribe Gaming. Status quo forced out into them at a disadvantage, and they're not winning the vast majority of the gunfights for it. Yeah, sure, they've got a 5-life advantage off that early to round on towards A, but they haven't managed to follow up the step, and it's because of the fact that Tribe didn't give them the map control that they desired for free. They're gonna have to earn it. They're already picking up a couple of kills for it. Are they going to read where Washi is pushing is the question for me. Puedas most certainly didn't, but he's weak enough here in the situation that Blur should be able to trade things out effectively, and they will. Status quo now. They've broken that spawn trap, and now they're starting to set up the spawn trap of their own.
I was about to say that Tribe seemed ready for it, but I don't think they were. They need to be spinning around very, very quickly. They will get rid of the player on the spawn trap, but Status Quo now find themselves in a position over towards this B side. Tribe Gaming, this is going to be a struggle. Status Quo. Feels like the first half of games they are enjoying themselves, and then all of a sudden things do start to get a little bit messy. But yeah, welcome to the party over towards B. This one is done. Status Quo, fantastic round number 1.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a feeling now as to why Status Quo picked Arsenal control for this series. They're feeling pretty confident on it. A great offensive start to it. And, you know, Tribe did the right thing, right? We talk about it, you know, they did not push aggressively off the back of losing control over A. They were holding steadfast, and it works out initially, but as soon as they lost that second wave of gunfights, as soon as Status Quo managed to get in behind enemy lines and win the gunfights for a potential spawn trap, it was done. Status Quo, stellar start. Immediate reinvestment off the back of that round in towards this one as well. War Machine firing down range for these kills. Not actually hitting anything, but Zyrax will do so with the Sparrow with great effect as well. 3 kills for Zyrax there with the Sparrow. And for Status Quo, you've not lost a single life off these opening engagements.
I mean, it's just working out so well for them. Tribe Gaming are all at sea right now. Zyrax and Co are now set up so perfectly for this push to come through. The timing not going to work out for Rihanna, or is it not quite? I mean, how have Tribe won all those gunfights? You have no right to find even a couple of those. The positioning from Status Quo should have been just somewhat that is difficult to predict, and 4 men get wiped. And now all of a sudden the door may well have opened for Tribe Gaming over towards the A side. At least they do have bodies in there, and there is a spawn trap potentially being worked on here. It's going to be banned with the claw, so that's going to cause issue now. 2 players inside of A for Tribe, as they will clear out that spawn trap. They will start to work on something here. What an odd game this has been so far.
Yeah, this has been really peculiar. Tribe will be very happy about the slowdown here. They're only down by 4 lives now. They're going to capture A, and again, Status Quo doing exactly what Tribe did in the prior round. They're not panicking about it. They're holding fast, letting the point go. Just making sure they've got control of the map. They're also setting up the spawn trap. This is a bit of presumptive, though. Again, there's 50-50 situations. You have to pick up the kills to the back of it. Zyrax is going to put Teabag in the blender. And now that's going to force Envy, I think, to go back and actually pick up the kills. No. Rehan investing the Annihilator. Yeah, Envy is actually going to go back to try and deal with the players now to help the spawn trap. Vague on the other side here for Tribe is looking for some gunfights. This is not going well for Tribe whatsoever. Finally, the gunfights now being won here. Status Quo. Puedas is going to go down. The spawn trap will fall apart, and now on the other side, Vega wants to put one together for Tribe.
Oh, this is big. Oh, this is huge. The equalizers are out. 108 bullets remaining. Should be able to find quite a few more off the back of that. Make it 5 now. Tribe Gaming trying to find one back. Zyrax will eventually...
Oh, good read.
Just about break this down. Yeah, Teabag does read that. Here come the Predator missiles as well. Opportunity. Both 2 teams going at it on the site. B is wide open. 13 versus 12.
Kills are there for Tribe as well. Raballo and Washi, big investment from them. Second tick going to be through now. 1 player on the flank coming through from Rehan. Is he going to be picked up? Is the question for me. Is he going to be able to pick up the kills in time? He picks up Raballo, but kills coming through on the other side. Rehan goes down. Ban Puedas can't do anything. A valiant effort there from Status Quo, but an even more valiant one from Tribe Gaming. The perfect time to utilize your operators towards the back half of that control round. It gives them control of the game, and now they are in the situation where Status Quo were at the start of the last round, where they've got utility ready to use at the start of this one.
What's the play going to be for Status Quo now? This game's so evenly balanced. Investment coming out to kick things off over towards A, as it so often is the case. Oh, looking for the shots on the band, can't quite find them, and Rehan is there to pick up the pieces. It's been a good start to the round here from Status Quo, working on B almost immediately.
It's the right decision right now. Just trying to force out all that utility from Tribe Gaming early on in this round. They've still got one more streak to contend with here. Gunfight's being won by Status Quo. Band now isolated off the back of it. Does not matter for Band, who procures a couple of kills there. Also has help from his teammates in this situation. Hunter killer drone going out. B will be lost, and they're already starting to get players on A as well. Predator missile comes immediately down there from Status Quo. They want this point.
You need to answer back very, very quickly here if you're Tribe, and you have done just about. Blur and Co though are here, though. Envy will find two, Washi will find another, and now they can start to stretch their wings just a little bit. Band finds two though, slows that down. His teammates can now walk out of the spawn just maybe a little bit more freely. Washi does find a second to shut things down, but now for Status Quo, the game will slow down. You have to try and find your picks to get through here. It's not as easy as just running through the front door.
You've already got one ticket 8, so that's something to be positive about if you're a Status Quo. Losing that gunfight if you're a Blur is not going to be all that helpful, because that's another hole in the defense that Tribe have now managed to plug. As I say that, though, Band is going to get an incredible kill on towards Envy, towards that top side. Again, these guys at the moment for Status Quo are just trying to find a way through here. Rebalo's not letting it happen, though. He's just keeping an eye on that doorway. It's a choke point that Status Quo fall foul to. 3 kills there for Rebalo, and that's going to be a tough one to swallow.
Zyrax, though, can he find anything? Not quite going to happen. If he found that second, it breaks things wide open. Flank would have been on everybody else pushing from the front, but a couple of players fall. Status Quo still just about have an opportunity yet. It's about this next couple of gunfights, though, on the outside. They're going to start to find a couple. Envy, oh, it doesn't find anything. And Rehan will open this up now. Status Quo are going to walk on through, and that may well be the round.
Yeah, Puedas has got the equalizers as well. I don't think you even bother pushing this one. They're investing. T-Bag's going to bring out the Sparrow. Oh, no, that's terrible. Puedas is also going to find 3. And I got to be honest, I feel like the point was already gone. I don't see any reason to invest the Sparrow there. It's not going to do anything in the closing moments of the round. You want that for the start of this one, especially looking at the 4 operators now for a Status Quo. You're going to see these right at the start of the round. You have to imagine for Status Quo to try and bring out the start of this round in a statement victory.
Are they going to be able to be used well? From the side of Tribe, Washi's found 2. Blair will find 1 to answer back himself. Tribe actually have found a decent bit of purchase over towards this side. Vague now going to start pushing through, using his very, very well. So Status Quo coming off the respawn and don't really use it that effectively themselves. So wastage across the board has kind of evened things out. Tribe now start trying to work on something over towards this B side. Can't quite get it going. Still with some presence over towards the A side, and the spawn trap starting to get set up as well. Yeah, that could be a problem now for Status Quo.
At T-Bag, how effective can he be? He's actually let all the players get past him there. Yeah, Bandit's actually going to take him down. I would have loved to have seen T-Bag's POV in that situation. I have absolutely no idea how that has happened. Regardless of the matter, though, Tribe will be able to capture A. So an extra 60 seconds go on the board here. It has to be said earlier on, we talked about the fact that the operators were not that useful for Status Quo. It's the fact they weren't used whatsoever, and now they will be. The Annihilator out to play for Rehan. Will be able to double up on towards a couple of players. Clears house on this top side. Status Quo now starting to force the issue.
The hard way back for Tribe Gaming now in the position that you are in, but you have plenty of time to maybe be meticulous about it. Vague will fall, though, on the small trap starting to be set up here as well. You have to be a little bit concerned about that with Rehan in your spawn, and that is going to hurt you. Especially with Status Quo, obviously 2-1 to the good here in this control. 2 players now on the spawn trap as well. That's just going to lock 2 players in. You have to turn around if you're Envy, and he has done so. He's coming to try and help out, trying to help his teammates get out of the spawn, because everybody who falls is going to fall over and over again. Envy has come back to help out, but more players from Status Quo now starting to push the issue as well. I'm just looking at the minimap here. It's so difficult for Tribe to get out.
Yeah, this one feels so difficult now. I think just the life disadvantage is daunting, isn't it? A 9 versus 17. It's possible. All you need is one full 5-man down. I'll tell you all you need. It's a really difficult thing to pull off, but still. That's what you need to do Time to invest if you're Blur as well. War Machine coming out to try and keep these guys away. Degrade the clock even further. Pushing behind enemy lines. Rehan will find one off it. And information as well as to where Tribe are located. Blur's War Machine still not done, by the way. It's going to force the players out into an unfavorable position. Ban and Puedas are there to pick up exactly what Blur has put down. Now a 15 versus 6. This is starting to look improbable.
It's looking very, very tough. Tribe Gaming, this will be quite something if you could find it. Need to invest absolutely everything. Status Quo have done so well in this control. And they will be heading into a map number 4 with a lead and will be one map away. They'll be kicking themselves that wasn't just to win the game after the search and destroy, but they will find themselves in the lead again. Status Quo, the ones controlling this series, and will find themselves with the lead heading into map number 4.
Just not a great map, I think, on the whole there. I think, at least from Tribe, right? It just feels uncharacteristically so, especially as we were kind of gassing up their proficiency in Arsenal control. They hadn't lost one coming into this map, so it felt like a surefire victory for them. And then you get to that final round, you get to even round number 1, where Status Quo just came out fired on all cylinders. And granted, you know, we saw a response from Tribe, right? They looked relatively good in the second round. This was an incredible flip, and I think this was the play that even gives them the round that they win. I think Vague finds 6 here, I want to say, is the final number of kills he gets on this spree before finally being shut down. It's actually going to be 5 in total, but it flips the script enough to give Tribe a round. But beyond that, that was all Status Quo. Incredible clutch ups, incredible map control from them. And I think, you know, that kind of the cherry on top of the cake, as it were, is the fact that when the operators came out to play from Status Quo, it never really felt like they were wasted, right? They were used at the correct time, whereas I could point to a couple of times in that control where the operators were just far from good enough from Tribe.
Yeah, a couple of situations that they would want back, but would it have made too much of a difference? Well, it might have, but we will never know. And now we head over to a Hacienda between these two teams. Yesterday, Tribe convincingly found the win against Status Quo, and that would give us a map number 5 if we feel like we need it. It looks like we're going there, to be honest with you. The way that Tribe actually did play this earlier as well, you would expect so, but Status Quo yesterday, the problem for them on this map, if I'm to recall correctly, was the fact that they were just getting gunned. Like, it was ridiculous across the entirety of the map. They couldn't keep up whatsoever in terms of the slaying power that Tribe brought to the table. Will that give Tribe maybe a little bit of false confidence heading into this one? There's a couple of different questions you could ask, but let's see how it plays out. I mean, it's been a great series so far, kind of twists and turns throughout the middle of the maps as well. And here we are now heading into a map number 4. Nexus will be sitting there thinking to themselves, whoever comes here, we're feeling confident.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll be feeling pretty good. I think both of teams, to be honest, I think it would be pretty good coming into this series for various reasons, right? I mean, you know, Status Quo, you've got the momentum coming in towards this game number 4. For Tribe, you won this yesterday and you've won it today as well. I think you'll be feeling pretty happy with the way in which you've got this into this best of 5. For me, though, you know, it's one of those questions, right? We talk about kind of the veto process, right? And, you know, the thought process behind why leave this in if you're a Status Quo? And, you know, there's a certain element of you probably shouldn't have left this in, but on the flip side of that conversation, it's a case of maybe they watched the VOD, maybe they went back and were like, look, this is where we went wrong. Yes, we got massively outslayed, but we could also kind of do XYZ better to stop that from happening in this game. Who knows? We're gonna need to see some improvements though from Status Quo if they want to close out the series here. If not, Tribe Gaming will force a game 5. Oh boy, let's see if we go there.
Is that what we're going to be treated to? We're gonna best out of 7 coming up after this as well. I mean, a lot of Call of Duty still to be played between these 3 remaining teams. Tribe Gaming with the decent start here over towards P1. They will quite happily pick up some time. It's going to be about that rotation over towards P2. We talk about it every single time. There is potential for full 60s on this hill. You can lock it down as well as you possibly can. 23 seconds to play for here over towards P1. Tribe Gaming with an ever so slight lead.
And it is just a slight lead as we go towards the next hill. Big gunfight there to win for a ban. That's going to give close spawns for P2 rotation for Status Quo. 3-piece towards the middle of the map from Teabag though. Should give them the scrap time here and a solid lead going in towards the next. Washi all of a sudden has left up all on his lonesome towards the Lamborghini Hardpoint or the McLaren Hardpoint or wherever damn car you want to call it. And Tribe Gaming all of a sudden do not have control. They do have control of those back spawns though. They're going to hold off for a second here and hit this all as a team.
Can Can they find the break? Nope. Not gonna happen. I'm gaming now in a tough position. Grenade coming over. Man gonna have to sit back, but everybody's just gonna start running into the gunfire here. The BP-50 is gonna rain absolute hell on them. Every single gunfire for the most part going their way. Washi's the only one who can answer. A brilliant hold from Status Quo so far.
It's what you want. So easy, especially with that car blown up, to keep control of the driveway. As I say that, Caster Curse once again strikes. There's Raballo. Everybody from Tribe is having a party on the point. It's going to force Status Quo now to bring out the War Machine to try and get control of it once again. Slide out there. Not good enough. Teabag will double up on the other side. Blur still hasn't been taken out, by the way. As a matter of fact, he'll actually lose control of the War Machine before going down. Into the kill. Status Quo go for the last 5 seconds now. And that was a bit of a back and forth hard point, really, from both teams. Ultimately, I think Status Quo do come out on top.
I'll take that all day long. Over towards P3 now we go. Both these two teams, how much do you invest for this one? And it is very much a 50-50 hill. You can, honestly, if you come away with like a 10 or 15 plus advantage over the opposition, then that is absolutely massive. But Puertas is going to make sure that that is a possibility here for the side of Status Quo. We'll find another with the equalizer. Looking for his third. Not going to find it. Raballo shuts that down almost immediately. Every single time the War Machine is out in Raballo's hands, you feel like it's being put to good use. Washi can't quite get there. I want to see he's maybe being slightly off color in this series so far. Tribe Gaming note with 20 seconds to play for here over towards P3. A mixy one to say the least.
Yeah, this hill is always super mixy. You generally speaking never see teams get more than what, like 25 seconds off the back of the hill, just because of the fact that it is just as mixy as it is. Close spawns are a constant nuisance for the team incumbent towards this hill. Envy going to get shuttled down, as is Raballo towards the time. So Status Quo were able to get the last 2 to 3 seconds, but not a lot more. 4 points is the difference between these two teams as we move over towards the next rotation. Early 1 versus 1. Zyrak's going to catch Teabag off guard with the jump up. He's going to give them the first look. Vague though with the equalizers. We know how damaging this guy can be with them, and he's not going to be effective whatsoever. An immediate shutdown coming through from Zyrax.
Big moments already coming through in this game. Washi, it's a little bit more like it. Oh, he doesn't quite line up on the Zyrax. He will get taken down. A little bit of investment coming through from Tribe. Status Quo still in control. It definitely feels like this is not going to be the same game as what we've seen between these two teams yesterday. Status Quo trying to get themselves into it and feeling it at the moment. 24 seconds to play for here. Over towards P4. Ban just perfectly lining it up. We'll find one onto Vague. Tribe Gaming struggling to break back here.
Now, this is a solid hold from Status Quo until Tribe do that. It's the P2 hardpoint all over again. Status Quo with initial control. This time it's Tribe that break through. But they're not actually finding a lot of value. Oshi will pick up 1, but that's really about it in that ensemble of gunfight. So as we hit the next rotation here, Tunt, Status Quo, a 20-point advantage over Tribe Gaming. And we know again how mixy P1 can be. Tribe now looking to vie for these top corridors control. Just keep Status Quo out of the time.
Some decent time to be potentially on offer here for Tribe Gaming over towards P1. They will get taken down, and Zyrax is he just seems to be there. He seems to pop up every now and then with just big moments. Was that potentially one of them here over towards P1 with some decent time still on offer? 30 seconds remaining. Status Quo will get themselves some control. And it was just a couple of moments here and there in that first rotation that really did help them find that ever so slender lead. Puertas and Blur combining well, and will keep getting some points over towards P1. This is going to be some decent time for them, actually. P2 rotations start to come in. Tribe Gaming spawning in Narnia. And all of a sudden, if you're Vague, you have a lot of work to do here to keep a hold of the spawns. He already gets taken down. Status Quo gets in good time at P1 and the rotation to P2.
Yeah, I think at this point in the game, you need to hit the go button. If you're Tribe, you can't afford to give this rotation away towards Status Quo. These gunfights have to be won. And unfortunately for both Washi and Envy, the players towards the rotation, they get shut down. Status Quo here, an opportunity to blow this game wide open and really put the mark in this series that would knock Tribe out. Investment, though, from Tribe towards the point as they win the gunfights here. Might well put that on mute. Teabag gonna run out of arrows in the Sparrow. Now gonna have to rely on the War Machine coming out as well for the teammates. This is a heavy investment from Tribe.
Oh, Zyrax. He brought the Sparrow out, but Raballo again just seems to be so effective with the War Machine. He doesn't waste it, but Blur just as effective here. just with his gun. Washi's going to find a couple, though. This is just easy kills. You go one by one if you status quo here, and you are feeding Tribe Gaming kills. And we'll find a couple, though, through Rehan. Can that be the break? Can that maybe be the moment that status quo find a way back in? The answer is absolutely yes, it is. 15 seconds to go here. Spawns are a little bit mixy for both these two teams right now as well. So rotation over towards P3 is not clean cut. But status quo will be happy they got themselves back in there. It's going to be about a 35-point lead or so by the time we get over towards P3.
It's a solid advantage for status quo. Tribe will be happy that they got in towards the last hard point, but now they have to be even happier with a hold over by fences. It's a lot to ask for. Smokes galore. Status quo know how to just contest to this time. Washi with the Annihilator here is actually running out of time to get effective use out of it. It's about to expire. You might have to invest something else as soon as you get it, almost, because there's a lot of investment on site potentially for status quo. Are they actually winning the majority of the gunfights towards the point, though? Vague still a nuisance here. Zyrax will shut him down. Status quo now an opportunity to earn time, especially as Rehan brings out the Annihilator for 3. Make it 4.
Oh my god, there's all 5 for Rehan now. Predators will find something, but investment of the Predator missile here as well from Zyrax. This is brilliant time to get over towards P3. Oh, they were starting to get a read. How was Teabag won that gunfight up against Band? Currently not getting any time, but the kills are falling their way, and that feels like a huge moment for status quo now. Rotation's going to start coming in very, very shortly. Tribe Gaming trying to get them off here, but the rotation over towards P4 is just going to be so much more important for them. Looking over towards the operators available, it's only going to be Vague that has something in the back pocket. Can that be put to use here for Tribe Gaming, who now find themselves around 50 or so behind? They are the first ones over towards P4. Rehan, though, going to call it in. Finds 2 with the Predator missile. Rebello's going to be able to find 1. The rest of status quo not quite close enough to make the most of that Predator missile that did come through. But Blair with the War Machine may well just break it open on his own.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that at the end of this game, if status quo do come out on top, we'll be looking back at that hard point, that last hill, as the one that has made the difference between these two teams, because off the back of it, status quo have earned streaks. They've got even more operators than even started Fence's hard point with, and now the kill feed is indomitable in their favor. Tribe Gaming here in trouble, in absolute danger. Status quo 60 points to the good, and the lead just continues to grow. They're reliant on some kind of heroic play. Raballo on the flank might be able to produce one here. He finds 1. Teabag and Vague will follow up with some kills of their own. Just one more player inside to deal with. It's going to be Blur, and he goes down. Tribe looking for the last 15.
And they manage to try and find a way through status quo for anything. No, not going to happen. The lead after the first rotation was ever so slight. It was around 20 seconds. It has very much pushed its way out towards 55. The problem is for Tribe Gaming, every hill that just went through in the previous 3, the deficit got bigger and bigger. Feels like status quo is starting to find their stride. Teabag will find an easy kill here as well, and a second. These are important ones to find, as P1 has obviously popped. If you try and find as much time as you possibly can. In a good rotation, you're back into this game.
Yeah, you absolutely are. Tribe 50 points down right now. That's a good start. You're winning all the gunfights to get this done. Ideally, though, you need to win a second one. And, of course, off the back of that, make sure you rotate towards P2. Flip the spawns in your favor. Great pre-fire coming through from Raballo there. Unfortunately, he did leave that opening side, so he's going to get shut down by Puedas up top. Investment now from NV2. Tribe are bringing everything towards this hard point. Raballo's going to win the gunfight for the scrap time, but now if you're a Washi, you've got a 1 versus 2 on Nu. Do they recognize that he's there? Yeah, good play call coming out from Band, but Band's work is not done. He's going to get shut down. Status quo now needs to defend this hill.
Vague through the front door with the R9. He's waiting for his teammates to jump up as well. Can they find anything? It's going to be on Vague to potentially do something here. He gets wiped. It is a wonderful flurry of kills that comes through for status quo. And if you are Band, you need to find something here with the clone. Of course you do. You can win it here if you're status quo. A grand final spot is on offer if you can hold down this 40 seconds.
Yeah, and the kill was also made over by Rockside as well. So Washi's now going to join the rest of his team in the afterlife towards the backside of this hard point. Status quo now just 25 points away. The vast majority of the gunfights being won here. Raballo going to bring out the War Machine, but it doesn't really do anything towards the point. Instead, the operators are good for status quo. Puedas is going to find a couple of kills against Raballo. Tribe, though, getting some wayward spawns out towards the middle of the hard point, the middle of this map. Will be able to get the contest through. Status quo now looking for the last 10 seconds here. It's a full yellow kill feed. Pellets being fired out towards the middle of the map. I don't think anybody from Tribe can touch in time, and status quo will eliminate them as status quo get into the grand final.
They get their revenge on Hacienda as well after yesterday. Status Quo will win that one 3-1. Honestly, I think they're very, very good value for it. Better in control of the hard points. The search and destroy, they'd be arguably disappointed not to have won this one 4-0. They potentially let that one slip, but that won't bother them anymore. A grand final spot has been secured. And Nexus, are they the next ones on the chopping block? Fantastic work from Status Quo, who were just better over every single hill. It just felt as if they were chipping away at a lead. They weren't necessarily holding down like full 60s or whatever. They were just getting 10 to 15 points more on every single hill and making it count. Sensational job from Status Quo. They closed it out 3-1.
Yeah, and look, they already had, what, a 50-point advantage, I think, going into that fences hardpoint that I was talking about. We knew that it was going to be the hardpoint, if anything, that we were going to reference coming back to it when Status Quo inevitably did win the game. And it is that hardpoint, I think, that does split the difference, right? They do something that's impossible almost to do, which is get the vast majority of time away from a fences hill. Great investment. I think Rehan picks up 5 with the Annihilator in that hill. It earns them streaks. It's not long, of course, with the amount of kills that they get before they earn their operators once again towards the next hard point. And it's just that snowball effect that you love to talk about, right, where Status Quo just had so much to work with there in that final set of rotations. It was always going to be their hard point.
I mean, that was an impressive back and forth, to be fair. I feel like it definitely felt a lot closer than what we saw at the beginning of yesterday. I think the teams have figured each other out just a little bit, but in the end, Status Quo make sure that they are the team that will be facing off against Nexus, which will be now another rematch against Nexus, as we get a chance to take a look at the bracket here in our grand finals. Nexus did win that 3-0, and obviously Status Quo coming up out of the lower bracket here will be starting at a disadvantage ton because Nexus has that one map advantage from making their way through the upper bracket. So this is not going to be an easy road for Status Quo now.
No, not easy at all, especially after what happened in the winners bracket final yesterday. Look, let's not get it twisted. They did get demolished. So let's see if they can try and turn something around here. Nexus looked very, very comfortable in that series. If they play like that again, it's going to be a really, really tough ask for Status Quo. But it's a grand final, and sometimes things happen out of the ordinary. So excited to see how it goes down.
I know it's only one night of time, but hopefully even just something like maybe learning from the picks and bans they chose last time around against this team will be something that they can apply now here again today, Brody.
Yeah, they definitely need to. I'm going to be curious again, what maps from yesterday's very swift 3-0 actually make it into this best of 7? Of course, it is a best of 7, and that makes things a little bit more difficult in terms of kind of avoiding those maps, right? You know, if you choose to proactively get rid of Summit, get rid of Express, get rid of Arsenal, you don't have a lot more choice as to how the rest of the best of 7 actually looks. So that is a proactive choice that they're going to have to make coming into this best of 7. Do you veto against yesterday's series? Do you veto against your bad maps? Do you veto against Nexus's bad maps? I mean, there's just a lot of decisions, I think, coming into this veto process for this best of 7. I'm intrigued to see what it looks like.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to see. Either way, everyone, I hope you're prepared for our grand finals because they're just a few short moments away. Obviously, before we get into that, though, we need to send it to another short break, allow Status Quo a little bit of time to prepare for the last match of the season. We will be crowning a regional champion when it is all said and done, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are moments away from the final fight, the grand finals, the moment these teams have been battling for all season long of the challenge season here in North America for Call of Duty Mobile. And it's between Nexus and Status Quo to determine who is the best in the region, who will get that title, who gets that grand prize. Now, both of these teams already have solidified their spots in World Championship later on in the year, but now they want the bragging rights, the glory, and the title of best in North America, Brody.
Yes, they absolutely do. Of course, I think there's seeding on the line as well for COD M Champs, I believe, as well. So there's a lot here to talk about. And we talk about kind of the roster shuffle pre-season, right? Everything that happened with kind of the global super squad over in India with Team Vitality. It caused all the massive roster mania coming into this season. So everyone kind of ended up in a variety of different places. And now you've got former teammates on different teams. They want to be considered the #1 team in North America going into the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. It is a very important title to have.
Yeah, this will be a big matchup here, and will also kind of tell us a lot about the region. Now, obviously, we saw these two face off yesterday in that upper bracket ton, and it looked like it was no contest in favor of Nexus. Undoubtedly the stronger team. Can Status Quo turn things around this time around?
I mean, it was just so comfortable for them. We're getting to see them against Horus here, and it honestly might as well have been the same game. It was a very similar outing for Nexus with how they just dealt with it. And I think for Status Quo, look, you come into this one, you know what the issues were yesterday. Obviously, we're going to talk through the picks and bans as well to try and get an idea of how things are going to transpire in this now best of 7, but only 6 maps that we're going to get to see. So it does skew things a little bit. For them, they just need to maybe just try and bring that and play their own game, because I felt like they maybe just ran out of steam yesterday potentially against Nexus. Nexus came in after a 3-0 stomping of Horus Esports, had that momentum, but this time around Status Quo have just found a really good win up against Tribe, solidified themselves in that grand final. Nexus have got to warm into this series, but that didn't seem to be a problem yesterday for them against Horus, so they'll be ready and waiting. They would have been preparing themselves for a while. This is their game to lose based on what we've seen yesterday against Status Quo, where they dominated them.
It's just felt like a totally different Nexus roster. I think, ultimately, this is not the Nexus that had to go to Game 5 with Tribe. It was a Nexus that totally stomped out Status Quo. It wasn't even close. It was like a total anticlimax of an upper bracket final. We're hoping this one is a lot closer.
Well, definitely going to be a tough fight for Status Quo either way. If you're just joining us, like we mentioned before the break, because Nexus came through into grand finals out of that upper bracket, they will also be starting with that 1 map advantage, which is a huge advantage in the hands of a team like Nexus. So it's going to be a little bit of a climb if Status Quo want to be able to take them down, but we can't count them out yet. Now, obviously, we are also still waiting on that veto process to come through. When we have that information, we'll start talking about that. But chat, while we're waiting on that, start thinking about it, okay? This is the last series of the season. Who do you want to win? Who do you think is going to win? Why? In chat, who do you think is going to be the best in the region as they do come through? The picks are here, starting things off on Hacienda Hardpoint. Start talking me through it.
Look, I suppose Status Quo have just had some really good fortune on that one and went well for them. They picked it up against Tribe. They pick it quite a lot. They do seem to like this map. So to start things off, that's a really nice one for them. Looking over towards the Express, this was played yesterday, though, and Nexus won it quite comfortably. It was a 7-3 victory. A raid, of course, we didn't get to see that yesterday, so it should be an interesting one. But one that does point towards some danger for me, especially, is, of course, Summit and Arsenal coming in the 4th and 5th position. This is a great set for Nexus based on what we've seen yesterday, but it's kind of what Brody said. In a best out of 7, you can only ban so much. There's only so many things you can get rid of. We are playing 3 of the 3 maps that Nexus won yesterday, so I mean, this is just a brilliant set for them, in my opinion, and it doesn't take any deep analysis to work that one out. They stomped them on 3 of these maps that are in this grand final yesterday. They only need 3 maps to be crowned champions. works out perfectly for them.
Yeah, I'm very happy with this. If I'm Nexus, to be honest with you, the only question mark for me in this series is the takeoff, because we haven't seen it from either of these teams this season. So that's going to be an interesting one if we do go all the way to a Game 7. At the same time, though, we kind of revisit the conversation we had in the last series, right? It's like, yeah, all right, some of the maps are here from that upper bracket final, but maybe this is an opportunity for Status Quo to be like, look, we know where we went wrong in those games. We know that we got stomped. Here's how we're going to improve it. We literally just saw them do that against Tribe on Hacienda Hardpoint, a map in which they got walloped in the first map of their first best of 5, and then we just saw what they did in that last series. So there is a real chance here that the reason these 3 maps are still in this best of 7 is because Status Quo feel confident enough that they can learn from their errors from that upper bracket final, have a very different fortune here in the Grands.
I was really hoping for a Seaside. I was hoping it would sneak through.
Imagine.
I didn't get it.
I'm happy that we are playing Raid in a grand final, though. At least, you know, for these teams playing the more so fundamental based control game as well. But for me, like looking at it as well, I've got them up on my screen here. Hacienda is an absolute must win for Status Quo, I believe. They have to win that. They have to win Raid. And hopefully you can try and find one of Express, Arsenal, or Summit to take you to a takeoff, which is then somewhat of a coin flip. They have to start well. I think if realistically, if Nexus come out and win this map number 1, it could be over from there.
Yeah, and just very briefly here as well, I would say the key thing for me is you've got to find a respawn or 2 to steal away in this series, because the way that Nexus have been playing Search and Destroy this season, I don't think you're taking an S&D off them. That's the way I see this, so it's going to have to be the respawns from me, at least for Status Quo.
All right, so some potential, not necessarily holes, but like small windows of opportunity that Status Quo is going to really have to take advantage of if they want to try and get a leg up here on Nexus, as it's currently looking very favorable for that upper bracket advantaged squad. So chat, now that you've got all of the pieces to the puzzle, let us know how you're feeling about our grand finals here for Call of Duty Mobile in North America and Snapdragon Pro Series. Potentially only 3 maps stand between us and a regional winner, depending on how everything starts to unfold. So, you know, blink and you can miss it. Make sure you're settled in, ready to go to prepare for this final matchup of the day. Are you leaning the way of Nexus right now after you finally saw all those picks and bans here?
Yeah, I think, again, it's just the thing for me is Nexus are so strong in Search and Destroy that I can't see those go in the way of Status Quo. And then it's just like, I mean, you have to be perfect in every other map for this to go the way of Status Quo. You have to win every single respawn in this series, and that is such a big ask.
Yeah, I think it is a really, really big ask. I think, you know, you start off the series with 2 potential winners in the Hacienda and the Raid, but then it's the back end of the series that really doesn't look good into the Summit, into Arsenal. They got dominated on both of those maps yesterday. Look, I think, you know, we're stacking the odds against Status Quo, but that would make it even more exciting if they can take this one away. Nexus are in the prime position to close this one out here, Lauren. Honestly, I think it would be difficult for Status Quo on a normal day, and this map set suits Nexus as well. So if they pull this one off, it'll be something to talk about.
I think we've got Cody joining in on the predictions as well. I think I can tell.
What's she thinking?
What's she saying?
I think she agrees. She doesn't look like she wants to fight you on anything you're saying, so.
No, which is always a positive. She can be vicious.
Yeah.
She can be vicious.
That's what I'm saying. Well, I mean, you heard it here first. If Cody said that's how it's going to play out, it could potentially go that way, but we're moments away from finding out because it is ready to go. Our grand finals match is about to kick off. So guys, let's crown ourselves a champion.
All right, well, we started this season with 8 teams in the challenge season. That's not counting the innumerable amount of teams that made it towards open finals, open qualifiers, and now we are just down to our final 2 in the North American region turn. Only one of these can be North American champions. I hope that this is a 7 mapper, or technically 6 mapper, I guess, because we go in with a 1 round advantage. I really do want it. I want a close series here.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And I think, you know, when we were coming into these challenge finals, we looked at these 4 teams, well, at least 3 of them, and sort of said, okay, well, it could be a bit of a mix-up. We expected Tribe to perform better than they did in the regular season. We didn't really get that. Status Quo, though, they did come through an easy group, so there was question marks. And Nexus, look at a bit of a topsy-turvy group stage themselves, but have come into this and stepped up a level. Now it's time for Status Quo to step up another level themselves. They absolutely need to. If they play the same way as they did yesterday, we'll be out here in the next 30 minutes. That's as bad as it possibly could have went. They really did not perform at all. I mean, looking over towards it, just to remind you guys at home at how it did actually work out, it was a 250 to 113 on Summit Hardpoint.
Yeah.
7-3 Express in a 3-1 on Arsenal, but the 3-1 on Arsenal felt like it was over in the blink of an eye, but that is not what we want. We're starting on a favorable map here for Status Quo on Hacienda Hardpoint. They just wanted to close it out against Tribe. Back to back, can they do it?
They want the momentum coming into this grand finals, folks. It's time here to see which team is going to be our North American champion, Status Quo or Nexus. Blur and Zyrax opening things up here with the first couple of kills. Status Quo, they look to be carrying the momentum into this game.
Every single gunfight going their way to kick things off is absolutely what you want to start a grand final. For Nexus, though, it's just about warming into it, not letting things get any certain kind of way, and easing yourself into what is a huge game for these two teams. Winner would take away $7,000. And of course, that place of champs is already secured. Nexus now starting to get onto the board and get some kills underneath their belt. P1 rotation, of course, Status Quo are going to quite happily pick up some points where they can, but the rotation over towards P2, I should say, is looking, well, 50-50 right now. Both these two teams still fighting over that positional sense, and is eventually going to be Status Quo, who do start spawning out over towards P2. We'll be there in about 10 seconds.
Yeah, they know at this point, of course, because obviously you do have that grace period between hills, right? You have that 8 seconds before that hill pops, that the last 10 seconds on a hard point is a lot more valuable here in Call of Duty Mobile. So Nexus will be happy to take that one away. Now they're on the way towards a potential break. Raf with the R9, one of the best R9 players in the world, already starting to pop off the first kill on towards Ban. Couple of players ready to receive him inside the hard point. Raf not going to find anything on the other side. Nexus, they are picking up kills.
And even for Raf there, not to find any kills, it was the movement, it was the distraction. Everybody else from Nexus was on the way in until Kings has killed himself, but Cartels finds 3 in a blink of an eye. Fighters and Blur answering back. Raf is there to pick up the pieces though, and all of a sudden they have to spin around. Everybody pushing from the water side. Can you continue to find these fights? It's Kings who cleans up here. Raf already was 6, looking to make it 7, cannot quite find it. Status Quo are very much here to fight. Inside of the hard point, 25 seconds to go. And take up every single second that they can. Nexus now fighting up from the ramp. Can they find a way through? Not looking likely. Status Quo, really big kills coming through.
Yeah, once again, it's back down to that conversation, right, about the fact that you can fight this one down the driveway. Those back spawns for Nexus are not all that helpful, but what will be helpful is Esther and Kings both finding double between themselves. Jez also getting involved in the fun as well. Kings will convert for a triple and is now looking for the quad. Will not be able to locate Blur for that gunfight. So still fighting that for a Lamborghini hardpoint that has now dissipated away. Now we start to look over towards fences. Already, Nexus are knocking at the door of this hill. You've got players in the vicinity, though, if you're Status Quo.
And I think if you are Nexus there, you would not the first ones over towards P2. You leave it with a lead after 2 hills. P3, though, not looking too hot. Status Quo will find a couple of kills. Status Quo definitely feel like they're in and amongst it when it does come to that slaying ability so far. Yesterday, they just got blown out of the water. There's still plenty of potential for that to happen, but Predators will find a couple here with the equalizer as well. The investment coming through from both these two squads. Not able to hit anything with the Annihilator there. Jez will find Rehan, and all of a sudden, is the squeeze starting to come in. Nexus have slipped that lead away. Some decent time here for Status Quo over towards P3. They will take every single second that they can.
Probably wanted a few more kills, though, because it means now that Nexus are going to be able to come in for the contest. Kings from up top will get the double. Has the Annihilator in the back pocket if he wants to utilize it here. I don't think you probably want to for what is effectively just 10 seconds of time. Only one more player to contend with, and S-Dog is going to be the player that takes Blur out of the play. So Scrap looking good for Nexus. Now towards the rotation, Zyrax with the utilization of the Sparrow will pick up a couple of kills, and he'll find Cartels to boot as well. But his job is not done. He's still got players in the middle of the map to contend with.
Oh, Bandit's just played that so well positionally. 12 kills to his name over from the top off his side, and finds a couple more. Jez and S-Dog starting to combine well together, but the investment from Nexus has not quite been alongside Status Quo's just yet. I say that Kings, Jez, Cartels all combining well and doing a really good job to try and find the break. Rehan's trying to find a way through. He does have some backup here as well. Kings will fall. Rehan looking for his third, can't find it. Cartels with the War Machine will shut this one down, and this push is just going to amount to probably nothing, but Blair will find 2. Does he find the third? Not quite. It's a flurry of gunfights over towards this side. Raf finds a 4th with the help of his teammates. Nexus eventually get a decent hold.
Yeah, I think this is the biggest problem here for Status Quo is the fact that Nexus, of course, have Raf on side, just keeping an eye on that short-range, close quarters area of combat. Now Raf looking to be effective once more over the top. Unfortunately, will not be able to hit his cursor on towards Rihan. So Nexus, fortunately enough, will be able to pick up the kills off the back of that, and they will have a tentative advantage over Status Quo going into the second set, a 12-point lead. It's not the greatest of leads, but ultimately it is one. Split the difference between these two teams. I will say, Status Quo, with the momentum that we talk about from that last series, they seem to be bringing it into this game. It's just Nexus are meeting them at that.
It's very 50-50 so far. You're right, though. It does feel as if Status Quo came into this one nice and quick. Gunfights haven't escaped them whatsoever. If anything, they're on top of things on that front, at least, anyway. They're already with 21 to his name. Neither team able to pick up any decent time over towards P1 so far. It's all about jostling over position as we head towards P2 in around 25 seconds. Nexus starting to pick up a little bit of time over towards P1, which you will take. Having a look at the operators, though. 2 available on the side of Nexus, 1 for the side of Status Quo. We'll keep an eye on how things do look as we do get over towards P2. That's going to be popping very, very shortly. Looking like it is going to be Nexus who do have those more favorable spawns. Freehand will find a couple of kills over towards the top side, though. No damage done by either team over towards P1, but the spawns for P2 very much there for Nexus.
And we learned on the last rotation, though, how mixy this hardpoint can be at times. Status Quo will fight tooth and nail for the control. What utility they have to go. Already going to see the War Machine coming out from Blur. Long-range pellets are looking pretty good here. At the very least, it will send Nexus into positions where they will be at a disadvantage. Cartels has played that one so perfectly. Just sat there in the corner waiting for Zyrax to move out towards him as opposed to running into a disadvantageous spot. Those kills now coming through from Nexus keeps them in control, but it's only for a moment here as Status Quo are once again knocking at the door.
Status Quo invests the Sparrow. Has that helped them get through? Yes, it has. They just about get in. Nexus picked up a decent chunk of time here by all things considered in terms of the difference that has been between these two teams. But is that the clear out now for Status Quo with 15 seconds to go? It's looking like it is. Nexus is going to have one more look at this here. They've spawned so close that they think they might as well. Band will find 2. Raf and Jez combining. Band will find a 3rd. Spins will find a 4th. It's all about Band over towards P2, and he cleans them all up. Some great time for Status Quo, and I want to say the first time that they found themselves with a decent lead.
Yeah, Nexus just couldn't really do anything about that there as Status Quo do walk away with the back half of the time. Now we're seeing early investment here from Nexus. Cartel's already immediately going to be bringing out the War Machine, but he finds himself surrounded by Status Quo players. I think Kings is now going to be forced out to bring the Annihilator into. Status Quo on the other side also starting to invest pretty heavily. Rehan going to win that Annihilator engagement for a couple of kills. Status Quo now going to bring the Predator missile down as well. They are throwing everything at this hard point. They currently have a lead here, Ton. They know this is the moment for them to pull away from Nexus.
Spelling blood in the water, but Raf will find 2 just to slow it down. But these spawns are so close for both these two teams that it's going to be hard to really get any further points with this positional sense from both of them. The trade starting to just come through. It's a 3-for-3 essentially. Nobody able to really garner control, but Blair and Coast trying to do something with it. If they can, it's the quick 1-2 under Raf, and Blair is having a hell of a game. 30 kills already reached. Status Quo now find themselves with about a 30-point lead here. But rotation for Nexus, this is one of the first times we've seen them get over towards P4, and they have plenty of time to set themselves up. It's all going to be about the usage of the operators here. Raf maybe uncharacteristically missing a couple of bullets there as the rotations start to come in. Nexus were the first ones here, but all of a sudden Status Quo, the ones inside the point.
This is big for Status Quo. You say 30-point advantage, an opportunity again to start to really waltz away with this game. Nexus now just looking to contest. They're going to get those close spawns through. Puedas is here, though, keeping an eye on it. Does not matter. He gets shut down. Cartels and Jez also joining in on the fun. It all comes down to Blur, and he goes down to a 2-piece from Raf. Nexus fight right back for the time. An opportunity there for Status Quo to blow the game wide open is denied.
Trade comes through as well as Rehan tries to get something over the top of the jump up. That's 20 seconds for Nexus. Could be important. But the investment coming through, so will actually drop something in there. They'll call it, 2 different operators coming on through with the Equalizer and the Sparrow. And that will be the final amount of time. And again, we will be heading into a 3rd rotation. There is very little to talk about between these two teams. Raf now starting to shoot bodies. Is the confidence starting to flow as Predators will find another. Into a 3rd rotation we go, Brody. It is a 6-point game. so hard to separate these two teams at the moment.
And even you look at the performances across the board, right? I mean, everybody is doing something for both of these sides. Everyone is participating in this game. Nobody having a drag game whatsoever. This is about as close as you like. Zyrax up top, though, wants to do some serious damage. We'll find 3 with the Sparrow. That's going to give the opening here for Status Quo to get onto the point and earn some time. But even now, even off the back of that, they don't feel comfortable enough to full send it. Then need another set of kills to get that one done. They're going to find a couple here. Blur now looking for more. Status Quo still vying for this time.
And Zyrax invests that Sparrow, and as you mentioned, they feel maybe a little bit threatened still to jump onto the point. He's found 3 kills in the blink of an eye. You've got to try and get something from it. Ultimately, they will get control, and it looks like they will pick up some time over towards P1, but there was an opportunity there. It was, what, a 10-point game before we headed over towards P2? It's going to be about a 15 or so by the time we get there. Pushing over towards 20, but it is going to be Nexus the first ones here. Can they hold? It feels as if Nexus's holds have not been that solid so far. They need to be better here, as Kings will open up with 2.
Once again, 20-point deficit between these two teams. Opportunity here for Nexus to close that lead. Kings, 3 bullets left in the chamber. 2 bullets left in the chamber. Whose names do they have on it? Looking for more. Finally, will actually run out of time with the Annihilator. Now it comes down to the Cartels with the War Machine. Comes down to S-Thug with the Sparrow. Nexus take the lead here in this game. They recognize the spawn flip comes through. Good read of the spawns. Good read of the map control, but they don't have to read on the Zyrax, who finds 2. Opening the door now for more Status Quo players to flood through.
They find a way in. I think it was one big play actually coming out from the side of Rehan, just staying alive on the water side. Caused so much havoc. Very close game between these two now, as Jez is trying to light something up if he can. The kills being traded across the board between these two teams. Blair trying his best to stay alive inside the point. The gun just not hitting, but eventually it does. 5 seconds to go. They get the scrap time. Nexus will walk away with their tail between their legs. But I think it's probably a bit of a reduction in that deficit. Nexus just about come off the better of the two teams from that hill and starting to find the kills on transition over towards P3. That's going to be a clean 4 or 5 dead here as well. Can they get some decent time before Status Quo get close? Raf's already invested the equalizer here. This is big time for Nexus.
And they're continuing on this one as well. Raf now finding 4 with the equalizers. How much more damage can he do? Fortunately, not enough health to take on Rehan in the situation, so he will get shut down finally. Nexus, though, for them, they've got map control, they've got spawn control as well. Everything is being thrown at this hill. Everything is being thrown at getting time away from Status Quo. And if you're Status Quo, you've got to go for this, but Jed's going to bring the Predator missile down. Everything, again, is being thrown at this hill for Nexus, and all of it really is resulting in time.
That is incredible from Nexus to find that amount of time over towards fences. It is not easy to do. If you're Status Quo, you do have this rotation over towards the next hill. If you can hold down this scrap time, 10 seconds is going to be the difference, and it is going to be the kills coming through from the side of Nexus. But the rotation, as mentioned, popping in 5 seconds. Status Quo the first ones here. Can Nexus find these transitional kills? Not looking likely. Status Quo are going to have time to set up.
How ironclad is the setup, though, is the question for me. Nexus don't have any operators to break in towards this one, so they're going to have to do it solely with the weaponry. Kings thought he might have gotten past the kills from Status Quo. Not just yet, though. Instead, it's going to be players towards the time that have managed to slip by Status Quo. Now Nexus are in control, are just 20 points away from taking this game home.
This is going to be on Zyrax. He's trying to find something with the Sparrow from the other side. Raf's going to push out the other. They get rid of Zyrax. They now can concentrate in one direction. Cartels finds huge. 2 kills in the middle of that, but Rehan answers back with 2 of his own. Nexus 8 away. Status Quo trying to find a way in.
And Kings will double up, though. Nexus just desperately looking for the last 6 seconds. Operators now on both sides of the ensemble. S-Thug is going to find some value. Kings for a couple of kills. And that's going to be it. Kings for 4 towards the end of the game. An explosive way to shut out Status Quo here on Hacienda.
What a map number 1 between these two teams, but a crucial one for Nexus to take away from Status Quo. They came into it and it felt like they had the lead. It felt like they had the onus throughout the majority of that game. But Nexus turned it on when needed. It was that final P3 we saw that I think's the difference there. They managed to find 30 or 40 seconds from what is easily the hottest contested hill. They invested where needed. It was a couple of different streaks brought in, actually. It just felt as if Status Quo maybe started going a little bit staggered, maybe starting to panic a little bit. It allowed Nexus to start to find those kills. 2 Predator missiles came in, and 5 kills were found from them. That can be a huge difference maker. And maybe it was. Nexus headed over towards P4 with a lead and invested at the right time, found the break. Cartels and Co. doing what they could and doing enough. Raf drops 54 for the win. Hell of a game one.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be said as well, right? I mean, that decision that was made from Nexus to throw everything at P3 does actually leave them vulnerable for the next hardpoint, for the final kill of the set. And, you know, the fact of the matter is they're still able to get in despite that, right? And I think for Status Quo, maybe just putting a little bit more emphasis on the rotation there in the closing moments. I know it's a lot of woulda, coulda, shouldas, but still, you might look back at that and think we maybe should have chalked P3 a little bit earlier than we did. Regardless, it is going to be resulting here in Nexus once again showing the momentum means absolutely nothing here on championship. Friday? Friday's Friday. I don't even know what day it is. Technically, it's Saturday for us right now. Championship Friday. And, you know, Nexus now coming into this series with a 2-0 advantage now. We talked about the fact that for Status Quo, really, you know, we set this up as, given how proficient Nexus are in Search and Destroy, given the fact they haven't lost one the entire season thus far, it really felt like Status Quo kind of needs to win every single respawn. So for Nexus to take the first one away, it's not looking good, bruv.
It's not. I didn't expect that one to come out of you. Here we are, though, heading into an Express. Yesterday, this did go Nexus's way, and it kind of alludes to what your point is just there. The Search and Destroy from them has been fantastic, and then we're going to have a Raid Control coming up next. And how good did they look in Control yesterday? Yep. Nexus do seem to be that mythical beast right now that people are going to struggle to beat here in North America. That is a huge map for them to take. I really... If Status Quo wanted to do this, I felt as if map 1 was crucial, but look, there is still a very, very good team. They may well be able to take something here, but they can only lose 2 more maps. They can't go any further than that. They need to find something very, very quickly. The Express yesterday was a 7-3 victory, so comfortable for Nexus. Can they do something similar again? You have to find something for Status Quo. For me, what changed for Status Quo yesterday, I'm starting to put the pieces back together in my brain.
It's recalling it, right?
It's recalling over time. Getting on a bit. It was really those A hits that was working out for Status Quo. They were finding a decent amount of success over towards that side. As soon as they started wanting to go in these 50-50 fights over towards B, you are not winning them against Nexus. Every single time we went over there, Raf was taking over. If I'm the side of Status Quo, I'm concentrating on the A side of the map and playing quite slowly.
Yeah, so this is the thing for me, right? Is ultimately the fact that, as you said, you know, Status Quo, they started off by focusing on the A-bomb site, and it worked out for the first couple of rounds. The reason for that was the fact that Raf wasn't there. As soon as they put Raf over there on that side of the map, that's where Nexus started to get control, and I don't think Status Quo were ultimately just winning the gunfights when they were butting heads over by B. So Nexus pretty strong. Just a little stat here as we get into this game. Not only are Nexus flawless in Search and Destroy, they've got a plus 3.20 round differential in it. That's leading in North American Challenge season. They're pretty damn good at Search and Destroy is the bottom line.
Can they convert those stats into something meaningful? I already like this from Status Quo, though. It's hit over towards A, which is notoriously been quite good for them. But, oh, okay, let's not go to B, because Raf's probably going to be there. Yeah, he's at A.
Again, I don't think Status Quo, or Nexus, excuse me, will make the same mistakes they did in the first couple of rounds against Status Quo. 4 versus 4 now. Bomb going to be down. Raf is going to be the player, if anybody, to do anything in this situation. The rest of the players are a little bit belated on this push, so it is actually going to have to be Raf. He's doing it uber slow, waiting for the rest of the team. Cartels is now here.
And it doesn't touch him. When it goes in up top, Cartels will probably follow it in. Thinking about it, or does he just go to make it a difficult gunfight for Rehan, but not a difficult gunfight for Band and player who can do really, really well. Jazz is already on the bomb. Does he get the defuse? Did he get it? No, Predator's got him off it. Status Quo will get it. Scary for just a second. But it's an attacking round for Status Quo to kick things off. But this is what they did yesterday. A works well for them. Let's see if they keep going there.
The objectives.
Yeah, good play from Ban there, actually, on the flank. Didn't get a chance to talk about it, but the fact he managed to make his way up towards the walkway. Nexus 1, really focusing on that in that situation. He finds a couple of kills. or 1 kill, excuse me. Just turns the attention in a pivotal moment. Big plays from Status Quo for the retake. Now, Nexus. What do you do here on the defense? You've already lost 1 player. There you're going to lose a second one as well. Things are not looking good here for Nexus on the defense. And I love this from Status Quo. For the first couple of rounds here, Ton, feels like we've seen some different looks from what we saw in the last Express Search and Destroy.
Waiting for the pressure to come through. Raph already inside a ticket, though, and he will probably, well, not cause any problems whatsoever. S-Thug's the last one alive, can find 2. Makes it a 1 versus 2. This will be a 1 versus 4 from S-Thug. Not going to happen. The snipers from Status Quo are picking them apart right now. Nexus are trying to get Mixie. Status Quo are sitting back and it's fish in a barrel. 2-0 now.
As I said, we're seeing slightly different looks out from Status Quo from what we saw yesterday, right? That one was a lot more passive. Nexus kind of ran straight into them and ended up losing the opening gunfights. Cartels and GS have been quiet so far through the first couple of rounds. Double donuts. Making me kind of hungry. Status Quo here on the offense, though. Looking to go to A once again. And Nexus have kind of almost gone back to what they did previously, going back to that Express Search and Destroy from the last series where Kings is the only player over by A. It's because they don't know where the bomb is just yet. Now Kings goes down. They should know this is an A hit.
And Zyrax has found a word here as well. That's dangerous for the side of Nexus. 3-0 down. Would not necessarily be ideal here, but are they re-rotating this bomb back over towards B? Now, they may well be ships in the night if Nexus choose to move off, go over towards A. Status Quo have changed their mind. They're back over towards the A side. They feel as if they have good control over this side, and all of a sudden, Band is expecting the flank. Did he see Jez? Either way, the grenade's going to go out to deter anyone, but they will know somebody's there now. This bomb will surely go down over towards the A side. They've had plenty of opportunity to plant it. They will do so now. Cartels is going to have to find something to DC Zyrax. No, he didn't, but he would have seen Rehan right there, but he sniped him in the face. Bomb is down. 4 versus 3.
Yeah, he didn't see Zyrax, I'm pretty sure, in the situation, so Zyrax should be able to immediately make the move on towards Cartels, if not on towards S-Fug. No, actually, S-Fug's going to take Zyrax down. Cartels will now find Puedas as well.
This is big.
Converts this down for a 2 versus 4 to a 2 versus 2. You know what these last 2 players are as well. All you got to do is bait them out towards the site. Time starting to dwindle down in this round, though. Cartels is going to pick Band up now, just down a blur.
Oh my.
Cartels will find another one. It's a 2 versus down 4 for Nexus.
And that is the kind of round that can swing a search and destroy very, very quickly.
Next round.
Big 2 versus 4 from Nexus. And Status Quo may well still have the lead. Their search and destroyers look good, but that is another round that you look at and
Defend
think,
the objectives.
can that swing a game? Huge moment for Nexus to find that one, and now we can head in towards round number 4. But Bandit's going to find another one to S-Thug, so they're finding first blood here. Status Quo, keep at it. You will keep winning rounds. That one will slip by you, but the fundamentals have been working. Zyrax is so far pushed up here.
I think he's far enough pushed up that Nexus are not going to know about this. It's whether or not the timing is good. He was preoccupied with the player up top. Raf's going to be able to make the best of that situation. It's a kill that brings us down to a 4 versus 4. Nexus once again, though, forced to retake. Status Quo have been ironclad on these A defenses, apart from that last round. Can Nexus make the retake work once again? Raf going to draw that first blood. Attempt to get up top. Ticket control is not going to work. Trades now down to a 2 versus 2. Blur still up here. Nexus need to remove him from that situation. They're going to get rid of Rehan, though, and now they've got the numbers to play off the back of the defuse. Blur forced down to the site. Kings makes the best of it. And once again, it's another successful retake here for Nexus.
Nexus just adapting every single time.
Next round.
Not playing into the hands of the snipers as well as they can. They do lose the first blood and yet still find the round. The problem for Status Quo is, on their attacking side, they can dictate where they want to go on the map. They can avoid B as much as they possibly want to. They're not going to this time. It's going to be forced into them. They're changing things up to A rounds in a row where you're being taken over. And now you go into the belly of the beast once again. Kings will find one to answer back. S-Thug is there. It's all of a sudden Blur left on his own. And this is why we haven't been going to B. They just can't match the firepower. Nexus are looking to find their 3rd round in a row to go 3-2 up. And when it comes down to their attack, they are going to force Status Quo into those situations. They need to figure out how to win them.
It feels, you know, a situation here with the R9s, right? Where, you know, normally we talk a lot about Raph, what he brings to the table for Nexus. on these close quarter gun battles. Actually, cartels also having the R9 to work with here in this search and destroy is really matching and even outpacing Raf in that category. Something you don't normally expect to see. And now off the back of that opening engagement, Splur is left in a very sticky situation. Nexus are just chilling in the stairwell. No reason to move whatsoever. Blur, of course, I mean, given how situated these guys are together, is going to have absolutely no idea, not a Scooby, that this is happening, and he's about to run right into the Hornet's nest. Can he get some timing? Here we go. Effort from Blur, finds one, gets the hell out of dodge, goes for the snipe here, the pre-aim, and the players are not going to run into it.
He's done so well to find one kill. A grenade to slow it down. This will be a huge round if Blur can find it. The conversion rate of a 1 versus 3 when you turn it into 1 versus 2. The odds. Oh no!
Nice work. Get ready for the next round.
Oh my god. We had the counter. We had it ready to go, folks. You know, we've been waiting all season long for the train to do something to be effective here in Search and Destroy. And the train now has the same amount of kills as Rehan does in this S&D.
I don't know what that noise that came out of me was. I think I got a fright when I seen the train when he came around the corner. It was like a jump scare. Look, it would have been difficult from that position anyway. Let's not turn into anything that it wasn't, but that is tough. Because the thing is, if he gets over with the bomb when the train is there, he's got a free plant. Yeah.
That's so unfortunate.
It's tough.
Like we should probably turn that train off, you know? Just a feeling.
Well, yeah. 4 versus 3 here for status quo now, who do have the numbers or did have the numbers. Rehan gets taken down. Jez, the long range R9. He's going up against Zyrax, and S-Dog will be there to help him out. They close the gap every single time that Nexus are down in numbers. It doesn't really seem to matter.
This is a situation we've been in before. Blur 1 versus 3. Now, honestly, my advice in this situation, just stay off the train tracks or just take some wild shots. Why the hell not in that situation? He's trying to go for a clip. It's not going to work. And this is a situation we've been in before as well. We end the half with Nexus being 4-2 up over status quo. Although it has to be said, this is a very different 4-2 from that last Express Search and Destroy between these two teams. Status quo have thrown different looks at Nexus. Just for the most part, it hasn't worked.
Raf and Co now on the attacking side. They can dictate what they want to do now. Kings will find Band, Cartels will find Prides, and this is already looking very, very good for Nexus. 4-2 to the good. Blur can answer back. The bomb is down. You have 3 members to try and bring this back and make it now 2. Blur and Zyrax in a really tough spot against 4 members of Nexus.
Look how far pushed up they are as well. Got to get past Raf first. If you're status quo, you're going to know that Raf is pushed up. You should have an inkling. That's just kind of how Raf plays. He's dipping and diving around the plant pot as well. Zyrax will take him out with the melee. It does not matter, though. He was just buying time there for Kings to make the flank happen and to close out the round. And again, this is a little bit of deja vu from that Express Search and Destroy as well, because what did Nexus do? As soon as they got on the offense, they are so certain in the way in which they hit this A site over and over again. That's what they do. Status Quo's response is the heavy hit A on the defense. That's not where Nexus have gone.
They've walked straight up over towards B, and Raf is happy to play this island. Status Quo do not guess correctly. And Raf is just going to counter them. Oh, they're going to spot him, actually. There you go, Rehan. We'll take him down. Captain Price always says, check your corners. But now the hard task comes to hand. Rehan's going to find a second. Kings came in for the snap behind. It's a 5 versus 3, but still the advantage you would like to say is with Nexus, or is it?
Numbers now in favor of Status Quo.
Wow.
It's all falling apart. All the players pick up the gunfights at the same time. Individual 1 versus 1s across the map. Status Quo make it happen, and that's an important one, I think, on the whole here, to stop the momentum dead in its tracks. The way that Nexus have played the last few rounds, both on defense now and offense as well, they needed that.
Defend the objective. The enemy had.
They absolutely did. Honestly, from finding Raf and a couple of kills from Rehan, and then all of a sudden you can get something going. A lot of grenades being sent over towards the A side. Status Quo think they've got it nailed, but Nexus have switched it up. This time Raf has come with them. He's not playing that island. Status Quo are absolutely perfect when they did retake over towards B, and well, they're gonna have to be somewhat perfect again.
Bomb has been planted.
Bomb will go down, 5v5 situation. Let's see if Nexus can be a little bit tighter this time.
Just hoping to keep an eye on all of these entry points. For me, Raf is pivotal in this play. He has to pick up at least 2 kills here. Just one will do, to be fair. There's one, there's number 2, and Cartels is going to deliver inside that cut. Raf on the other side will not find any value. It does not matter. Blur and Ban now left up, not with the numbers. They're left up separated as well. Have to see some individual heroics here with 15 seconds on the clock. Band adventures out towards the site, and that adventure ends pretty quickly. Blur for a 1 versus 3. He will snipe on towards one player, but he's not going to have enough time for the bomb to fuse no matter what. He's just looking for the clear against Cartels. Not going to get that. S-Thug will close out that round, and Cartels once again proving giving him the R9 in this search and destroy was the right decision.
Nexus one round away from going 3-0 up. This has been almost similar to what we expected after what we seen yesterday. And again, Nexus are just playing with their food. A little bit more of a spread from Status Quo. The 5-man on one side has not necessarily worked, and Nexus are waiting for them to fall into the trap. Cartels is going to get a little bit of bad timing. I think had he waited around a little longer, he might have found someone, but has Puertas maybe just got brilliant timing. S-Thug and Cartels have stepped into the train, and the ticket officer caught you sneaking on. Cartels has now just breezed through the site, though. It's like ships in the night. 6-3 is the scoreline, and still 5 versus 5 here.
Ban through the middle of the map. Good adaptation coming through from Status Quo. Ban will also find even more value through the middle of the map. Puertas also picks up S-Thug. That's bombed down. For Nexus, at the very least, they haven't overextended the last couple of players too deep into the middle of the map. They can still win this one out, especially as Raf finds Blur. This is still possible, especially as Kings picks up Ban. This is even more possible now. You want to see individual plays coming out from the last 2 players. They're currently producing them, but more still needs to be done. Kings needs to get this bomb and get the hell out.
It all comes down to the aggressive positioning from Puertas here. He pushed forward. He might have called it out there that the bomb has been picked up, so Rehan now comes over. Did they hear it? Rehan will find the first. Surely Puertas is going to be here for the trade, but he just backs on down. Do they know he's in the corner? Yes, they do. Kings now in a 1 versus 1, and his Zyrax on his way over. It looks that way. Kings is waiting for him to find the push, but 20 seconds to go. Does he have time to transition over towards the other site? He doesn't if there's a train there.
Train's not going to let him. King's no choice now. Desperately hunting for the kill against Zyrax. As soon as he goes for the bomb plant, Zyrax is going to hear it. Yep, here comes the check come out from Zyrax. Should be able to stop the plant. Yes, he will. And what would have been a disastrous round, I think it would have been 2 versus 5 from Nexus, is going to be denied. We go to another round.
Defend the objective. They have the bomb.
Status Quo have this within them. The Nexus have 3 more opportunities to find another, 2 more opportunities to find that final round. It's a big hit over towards A, but the grenades this time are not bait. That bomb will probably go down pretty quickly. It's on its way. And now you can just assume control. Raf inside of the train. This is a nightmare. Rehan will fall almost immediately. This bomb will go down. They have the number advantage. It's about to be a further advantage. It is a 5 versus 3 for the map. Status Quo, what's your retake like?
Zyrax will at the very least find 1. You need more value though. Puertas is actually able to catch these guys off guard, but you need to find more than just a 1 kill. Maybe a little bit of trigger spin. We're going a long way in that situation, but it is now a 2 versus 2 as Zyrax picks up S-Thug. Still though.
He's looking for the pick.
Yep. Jez looking for something up top. Not going to happen. Down low. These guys are just playing their life so well at the moment. Status Quo have to reach deep there in towards the walkway to pick up these gunfights. Time now dwindling down. There goes Zyrax. Blur now no choice but to just go for these gunfights. Not enough time for the defuse anymore. Raf knows that he's won this situation. Blur looking for the kill. It's not going to matter at the end of this search and destroy as Nexus take it and are just 1 map away from becoming your champions.
Incredible performance once again. Status Quo definitely offered up a little bit more of a fight than what we've seen yesterday, but that was again the Nexus show. It started with a 2 versus 4 for me. That was incredible for that retake to happen. But also for Status Quo, you look at this moment, you find yourself 3-0 up off the back of that. It's potentially a different story. We could be heading into what will be a 6-5 situation for Nexus and maybe a different game. Blur in that position there. Had he got over? He didn't actually have the bomb, sorry. I thought he might have had the chance to pick it up. He didn't. So it would not have mattered. But Nexus from there just seemed to use, I don't even want to say the numbers advantage. There was a lot of situations where Status Quo found the first blood and just didn't make it count.
Honestly, for me, it just felt like there's a lot of situations there where Nexus on their offensive effort just threw a ton of different looks. Status Quo, right? Is it going to be an A kit? Is it going to be a B kit? And I think Status Quo, right? They've learned from their errors somewhat on Express Search and Destroy from the other day, where they are just full sending stuff on the defense, right? They're just full sending, 5 players towards a site. It's a very different reaction to what we saw from the other day. Unfortunately, I think sometimes it can leave you a little bit short-handed on what would then have to be a retake, right? And, Nexus just take the benefit from those all day long. Ultimately, able to take the Search and Destroy away. We talked about how Nexus are strong in Search and Destroy. Still haven't lost one.
No, they're looking fantastic right now as well. And now they have so many more opportunities. They got 4 more opportunities to close it out to be your Challenge Finals champions here in North America. It's a seriously long road back now for Status Quo. We're going to be heading into a map that I'm not 100% sure on for both these two teams in terms of the raid control. With the way that the series has been going, you would presume Nexus, of course, but Status Quo, do they have much of a chance here, Brody? I'm not too sure.
I would say so. To me, it's just going to be a question of whether or not they can kind of bounce back from this. I mean, they have to now reverse sweep in a best of 7, which a reverse sweep in a best of 5 is difficult to do. Having to pull 4 maps back to back in the middle of nowhere is going to be super tough to do. And it's whether or not they can kind of bring the mental fortitude in this game to get even the first map done is going to be the question for me, because I think, again, you come into this series with such momentum, right? You managed to beat out Tribe Gaming to book your place in the grand final. You've got a rematch on the cards. You even bring the same maps from the first best of 5 in towards this one in the hopes that you can win them. And everything has just gone awry in this series thus far. A close Hacienda Hardpoint that did not go your way. Arguably close Express Search and Destroy that doesn't go your way. And now into raid control. I don't know where your mental's at, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's super tough, because the thing is they haven't necessarily played too badly here at all. It was a very close map. Number 1, as you said, is just a case of Nexus clutching up the Search and Destroy. It was a couple of rounds that were very, very winnable. It's hard because they're not playing badly. It's just these situations where Nexus clutch up so many times. And could this potentially be the final map? We head over towards a raid control. Status Quo have it all to do.
I absolutely do. Well, if it is going to be a reverse sweep, it has to start here on raid control. And already off the rip here, we see that initial hit from Nexus over towards B. Does not work out whatsoever. Recon and Zyrax will double up. And now for Nexus, of course, close spawns towards the bedroom side. Their immediate reaction, just fly straight over towards A. I love this from Nexus.
Can they do anything with it? Starting to set up some sort of positions here. Status Quo not too far away. Happy to back on down. Don't need to panic just yet. I'm trying to slow things down here as the game does just automatically slow down. Kings will find one to rehand the middle of the map, and that might just open up the door over towards A now. Status Quo still with some presence here, but not anymore. The gunfights go Nexus's way, as they so often do. Trying to put some more pressure on. Rehan will punish S&D for that. But still some good work being done over towards this A side.
Yeah, they haven't actually got the full defense up right now for Status Quo. Instead, I think they're still a little bit concerned about Nexus splitting the difference between both of these 2 points. That is the right call. Over by A, though. Blur is winning a couple of gunfights. Recan doing a good job at keeping control of B. Kings didn't turn around fast enough to deal with Recan. Preoccupied with players towards that R side. And now Nexus back on the point they go. S&D and Cartels are here. First tick already going to be through. Cartels isolated as Raph goes down. Can only really find one. Status Quo will now clean house. And I think for Nexus here, you're very, very worried about players trying to push for that spawn trap.
Well, they've tried to. Have they been successful? Well, Zyrax has found a way through. So now the spawn trap may well be on the cards here, but still the hit will come because, of course, the spawn over towards the mansion side. My Second Kings trading blows. Are they going to be able to find much here? Not by the looks of things. Blur's now in the spawn to potentially do something, but you need the rest of the team to be able to find kills. 10-7, or now 10-6. The time is not really on their side. Zyrax will find 3, and that should be the round now. Status quo. Commanding position.
It should be.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that was not nice. Banned with the melee. Just down to 1. Jez is trying desperately to do something in this control round. It doesn't really look like it's to be here. And no time to get anything done. So status quo will take round number 1. And I think Nexus there, beyond maybe the opening of that control, didn't really feel like they put anything together in terms of the hits, right? It was kind of very wayward, very haphazard across the map. Not the end of the world, though. It was an offensive effort, status quo. Now they've got to do something on the offense.
What can they bring to the table? Offense is typically a little more favored, you would say, especially on the second go. Have those operators available to maybe try and just break the will of the opposition early doors, but Cartels will find a kill here for Nexus. Kings will back it up. You can see that Nexus didn't really commit towards the middle of the map to stop anything from Status Quo really hurting them. They have offered them a little bit of control over towards A. That will be the second tick about to come through, but they will be wiped. They will be forced away. Nexus with a good start to their defensive round, like they had a good start to their attacking round. Oh, good start to their attacking round as like they did to their defensive round. It's all the same. Either way, Nexus not in a bad spot here to kick off round number 2.
Yeah, this has been a stellar start from Status Quo. And we'll say 2 ticks over by 8. Now, Status Quo do you want to make their way over towards B. You're okay with this if you're Status Quo. Now you're investing in towards B. I love this play call from Status Quo. Zyrax will find value with the Sparrow. Band also going to follow up with another one. Rehan is trying to get something done with the Annihilator. 50% of the time on it's already gone. And here we go towards jungle side. Going to hit a second kill there. Rehan is finding everything. And what might have been a great start for Nexus has completely flipped against them. Rehan still going towards the basketball court as well.
Fantastic play coming in from Rehan. B should be gone. They are shooting very, very straight now. Status Quo looking to try and run away with this one. Jez is quaking in the corner. We'll find Zyrax relevant of that. And Raph is moving forward here. Only 3 kills to his name after, well, 1.5 rounds. He's about to find one up top. And he might put himself in a position where he can cause a lot of damage. A big investment coming through for here from Nexus. They feel like they need this round. 15v11. The numbers are very much with Status Quo.
It does kind of feel that way, right? Nexus want to stop Status Quo dead in their tracks. Status Quo only really need one good push. They're going to try and get it done via jungle side. A flank. Wadas down for the count. Ban the only one to find any value on that side. And S-Thug is going to bring the Sparrow out. Investment here from Nexus to ensure this round is theirs. And I don't think Status Quo have any idea that Raph is right behind them off the back of the spawn. Now they most certainly will do. Unfortunately, I think Raph was just outside the range of the R9's effectiveness in that situation, which I know is a funny thing to say, given how overpowered the R9 is. But regardless, it means that Status Quo now are able to make their way towards A.
Kings doesn't find anything through the middle of the map, and he might actually get picked there. He does manage to find Band, but now on the cross, S-Thug has to do a lot of work here. Zyrax was able to find King, so they don't have to worry about the flank, or do they? Already Jez is there. He's going to get taken down. It just feels like Status Quo are dealing with this a lot better. 5 versus 4 in favor of Nexus. It should surely slow down with 40 seconds to go. Both two teams can take their time.
Of course, nobody from Nexus pushed up. Status Quo will get those close spawns, so it won't be long before they're right back at it. 2 players through kitchen. Are they ready for Kings and Raph? Most certainly not the latter of the two. Trade from Puedas has a plethora of different directions to look at. Not going to be able to do any of them. Raph with that kill. Now just down to Band and Blur. 2 versus 4 now. Band finds 1. Blur 1 versus 4. Down to a 1 versus 3. 10 seconds is hoping that these guys fly out towards him. Kings gives him a good look and will give him the kill. Blur also now towards the left. Raph is going for the ego charge. Blur will get the snap. Now down to a 1 versus 1 between Blur and Cartels. Blur invests the War Machine straight in towards the Tiki Bar, and Blur pulls off an impossible 1 versus 4 to win the round for Status Quo.
You have got to be kidding me. How on earth can you let that happen if you are Nexus? It is a misstep. Not once, but twice, but 3 times, and then the 1v1 is inconsequential. He has the War Machine, he pulls it out, and I don't even know if he knows where Cartels is, but he sprays it inside, and that is the round. Nexus. The first time we've really seen them make too many mistakes. Incredible front player. Give him his credit, but Nexus handed it to him, but the shots were impeccable.
How on earth have they done that? Well, how on earth have Nexus done this, to be fair? This is a very aggressive start coming out from Nexus, and I'll be honest, it's not even really a result of the kills, per se, right? The kill differential off the start of this round has not exactly been phenomenal in Nexus's favor. And now it might be. More kills being made here from Nexus. They really want to make a fast transition. Investment coming out from Jez as well. They want to make this done quickly.
Have they potentially leaned forward? Because the first 2 rounds were not good viewing if you're a Nexus fan, and it will give Status Quo a lot of hope. Plenty more to be played through on this one, though. Raf doesn't find it. Raf has really not had a great game. 7 kills for him. Especially his own becoming, to be fair. But now Nexus have some time to try and focus on over towards A. Status Quo have positioned themselves very well in the middle of the map here, and we'll be waiting for Nexus to try and make their move.
Well, things will slow down significantly. Again, Nexus will get the close spawns. Nobody from Status Quo towards that bedroom side. Looking for a way through. Jess is going to find one towards kitchen. This will turn the attention of Status Quo somewhat away from the front, and that's enough here for Nexus to get through. They haven't fully dealt with everybody towards the Tiki bar. Now they have. Ban goes down for the count. Nexus, they're on the point, and Kings is going to bring the Annihilator out to play as well.
Oh, they're going to be able to do something here. Are they? Kings will find one. Big gunfight going to go down inside of the kitchen. Kings will fall. So that Annihilator finds very little value. Cartels will now set himself up. Will start to try and get something going. Rehan will find nothing. It's S-Dug. He just slides it through the money window. And that might just open up things for Nexus to finally find around. One more jump here for Status Quo to try and get under the point.
Down to the line, final set of lives here. Ban will find one. Blur's actually going to bring the War Machine out. Puedas might not need it, though. He finds both Jez and Cartels on the point. Now Blur. Last 2 pellets, now down to just 1. Can he pick up anything with it? You've lost Puedas. You really would have liked something off the back of that, especially as S5 signs a double, and everyone will snap on towards Zyrax through money window. Nexus are not done yet, and we saw operators from both sides there towards the final moments of that one. Status Quo still to look better for it, though, in the next round.
But the thing is, though, for Blur, I don't know if he was just believing his own hype after the previous 1 versus 4. It was like a 3 versus 9 when he brought it out. You've got to just chalk it up. You're 2-0 up. Keep everything you possibly can just to secure this one. You still have the time, but Cartels will invest his to kick things off here over towards B. It's an absolute war zone as he will find 3. The War Machine over towards this B side. Cartels shuts it down all on his own. There's the 5th for Raf. And now Nexus can start to stretch their legs, to start to get a little bit of control of the map if they can. But A has been left wide open. And Status Quo will waltz on in and try to get some control.
Keep an eye on one player in behind enemy lines right now. That's going to be Kings. He's making a very long wrap through. If he takes too long with this might be dangerous for Status Quo, especially as they're finding the valley towards the point. Rehan were able to double up. I think now the shots from afar from Kings is actually what's making Puedas super duper weak, and well, they're going to go in to deal with him. So they will clear house over by A, but arguably the damage is already done, right? 2 ticks over by A. Status Quo will be very happy with the start of this round, and now they've cleared house on B as well. If you're Nexus, you have been sent whirling off the start of this round.
Those are starting to follow, though. The carrot will be dangled and a push back over towards B to try and get a hold of that. Status Quo just wary of a potential spawn trap that may well come through, but B is captured. So for Nexus now, it's about setting yourselves up to try and hold this down. Gunfight's starting to fall their way, though. If you are Status Quo and a push over towards it, starting to come in. Raf and Jez will answer back. Game's in a bit of an awkward state now in terms of where people are on the map, and you've just got to pick them apart. If you're Status Quo, if you're Nexus, you've got to play awkward.
Can't let Status on the point whatsoever. Have to have full control over it. 90 seconds on the clock. You've got a lot of time if you're a Status Quo. Gunfight's going down in the middle of the map in your favor. It's going to get you closer. Cartels, though, looks away at the wrong time. That's perfect timing for Fuedas. 3 kills. Now just down to Jez. Inside the money window, what can he procure with the claw? Absolutely nothing. You've got to go now if you're Nexus. Annihilator out for Kings. He will find one through the smoke, looking for more value on the other side. Your teammates are finding kills around you. This isn't over just yet as Kings finds another.
He knows exactly where he is through the wall from Kings. My goodness. He shuts it down. It's 3 players left from Status Quo. In the blink of an eye, they bring it back. And that just shows the quality, but they have lost rounds like this before. Do not give your life away. so easily, but that one from Cartels might just solidify it. It's a 5 versus 2, make it a 5 versus 1. This one ain't happening, surely.
Well, Blur pulled off a 1 versus 4. So I don't want to count Puedas out in a 1 versus 5, but there is a Sparrow from S-Star. Puedas is pre-firing through the Tiki Bar. That's where no players from Nexus are located, and Nexus 2-0 down in this control have brought us to a round 5. They are 1 control round away from being crowned your champions here in North America.
And there was a round they absolutely did throw away. Blur kept them in it, and he's going to be operating the War Machine to kick things off here on the defensive side. It's going to be Nexus onto the attack. It's a good start for status quo. Nexus have not answered with anything whatsoever. Cartels is left just quivering in a corner. He will be able to find one. Hestug will fall also. Status quo, this is a brilliant start, but Cartels just keeping them presence, keeping some sort of presence there. He's found a third. How on earth is Cartels just broken B open all on his own?
Nexus still looking for the gunfights actually to ascertain control of either of these 2 points, to be honest with you. Currently down 2 in the life department, now make it 3. But as Kings picks up Rehan, that'll be the go signal here for Nexus to get control over by B and add an extra 60 seconds to the clock. Band will give us a look at the very least. No mid-map pressure, though. That's down to the fact that Jez is currently situated there and doesn't get that trade against Rehan.
No.
Oh, that's the shakiest of shots. Someone closed the damn window. Nexus now looking for kills off the back of it as well. If you're not careful about this, if you're status quo, you might give up enough map control that this transition could be possible for Nexus.
Cartel's thought about getting some laundry control there, but just wants to make sure a flag comes through late from Zyrax. Finds absolutely no value. 2 minutes for Nexus to find a push here. 1 operator is available in the hands of Cartels, and that is something that could potentially break it open, but Band will find 2 in the middle of the map. They are huge kills. Rehan with another, and a slight resurgence here from status quo, and one that was absolutely needed. If you are Nexus, Raf is in a good position to potentially cause some havoc, but everybody else is having to go through the front door. So on Raf to try and find this break if he can. Plenty of time to do so.
Big kill. Kings taking out Rehan. Recognizing that the potential flank was coming through. Jez through the middle of the map brings Zyrax down a super duper weak, whatever that is. About 10 HP or so. Blur will deal with him though. Good responses coming out from status quo at this point in the game. Nexus cannot get past the middle of the map at the moment. Blur is just staggered them. Just trying to play his life. That's not going to happen. Cartels finds 2. Now Nexus are on the way.
Oh, Rehan will find Cartels. Rehan will find a second. Can't find the third. Jez finds it with a claw, and that's going to break it open. Is he going to have some sort of control over towards Kitchen? Is that going to allow Nexus out? It's a 10v7. Nice thug. Gets taken down. 9v6.
Numbers not in favor of Nexus here. Cartels has got the War Machine right now. It's not actually doing anything, though. Raf needs to get this kill around open. Steps down to your final 5 lives. It's not as good as you would like. Band is still alive. Finally going to get shut down. Now Zyrax with the Sparrow on the other side. Everything is looking up. If you're a status quo, you're down to the final 2 players for Nexus.
It's just so difficult from this position now for Nexus. It is looking like this grand finals will be extended. Status quo somehow find the clutch up. That round from Blur will go down as one of the greatest players that we've really seen in Call of Duty Mobile. Incredible. Status quo will find themselves a map somehow. They are in this grand finals. I have no idea. I mean, look, realistically speaking, they were probably the better team across the entirety of those 5 rounds. I mean, yeah, okay, it's easy to say when they've won the map, but realistically speaking, it definitely felt like they were the team more likely every single round to win it. But that 1 versus 3 or 4 from Blur was absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, that's something that should frankly never happen, to be honest with you. I mean, they are kissing Blur's feet after that game, after that round, after that play. They're kissing a lot of other things on Blur's body as well. I mean, that guy is having a hell of a play. I mean, that is one of the best plays we've seen so far this season, and it saves status quo, not just in this game, but in this series as well. I mean, it doesn't matter that he is bottom fragging for his team. That just doesn't matter. Fact of the matter is, he did what he needed to do.
It doesn't matter what at all. A very, very Look, I want to give him his plaudits, but I also want to say, Nexus, what were you doing? You had the time, you're defending. Why are we challenging? Like, why are we challenging that? I think they just got overconfident. That's a 3-0 up in the grand final kind of play. That's the one where you need to be a little more heads up and just sit back and let it come to you, because he had to move. He was on the attack, and he has then somehow pulled it off, which has ultimately resulted in a map win for Status Quo. Still a mountain to climb here. Nexus are in a fantastic position. We're going to now be heading over towards a summit where, I mean, yesterday, what was the scoreline? I just want to remind myself and you guys at home there.
113.
Yeah, I mean, it was very, very one-sided in the favor of Nexus. But does that give Status Quo a little bit of momentum into this game? Does that give them some sort of hope? We'll find out very, very quickly. We're going to be heading into map number... Well, technically, it's map number 3 in this one, but you know, actually, is it? I don't even know. I'm losing the ability to count.
What?
It's technically map number 5.
4.
No, it's 4. Okay, right, there we go. Again, yeah. Come on, brain.
Okay, it's fine. To be clear to people, by the way, if you guys don't realize, we're both British, right? So we don't live in America. We could live in America, to be fair. You never know. And so for us, it's currently 4:25 a.m. So if you're wondering why Tun's brain is mush, that's the reason right now. That being said, it is going to be game number 4. Here's a look at the highlights here from that control once again, if you missed them. Yeah, I mean, I just want to see Blur's 1 versus 4 again, honestly. I will say, I want to see it not for how outstanding of a play it was from Blur. I want to see it because I want to see what Nexus did to mess it up, to be honest. Yeah,
I'm not sure how it's happened.
I think it's just a lot of individual chows in that moment. You're like, yeah, we've got a 4 versus 1. Like, somebody's going to be able to take him down, surely. If you don't, you know, the next player will. And I think there was just a little bit too much of that mentality there. That's how those things, generally speaking, happen. Of course, Blur did invest the War Machine as well in that last 1 versus 1. If he didn't pull out the War Machine, maybe he doesn't win the gunfight against the player side inside Tiki. So, yeah, a lot of ifs and buts there in the final moments of that play. But regardless, it is the 1 versus 4 for Blur that send us into a next game. Of course, we talk about the fact that it is going to be a Summit Hardpoint. This is the next reprise from the last best of 5. That game was a 250 to 113 in Nexus's favor. Again, I mean, that was like the second most dominant hardpoint scoreline we've seen all season long, and Status Quo are hoping and praying the same thing doesn't happen again here.
I wonder if Nexus will be able to do the same, though. Be a hard task. They performed so well throughout the entirety of that map yesterday. To do that again will be quite something, but the R9 play from Nexus is just something that's so hard for Status Quo to keep up with. I say that, though, they are getting some decent time. Nexus very much holding on to the spawns for P2 and, more importantly, P3. Status Quo doing their best, though, to pick some decent time here. 30 seconds to play for. They've already got 25. This is some really good time from Status Quo.
This has been a phenomenal start from Status Quo as far as convincing themselves that they can be competitive with Nexus here on Summit Hardpoint is concerned. This is exactly what you wanted to see. Now we move in towards the final bit of scrap time here towards P1. Cartels is still trying to get control of this hill. A couple of kills to do so. Jez also able to procure a double of his own. That's going to be here. Status Quo looking for the scrap time still. Nexus are trying to fight for it. Cartel's picking up the kill on towards Rehan, should ascertain it. But now we move over towards the rotation. Blur, a phenomenal start for him. 8 kills off the back of the first hard point. But that wave of gunfights here for Nexus might just put a dampener on it.
Yeah, I love what Nexus did there when they tried to push out for the final few seconds. They know they've got the spawns for P3, which they really do want to keep a hold of. Have they still got them? Keep an eye on the bottom left. It's a bit of a split. Nobody dropping from the side of Status Quo is the only thing that's stopping them from spawning there, to be honest with you. But Nexus are going to be nowhere near. Keep an eye on these spawns. I think they're going to be in favor of the side of Status Quo. You tried so long as Nexus to try and hold on to them, and all of a sudden, Status Quo get a hold of them and a hold of the time. 25 seconds or so still to play for. Over towards P2, and the spawns for P3 are with Status Quo.
What is happening right now? Nexus might be able to get control of the scrap time here, but Status Quo have been in full control of this game so far. 30 seconds, what was it, off P1 towards P2. They're able to get first touch and the vast majority of time away from it. This needs to be a fast break from Nexus. They're going to go for it. Jez through the middle of the map. On the other side, we've got Kings and S-Thug, but Jez gets eviscerated. S-Thug makes his position known now. Status Quo should be ready for this one, but they don't actually win the gunfights. Cartel now investing in the War Machine as well. Nexus want to flip these spawns out.
They're trying their best to. Can they break it from the front? They're looking to just try and find the flip over towards the backside. Zyrax will find 2. Good hold so far. On board with Blur now. As SQ doing a really good job at holding this down. A lot of investment coming through from them, and they will just about clean house. There you go. Nice and steady way. 40 seconds to play for. They could break 100 already.
Looking for the back 30 now. Horus with the equalizers. That will expire. Now, looking for more kills. Blur and Puedas going to combine for 3 here. Nexus going to be batted away. I think now, with those kills, maybe Nexus send a couple of souls towards the hard point, but they'll be lost souls, if anything. Kingswrath and Jez, though, will find the gunfights. But again, as I said, you've got those back spawns for status quo. There's no real way to take control of it at this stage of the hard point. At Nexus, you've got 4 operators. You need to see them in towards his next hard point. This needs to be a full 60.
Jez was using the claw actually in the middle of the map just to try and force them away. Doesn't really find a great deal. Raf could do with finding the second one as well on the band. He will not. So the pressure is immediately going to be on here for Nexus as they start to find some kills though to ease that pressure, finding every single kill that they need to. Raf now dropping the equalizer here to just try and shut this one down. He's going to get caught from behind though. He spins on the player, doesn't find it. But irrelevant of that, they get rid of the equalizer. Status Quo doing a really good job. They've actually went through the front door. Have they managed to find a break here? Nexus still here in numbers.
Still back spawns here for Nexus. So Status Quo just need another wave of gunfights to get control of it. Yep, they absolutely do have it now for the back 30. Now can they continue to hold it? Can they continue to win the gunfights? Ban keeping an eye on the lower snow area. Nexus trying to get players in through the top side, but that's just not happening. They're going through and they're being denied entry at the door. Status Quo in full control of this hardpoint, and what a flip of the script this has been from what we saw in the Summit hardpoint last time around to this one. This is a totally different Status Quo.
Nexus just seemed to have lost that step. Everything is not hitting quite as clean as you would like, but they will find a good break there, and now they can find some time. Look at the rogue spawn that came in for Rehan, and all of a sudden he can maybe start working on something over towards P1 and thinking about the P2 and P3 push. Ultimately, I think what I want to talk about after that first rotation, Nexus over pushed for P2 and lost those P3 spawns, and that can have such a big bearing. Status Quo now sucking up some good time over towards P1, investing here as well for it. On top of that too, everything being sent in, and Nexus need to do something about this because Status Quo are just picking up 3 points here.
And just silencing them at every single turn. Nexus cannot get in no matter what happens. Finally, Kings will find some value in the map, and they'll be looking for what is basically a dire 20 seconds, a dire scrap time. But even that, Status Quo will not give them quietly. Pueda's trying to go for it. Now you've got Zyrax in towards the time as well as Blur. Blur goes down. Zyrax now still left to contend with, and all of this is just such a nuisance for Nexus, who are just trying to get some time, just trying to get foothold here in this game. But the continual investment, the continual hitting of this time from Status Quo is so damn frustrating. Finally, Cartels will answer back with a couple of kills. But already, Status Quo, close spawns here. They're looking to get control of this next hardpoint.
Oh, I thought there was potentially going to be a flip there. They were looking like they were going to push up the ice side here. Nexus still. Kings has done insane work to find what he has. And there's the spawn flip, and that is maybe a route back into this game as Raffle spin and delete 2 players. Nexus now with 40 seconds on offer. Cartel's investing not to find 1 but 2 but 3 kills. Hold on to your horses. This game ain't done yet because Status Quo, they were in full control of this one. They will start to get a rogue spawn though. Nexus are really not concentrating on these P3 spawns. They don't care about them.
Yeah, Nexus here, just focus on staying alive here in this game. It's that leader's advantage that we always talk about, right? You know, with how big of a gap there is between Status Quo and Nexus. Nexus can't really afford to give up 20 seconds of scrap time, but you said it already. We saw what happened on the last set of rotations when Nexus chose to do exactly this. Will they have different fortune this time around? They are actually winning the vast majority of the gunfights. One player towards the backline, though. Blur is trying to hold off those spawns, not able to do so, and Nexus are in.
They're in, and Raf has a hold of the equalizers. Here comes the Predator missile as well, just to make it a little bit more difficult. It will just slow them down. Rehan will find Kings though, and all of a sudden Sparrow through the front door might actually work out. It doesn't find anything, but does it zone them off just in time? You may well be spawned at the back, you may well be forced to the back, and it's hard to break it from this side as well. A bit of a split comes through. Cartels will still spawn over towards the back side. So you potentially have a pinch to go on here. Now the player's pushing from the front. Cartels, can he maybe find something himself? This break from status quo has caused some issue, but not issue enough. Nexus find their way back in.
Hey, you do still want this back 30 seconds, though. Status quo could still cause problems here. Going for it. Rehan, potential flank for the middle map. Now going to join his teammates round to the front. Status quo still trying for this one. It's a full yellow kill feed. Yep, now they're going to flip the spawns back in their favor. It's a devastating 15 seconds, but they do invest in towards what is ultimately scrap time. An opportunity now knocking for Nexus on this rotation, but they have to hold it.
Can they find a way through? They did so last time. They're going to again. The grenades, the utility over towards the backside. They just worked it so well. Blair is going to come through the front door with a grenade launcher in his bloody hands. You got to make sure you deal with him. But my God, Zyrax is starting to snap. Status quo are believing they could win this grand final.
Yeah, that might well be the break that decides it now. You know exactly where they're spawning. Blur just turns towards the snow side and eviscerates two players just like that. Nexus are now sent wheeling away. Puedas now with the next investment. It's going to be the equalizers from him for a couple of kills. Blur also finding some value up top side. Cartels momentarily brings out the war machine, but it does absolutely nothing. Instead, they're going to have to find some kills towards the point. Jazz and S-Thug will combine for 3. Nexus not done yet, but it can't be understated how damaging that break from status quo was.
There's been a couple of them that really shouldn't have come through as easily as they did. And it's just made it so difficult now for Nexus. Status quo are going to be 20 seconds away at worst by the time we head into another rotation. Nexus, it's going to be so difficult because P1 is so mixy, and we've seen status quo pick up 10, 15, 20 points here and there on this hill. How do Nexus bring this one back without status quo finding those final 20?
Gotta be perfect. You have to have a full hold more or less on this hard point. Blur's already being a nuisance over here. You've got players approaching from all angles. Blur is just picking these guys before they get in towards the hard point. All of a sudden, it's just down to Kings. Sat inside. What can Kings do? He's looking for these gunfights. He's looking to try and provide an opening for the rest of his team. Might have just done it with that first kill. Rafa follow up another one, but Ban immediately fires back here. But status quo can't quite put down Nexus just yet. Nexus is still fighting for this time.
They managed to find a break, though. There you go. Is this going to be it now? They're chipping away every single second. Is a dagger. Status quo. This will not tie the game up, but they are 5 seconds away from reducing that deficit. This will be 2 maps in a row. Status quo. It's looking like the job's going to be done. It's looking like we're heading to another map, which was not looking likely after 3. My God. I cannot believe that they're turning this one around. Summit will go status quo's way. It's honestly, it's all stemmed from that round that somehow Blur won. It was fed to him. If he doesn't pull off that 1 versus 3, we finished the show 10 minutes ago.
Oh, goodness me. Status quo. I mean, coming in here and absolutely decimating Nexus. I was sure that this was going to go Nexus's way. I mean, surely off the back of what was a 250 to 113 game, surely nothing like this would ever happen. But no, status quo come out the gates firing on all cylinders. They make all the right decisions. I think you kind of pointed out that maybe there was an element of Nexus kind of chuckling things there, maybe focusing a little bit too much on scrap time early on, which somewhat led to the deficit that we see between these two teams. But it doesn't explain that. That is a hell of a game from status quo. Nexus not in the conversation. I believe Cartels is the only one that goes positive for Nexus. Of course, he always turns up in these playoff situations, but for status quo, man, I mean, that is a hell of a performance.
Incredible work from status quo, making a game of this one. Now 3-2 between these two teams. It feels like in the blink of an eye, this is all of a sudden the series. It really felt like when we did kick this one up, Brody, that it was going to get away from status quo. It was going to be one of the series where Nexus just run through them once again, but far from it now. 3-2. If status quo can take the map where they got absolutely bodied on yesterday, my money is on one team and one team only, and that will be status quo for that final map. I don't care if it's search and destroy. If they can start finding something here, if they can take this to a final map, the momentum is firmly with them. A reverse sweep in a map 7 grand final would be something to behold, and status quo are 2 maps away from that.
Yeah, I mean, it would be one of the most phenomenal match performances we've seen from any team ever in COD Mobile, right? So for Status Squad to do it, it's still on the cards, right? You've got a couple of maps now. You've got momentum in your favor. You stopped Nexus in the control. You managed to bring out a dominant Summit Hardpoint performance, and now you go over towards yet another control here, because for those of you guys who don't know, again, we do kind of want a search and destroy for the final map in the best of 7. That's kind of how everyone always wants a series to end, on a search and destroy. So we have an Arsenal control here between these two teams. And for Nexus, surely this is it, because they haven't lost an Arsenal control all season long. I believe they played it, I want to say 3 times. I need to actually check how many they've played. Yeah, they've played it 3 times, and they've won it 3 times. They've only actually lost 1 round, I believe, this entire season so far, and that was against Status Quo.
I mean, it's setting itself up at this stage. Yeah, give us whatever you want, COD Gods, because this is, it really has been a good series now. I think, you know, we would have almost been disappointed had Status Quo went out without a whimper. But that moment with the 1 versus 3 or 4, whatever the hell it was, my brain is mashed by this stage. It's when that turned in to the side of Status Quo, it feels like they have a little bit of belief. That's what they're playing with. They're playing with confidence. Yep. Heading into this next map, if they can do that again, they all of a sudden become sort of, it's so difficult when a team will find this many maps in a row, because Status Quo will be feeling so confident. Nexus, where's your head's going to be at if we head to a final map here?
I don't know. I mean, look, I don't think Nexus is the kind of team to crumble under pressure like that. I'd hope not anyway, not at this stage of the competition. If it happens here at this stage of the competition, what's going to happen when you reach champs? But yeah, I don't know, dude. It's been a wild one so far, of course. Here's a little look at kind of what's happened in the series so far. If you're just tuning in, or maybe you tuned in a couple of maps ago or so, of course, Nexus did enter this series with the winners map advantage, given the fact that they did come from that winners bracket side, beating Status Quo 3-1 in that, or 3-0, excuse me, in that matchup. They start this series in an extremely strong fashion, right? They edge them out on Hacienda Hardpoint. They're able to, I would still say, convincingly win the Express Search and Destroy, but the last couple of maps for Status Quo have been in a totally different Status Quo roster, especially that Summit.
Yeah, the Summit was incredible. I think that's the difference maker, isn't it? Both these two teams taking the opposition's hardpoint pick. We now go to what I believe is actually a map 5 Arsenal control. I don't think we'll be finishing on that. We'll be finishing on Takeoff, Search and Destroy. So pretty sure we go towards an Arsenal as far as I'm aware, at least anyway. We'll be getting there shortly. I mean, how has this series got to this stage now? After everything we've seen in the first 2 maps, a 3-0 lead technically for Nexus, cruising to a grand final win, and all of a sudden here we are now heading into map number 6.
It's insane. It is just insane, mate. Honestly, like we love close COD Mobile series like this. You know, North America has always been a competitive region. You know, we've talked a lot about kind of the, I guess, the context going into this entire season, right, of all the roster changes that went down. We didn't really know what to expect. You know, we kind of expected for the roster changes to be talking about the likes of Seminole and Rejects and Mayhem once again. And, you know, then all the roster changes happened, and we weren't really sure what to expect with these teams and Tribe. We know that all 3 teams are going to be at the COD Mobile World Championships, but, you know, really a couple of questions for me. If Nexus win this, are they definitively the #1 team in North America, for one? And then the other question is, I mean, for North America as on the whole, because it's been a wild year for them. I mean, you know, they went at the start of the year from being like, not necessarily a dominant region, because I don't think that's the case, but certainly like top of the pile for conversation talking points to, are North America even competitive with like LATAM and China anymore? Yeah. I mean, like there's a lot of questions here.
Yeah, I mean, look, Mobile Masters was a good indication to say no, not really. But you never really know. I think it's going to be super interesting, especially with some of the super teams that have now formed. See how things go down when we do, of course, get to champs. It'll be super interesting to see how things go. But we still have the small matter of crowning a champion here in North America, which we should be jumping into shortly. Just a slight delay on getting this next map loaded in. we want to be there as quickly as you guys do as well. So hopefully we'll be jumping in very, very shortly. The cat is fully asleep now. I haven't even kept her up. I'm actually quite surprised. She is out. She's twitching away there, actually. Maybe she is listening to me. But she needs to wake up to get in and tuned in for this next map, because it's going to be bonkers. She obviously hasn't got a clue what's going on. She's a cat. She knows food, and that is it. So
yeah,
she doesn't really care that much, but we do, and I'm excited to get into this next map.
Yeah, so am I, mate. Honestly, this has been an insane series so far. It's been an insane challenge season thus far. Of course, both of these teams have made COD Mobile champs regardless of what happens in this matchup. Both of these teams have also made a good chunk of money regardless of what happens in this matchup. It's just what that chunk of money actually is that will change here. And of course, a nice little trophy to speak about as well. The title of North American champions is still all up for grabs here. Nexus, I mean, how many times are we going to say it? They've just got to win one more map.
They've been in this position for 2 maps in a row, but they are incredible at Arsenal control, and they have already made some decent inroads over towards this A side. One more player to deal with, which is going to be Rihan, who for me has just been a thorn in their side. But has he opened up the door for them to come through? No, S-Dog has done so well to find 2. There ain't no way he would have found a 3rd. So State Squad do break back in over towards this A side. Nexus not having all of their own way just yet.
Good response coming out from Nexus here. Fully out of control over towards A. Double nade should remove Puedas from the position. Should be able to pick up if you're a Cartels, but Blur answering back just as quickly here. Blur will get the triple in the middle of the map. Basically a full wipe until Kings comes through from the window for a double of his own. What looked like a situation where Nexus were out of control over A. Kings is still keeping them in that conversation, but Nexus are preoccupied with players here around the lounge. They're not able to get back towards the point.
Oh, B is wide open though. Status Quo have committed everything over towards the middle of the map, and Nexus will happily waltz on through. Oh, you got to be ready for that gunfight, surely. He knows the push would probably come through from that side. It was a big commitment. Blair's going to be holding this down. It's just such an easy gunfight for him to win. It feels like Nexus are not communicating. They're not playing as a unit right now, and things could get very, very scary. Another push over towards the A side is what they are threatening, but they haven't been able to make much of an inroads here. Cartels gonna have to find a difficult gunfight. Does find it, spins around, knows it's coming, and finds it. Can Cartels be the one to get things going here over towards this A side? Snaps onto another, and that might well be A now under their control.
Should be
7v9.
Status Quo just going to chalk this one up, it would seem. As you said, given the fact that we've got a 7v9 to speak of, best thing you can do in this situation is prep yourself for the transition from A to B. Now, Status Quo can also pick up those kills while Puedas and Rihan are going towards the spawn. That spawn trap's a problem. Yep, Jez has just pegged exactly what's going on here in the situation, but it's not good enough. Jez goes down. He'll be dealt with off the spawn. You have to imagine. He does actually take one player down with him, so that's okay for Status Quo. Still, though, 5 versus 5 now. Rihan finding the kills off the spawn. Not able to pick up Jez. That's a big kill now. Nexus out of their spawn.
Investment coming in from Blair. But they would have heard that. And I can only imagine. And Nexus are going to wait. This big hit coming down the gun side of the map. 35 seconds to play for. Band is trying to watch this. There's a lot of players on their way, and did he just get some bad timing on some players on the cross? He may well have. Players waiting inside a lab to try and find the push there as well. Who is this going to rely on? Nexus have 3 operators to work with.
Do they want to use them, though? I don't think they need
they won't need to now.
For the most part, yeah. Just a couple of players left to contend with, although you never want to count them out. If Blur can pull up a 1 versus 4 earlier on, they could still do this. On the point, Puedas will now utilize the equalizer for a couple of kills. On the other side now, Blur for not just 1 versus 2. 1 versus 1. Raf's going to get it done with the R9 around the statue. Blur denied another clutch.
Oh, my word. These control rounds. Nexus find it. And they only invested 1 of their operators. Status Quo invested 2 to try and find that there. And they don't get it. Could that be a big moment now for Nexus? Get them back into this one. Status Quo heading over towards this A side now to kick things off. Jez will open things up here. It's just such a hard one with all the operators available for the side of Nexus to make this push in, because they know if they find all of these kills, they can start to squeeze them up. Everybody dead. And now we move forward if you're Nexus.
Oh god, you're stressed if you're status quo. You've got nothing as well. You've got no operators to answer back what Nexus is putting down on this one, because of course, Puedes invested the equalizers towards the closing moments of the last round. Big kills though from Zyrax and Puedes will slow things down somewhat for Nexus. S-Thug has still got that Sparrow out. He still wants to find something with it. The stun's not going to phase him in this situation. He's got more value. Jez is also finding a couple of kills in the cut. Surely Jez does not find a third. No, he does not. Ban will pick up that gunfight. S-Thug still on the prowl for more kills, though. It'll finally go away. But I think in behind enemy lines here, he's going to be able to catch Band off guard. You have to imagine he's looking from on the point. Band turns around, but he's got too much to deal with.
And that's really still a little bit of pressure down the B side. I say that Kings, oh, him and Jez have worked this so well, and this is surely a Nexus round. Zyrax and Blur will find a couple of kills to try and get themselves out of their spawn, but they need to be perfect. They need to find them all. Blur can find 1, 2. But then Nexus will just back down and invite the pressure to come in over towards A. 10 seconds, you've got to make a move now. Can status quo hold this down?
I don't even know if Nexus will go for this, to be honest with you. It's a big risk.
They might not commit.
With a 9 life advantage, there's no real reason. Puedes is going to get a couple of pot shots through. There's going to be a flank.
Oh, they've gone for it.
From Jez. Yeah, this is a big investment, and that's exactly why Band's going to be able to triple up on the flank, though. Jez will find one. Second tick about to be through here. Till 10 seconds on the clock. Jez gets dealt with, and that's why you don't just throw yourselves at the point. Do they go for this again? They're going again. Nexus, what are you doing?
They're overcommitting massively to this. A has been captured, and this now becomes so obtainable for the side of status quo. S-Thug will find one, but he's the only one who can answer. It's an 8v11. Everybody coming in off the respawn. Here comes the Strix as well. It's 1 kill and another. Coming in from 2 Predator missiles. 10 versus 11. Nexus still have the advantage, but they threw away a massive one.
They're on the point. Nexus trying to get this one done on the flank. Kills now from Zyrax and Blur, who picks up the double. 5 versus 7. Life advantage here for Nexus, but you've got players on the point. You've got bodies on the point. You've got to go. You've got to touch right about now. If you're Nexus, you've got to get your wounds on the point to stop this clutch up from status quo.
For the next round.
And that is the biggest chuckle we have ever seen in the grand finals. Why did Nexus push that with such vigor? Twice! They did it twice!
It's unbelievable. It's just so unnecessary to do that. They had the round. They wanted to make sure that it was done maybe a little cleaner than that. The game is far from over. It's 1 apiece now, and status quo have had to invest quite a lot themselves as well to try and find that round. Nexus will find a way through over towards the A side, but they should absolutely be 2-0 up. Far too overzealous.
Man,
how do you recover from it though? Where's their heads at? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, get that one in the replay package after this game. If, of course, status quo do force a game 7. Right now, though, Zyrax towards the middle of the map will be able to double up. Nexus looking for a way to get control of B. And Jez finding that first kill is most certainly going to be helpful, and he's able to double up for the second. Keep in mind, he's not alone as well. Kings is ready to get that spawn trap going, and they deal with the players that wanted to spawn trap them. Everything is looking good if you're Nexus now.
Here we go. Nexus onto the B point. Can they make something count? Kings is now going to start to work on a spawn kill as well. The death machine is out. Oh my goodness me. Kings trying to get something going. Doesn't make it work. Band is able to take him down. But a lot of progress being made over towards the B side. There was a spawn trap potentially being worked on by Zyrax. He's going to be dealt with. B may well be gone unless Rehan can do something about it. Him and the rest of their team just about get it through. Nexus continuously in control. Jez going to call in the Predator missile. That's going to cause a little bit of havoc. But the A push is not quite as solid as you would want if you're a Nexus fan yet.
Yeah, you don't really have map control, to be honest with you, if you're Nexus, especially as S-Thug gets shut down there by status quo. So Nexus not really in that great of a spot. A couple of kills, though, coming through, and things could definitely change. I will say Nexus don't really seem that uniform in the way that they hit this. Finally, as I say that, you see 3 players starting to make their way over towards B. An opportunity now for Nexus. 20 seconds on the clock. This has to work.
And Cartels with the war machine out, and it has been made to work. 13 versus 7. Nexus have been in this position before. Cartels is just looking to put a little bit more pain on. They need to get rid of the last player inside of A. B is gone. A control belongs to them. Now they're in a good position. This is not a round you can lose.
You say that. Stranger things, right? Status quo 2 versus 11. Nah, they're not losing this one. Kills being made by Nexus. And Pant will pick up one. it's a foregone conclusion. There ain't no stopping Nexus now as they pick up a round and are now once again just one round away from being champs.
This should be a 3-0. There is no doubt about that. Nexus now are still one round away. They have found themselves in the lead in this control. Now find themselves on the defensive side as well. It's this opening salvo that is going to be massively influential. Band is going to get it out. Can he do something with the claw here? Just a perfect angle to take down Jez, and then all, of course, Blur comes through with the War Machine. That's a clean wipe, by the way. And Band can now force his way forward. Status Quo looking to try and stay in this grand final. Raph finds a big kill, though. And that will shut it down, but working on two different ends here. Rehan holding this angle. You ain't going to win that gunfight. And A is under lock and key as well. This is brilliant from Nexus. From Status Quo. How on earth is S-Dog found that? How on earth?
That's just like, you talk about the angle, right? I mean, he's got the Annihilate. He's looking down on it. How on earth has he got away with that gunfight? Regardless, though, Status Quo should be able to capture A here in this situation. As I said, that the Band is left up all on his lonesome. Kings and Jez will be able to take the players out of that situation. S-Thug is going to have the final say over by A, but that's a good start from Status Quo. You've got a couple of ticks over by A. 60 seconds now. Looks like they want to change tact a little bit by moving over towards B side. They've already opened things up with the first blood. Need to make sure you've got Vents control. I know Cartels walks away with that kill, but that's okay. You lose Band, you know that there was a player coming from that side and you don't lose more.
They're ticking over towards B now, though. Push going to come through. Jez and Kings will find a couple of kills themselves. S-Dug then comes in to clean things up, but Blair left all alone once again. There was a potential spawn kill on the cards there. Jez actually investing the claw. Cartels will find that. It's a big kill. Blair now left all on his own. The clean house, and Nexus can move forward, but only 2 more ticks needed across 2 different points here for the side of Status Quo. It's a couple of decent wipes.
Got a couple of different choices here as well. You're not winning the gunfights, though. Jez with a perfect read towards the artillery guns. King's also in the car. Yeah, this is a dreadful situation to be in. Death Machine comes out there from King, something you never see here in COD Mobile, but it does nothing. Gets shut down. Status Quo down to the final 5 lives. Destiny might have just arrived here for Nexus.
They've went about it the really hard way. They've been the best team in North America all season long. And there is only one player left in their way. That will be Banned, and he will be dealt with. And Nexus are your Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Grand Final winners. They get the job done just about. Through thick and thin, through hella high water. Nexus, take the dub.
Congratulations to Nexus. They get it done in the end. And yeah, I think you're absolutely right. They went the hard way about it, mate. They took a little bit longer to get it done than they probably should have done. We'll talk about that control, I think, at the end of this series. Not just this one, of course, but the one previous to it. And, of course, the Summit Hardpoint, in which they kind of got slapped about, to be honest with you. But that was the only time where it felt like they weren't in the driver's seat the entirety of this series. Early on, they looked indomitable. And then with this control, I mean, look, there's the one chuckle, okay? They kind of messed up round number 2, but beyond that, they just had map control at all times. They had control of the kill feed at all times. Indomitable were Nexus.
Amazing performance across the entirety of the season, but it almost makes you, it's crazy, isn't it? Because the way that they play the game, the way that they typically do just get around things, in the way that they play each and every map is 95% of the time brilliant. But those couple of rounds here and there, they will need to clean up on things like that when it does come down to champs, which they will be going to as the #1 representative from North America. Lauren, that was a stressful one, to be honest with you. I was nearly pulling my hair out. Crazy.
Definitely a way to get it done, but either way, they were able to maintain composure. There's definitely a world where when Nexus start falling to the back foot a little bit, they're not able to regain mentally. So that, like you guys were saying, that could have been a reverse sweep in a best of 7 from the loser, like a loser's bracket run, reverse sweep, best of 7 grand finals, which would have been absolutely insane. So to not get 2 in your head in that situation is still massive for Nexus. I mean, sure, they had a couple stumbles here and there, but in the end, especially after how strongly they 3-0'd Status Quo the first time around, Really, really solid to bring it back.
Yeah, and typical for Status Quo, I want to say, to bring that back in that situation. They had to clutch up those so many times to actually get it to that situation. They had a couple of rounds handed to them, absolutely, but absolutely resolute from Status Quo as well. Really good job.
Yeah, and we talk about that a lot, Brody. Are they able to do big changes like that with only a 12-hour gap of time to like really learn from their mistakes first time around? It seemed like Status Quo did.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is something we definitely need to give them props for, because they definitely, I think, watched the VOD from yesterday, realized what went wrong on Summit Hardpoint, I think in particular, and were like, look, we definitely need to change things here. And they just looked a lot better, not just in that series, or not just in this series, I should say, but also, in their previous series as well. They just looked a lot better. I think on the whole today, again, I got to reference that Hacienda Hardpoint in the last series. They definitely made a lot of improvements. And it shows tenacity for a roster that, if they can make those kind of improvements here, albeit they end up as runners-up in the tournament, who's to say they can't do that for COD Mobile Champs, right? Who's to say they can't be putting in the hours and VOD review for this play at the series they're playing, for the series that all the other teams are playing, the rest of the field, the competition. I think it shows a lot of promise for this team heading into Champs.
Yeah, and after what we saw last year out of Champs with the dominance out of Wolves, I think that North America needs to bring everything that they can to that global stage as we get to take a look back at our Challenge Finals bracket. As you can see reflected here in the end, it is Nexus 4-2 taking down Status Quo, not only getting that cash dollar money you see flying across your screen, okay, but also the title of the best in North America heading into Champs now. Definitely some additional pressure though on their shoulders now when we get to that global stage, Chun.
Oh yeah, 100%, because I mean, you are representing the region that are trying to make that breakthrough now. They were there once upon a time. It isn't really that kind of region at this moment in time, but can you prove that it maybe can be again? Look, they showed some promise. Some of their gameplay was incredible, but they need to tidy up on some of these little small mistakes. They've been able to do it. They've been able to be champions in North America whilst making these mistakes. If you can tidy up on them, all of a sudden you become a serious threat.
Well, before we say goodbye to everybody and end the show, if I'm not mistaken, we might have an interview ready to go with our winners. Should have Raph on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you perfectly fine. How's everyone doing?
Love that. I mean, we're great. How are you doing? You guys just went through a long series there at the end. Tell me what happened.
Oh, yeah. So first off, I want to give a huge thank you to all the supporters, everybody. I want to give a huge shout out to everybody on my team. It was honestly insane. The thrill, my heart is beating right now, I'll be brutally honest. It's the first time we are regional champions. That means a lot to every single person on our team. You know what I mean? It feels good. It definitely feels good. I'm so happy. I'm so, woo! You know what I mean? It's good.
Love it.
It feels really good, man.
Yeah, I bet it does feel good, because for you guys as well, obviously, I mean, you were on Team Mayhem last season, right? And obviously everything that happened with playoffs for you guys, right? So coming into this season, you wanted a good season. You come in with a new roster. What was that process like for you, right? Building that new roster out and kind of building it, going from strength to strength, being flawless in search and destroy across this season.
Bro, I will be brutally honest, man. Our first week into establishing this team, it was possibly one of my worst weeks as a COD Pro in history. We were going like losing almost 40 scrims. And you know what I mean? It was a bad week. We were on the brink of like, disbanding and all that stuff, but we just stuck to each other. You know what I mean? Huge shout out to Kings, Cartels. They've been my duos/trios ever since Mayhem. You know what I mean? Kings I've known for a long time. Everybody on that team, something that's really special about Nexus, we all have a reason why we push forward. There might be a little bit of errors and troubles here and there, but at the end of the day, we always remind ourselves, we are Nexus. You know what I'm saying? We just got to grind. We did just that, became regional champions. It was a really hard journey, but we made sure to just grind and just do our homework, all that stuff, and results show, So I'm really glad. I'm really glad I'm with my peers and my team. It's an amazing team. I couldn't ask for anything more. It's great.
I think just to touch on those mistakes as well, because I want to know what the mentality was like in the camp, especially after that 1v4 in the control on Raid. How's everybody feeling after that? You're going to lose that map. You lost the next one. What was everybody's mentality like? Were you still level-headed?
Yeah. The thing we've learned, honestly, from stage 5 back in Mayhem, something we've learned from being there. You know what I mean? We're veterans, all of us. We understand in the moment, nothing matters. We could be losing 0-3, just like how Mayhem back in, I believe it was Masters earlier this year. We lost to Truly, and we almost lost to Truly. We was down 0-2 in an 0-2 series. We just made sure to pull through. I want to give a huge shout out to Jesus. I know you're watching Jesus. He's one of the guys who really taught me personally to be that backbone mentality alongside my teammates. So it's really good. And just a huge tip to anybody who wants to be that person for that team. You know, you guys might see I was doing absolutely terrible in Control, but I made sure to make my level-headed, you know what I mean? I made sure to pull through. We lost the game. We lost Summit. I know a lot of people were betting on me. I'm sorry to my fans, but we had to pull through for the last game, you know what I mean? So that's what separates a regular rookie and a regular veteran. It's all about the mental, man. It's all about the mental. So,
100%.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Obviously, you guys have a lot of time now, but looking towards champs, talk to me a little bit about what that prep now is going to look like. That global stage, I mean, the level of competition just continues to elevate.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. So our team, obviously, S&D, we can't call ourselves the best now in North America, but that's not really something we can brag about and be comfortable about, because I will be honest too, our Search and Destroy and Control are a little rusty, so we are working on that moving forward. So it's going to be a big competition, especially for those two game modes, because moving on, I'm honestly pretty confident in Hardpoint. I think we have the best R9 players, one of the best in the whole world. I think we're the best in North America. Shout out my boy Cartels, and we got the best ARs. Everything's chilling. We just need to fix the puzzle pieces and, you know what I mean, just staple it. So it'll be a lot of work, but I believe in our team.
All right. Well, I love it. Well, first of all, thank you so much for jumping on here and chatting with you. First time we get to talk. It was awesome. You killed the interview. Yeah. Hopefully we get to talk to you again when we make our way over to champs. Before I let you go, do you have any specific shout outs you'd like to do to anybody?
I want to give a shout out to Kings, Cartels, Jez Awaken, and Esther, Flower, Spartan, Hippo for coming through here and there helping us out. Everybody who was establishing this journey, my fans, thank you to, I love you guys, AO fam. I love you guys, honestly. I know so much people came through to support me and my teammates. That genuinely means a lot. So I'm so grateful for everything. I'm grateful for my team. It's a good day. I love it. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
All right, Rafa, thank you for jumping on and chatting. We'll be speaking with you soon.
Yes. Thank you. I love you guys for casting. Thank you. Take care.
What a great interview. That was awesome. Love being able to speak with one of our players for the first time the whole season. That's the first time we got to talk to a player. Absolutely slayed the interview, and now we get to look forward to champs. We got a couple months here, okay, some time for all of our teams to really polish up their game, but that's it here for North America. So before we say goodbye to everybody, give me your final thoughts, Brody. I'll start with you.
I mean, Raf says it's all a mental game, right? It's going to be a mental game for the North American teams because they've got to step it up ahead of COD Mobile World Championships. If North America wants to be back on top, they've got to work for it. I cannot wait to see who's going to come out on top of that event.
Same for me. When we go over towards the champs for the final stage of the year, it's going to be an interesting one, and I'm very, very curious if the North American region can bring it. I'd love to see them do it, especially in their region. It should be super interesting. Excited to see how it goes down.
All right, well, that means that the Call of Duty Mobile Challenge Finals have come to a close, and Nexus are your North American champions. A huge congratulations to them, as well as to all of our teams that made their way through to the COD World Championship later on this year. Obviously, make sure you tune back in then to see how the entire global competitive year plays out and who, if anyone, can dethrone Wolves. As always, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force for helping us make this whole thing possible. On behalf of myself, my co-casters, and everyone behind the scenes at ESL, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you at Champs.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!